Chapter 19. Lily added a stick of firewood to those smoldering on the grate. She'd been stingy with them, adding one at a time and only when necessary to keep the fire alive. Despite her frugality, the wood supply she'd carried in earlier had dwindled to a few chunks, which she'd hacked off the larger logs. If the wood continued to burn at this rate, she might have enough for another 2 hours. What she would do when it ran out, she didn't know. Even inside the cabin, without a fire, she would probably freeze during the coming night. She desperately needed the fire to survive. But, and here was the irony, the exertion of carrying in more firewood would likely kill her. Lily? She rolled her lips inward and squeezed her eyes shut, wishing she could close off her ears as effectively. His voice was too persuasive, his arguments too reasonable. If she let them sway her, she could become victim number 6. Arguing with him was exhausting. They went round and round, getting nowhere. She wasn't going to release him. He had an arsenal of arguments for why she should. And then there was her wheezing. Talking exacerbated it. So she had stopped answering him altogether. Lily, say something. If you're still conscious, I know you can hear me. His tone had developed an angry edge, sharpened by her refusal to respond. She left her place near the fireplace and went to the living room window, glancing into the open bedroom door as she walked past. Why don't you be quiet? She pushed aside the drapery and looked out, hoping to see that the snowfall had abated. Far from it. It was so thick she could see only a few yards beyond the porch overhang. The mountain peak had become an alien landscape, white and soundless and separate. Has it slowed down any? Shaking her head, she turned from the window and hugged her elbows for warmth. Moving away from the fireplace for even a brief time had allowed the cold to penetrate through her layers of clothing. She had put on every pair of socks she had with her, but her feet remained cold. She would have blown on her hands for warmth, but she couldn't spare the breath. Tierney hadn't complained of being cold. His strenuous efforts to escape the handcuffs were keeping him warm. Apparently, he had decided that escape was worth having raw, bleeding wrists after all. He hadn't even tried to cover the sounds. She'd heard the continual clank of metal against metal, the thumping of the headboard against the wall, and curses of sheer frustration when the cuffs refused to give. How's the firewood situation? He asked. Okay, for now. For now, what about later? An hour from now? She stepped into the open doorway. I'll worry about it when I need to. When you need to, it will be too late for worry. He had vocalized her worst fears, so she didn't waste breath on a contradiction. Would you like another blanket over your legs? She was forced to pause between phrases to gasp for breath. When did you take the last dose of your medication? My pill? She wheezed. Yesterday morning. You don't sound so sure. God, could he read her mind? Truth was, she couldn't remember taking her pill yesterday morning. Thinking back over the day, she couldn't isolate a memory of taking her medication. She'd had several errands in town. She had gone to the local moving company to purchase some packing boxes. After that, she remembered stopping at an ATM to withdraw cash for her trip back to Atlanta. Her final stop before returning to the cabin had been at the pharmacy. She had taken her last pill the night before. Luckily, when she started visiting Cleary on a regular basis, she'd had a local doctor write her a prescription for theophylline, the drug she took to help prevent asthma attacks. The extra prescription was a safeguard so she would never be caught without. Yesterday, William Ritt had filled the prescription for her. From there, her memory got hazy. She couldn't remember if she had taken the tablet when she stopped at the soda fountain to buy a vanilla Coke from Linda Wexler, or if she had waited to take it once she reached the cabin. Surely she hadn't forgotten to take it. She never failed to take her medication. It was part of her daily routine. However, yesterday had been an unusual day, and not only in terms of her schedule. Dutch had placed her on an emotional seesaw. He was waiting for her when she returned to the cabin. He was sitting on the edge of the sofa, staring into near space, shoulders hunched, looking forlorn. His greeting had been, "How could you do this to me?" In view of the events that had followed, taking her medication might have slipped her mind. Lily, are you sure you took it yesterday? She refocused on Tierney. Of course I'm sure, she lied. But it's been over 24 hours, or 36. It's worn off, he said. You're in distress. Well, that happens when you discover you're trapped with a serial killer. You know I'm not a killer. Unlock the handcuffs. I'll go get your medication. She shook her head. You're running out of time. We could be rescued. Nobody's coming up that mountain road until at least tomorrow, probably not even then. And if you're counting on some Rambo-type helicopter rescue, think again. Not even the bravest pilot is going to take one up in this storm and risk being slapped down by these winds or crashing into a mountain he can't see. Somehow it is not going to happen, he said with mounting asperity. You may be willing to gamble with your life, but I'm not. Get the key. They could come on foot. No one's that crazy. Except you that silenced him, but only for several seconds, right? Except me, I'd take any risk to keep you alive. I don't want you to die, Lily. I don't much like the idea myself. Let me go, can't. His lips flattened with anger. Let me tell you what you can't do. You can't afford to keep me chained to this goddamn bed. Every second spent arguing about it uses time and breath that you don't have. Now get the key and unlock these. No fucking handcuffs. The lights went out. Dora Hamer approached the closed door to Scott's bedroom. It seemed ominously silent in the house without his stereo system vibrating the walls. She knocked twice. Scott, are you okay? He opened the door as though he'd been expecting her. Fine, except for the electricity going out. I think it went out all over town. I don't see any lights in our neighbors' windows. Are you warm enough in here? I put on an extra sweater. That may help for a while, but it's not going to take long for the house to get cold until the power comes back on. We'll have to rely on the fireplace for heat. Would you bring in some more wood from the garage, please? Sure, Mom. And get the lantern you and your dad take on camping trips. Do we have fuel for it? I think so. I'll check. He disappeared down the hall. Dora followed him part of the way before hastily retracing her footsteps back into his bedroom. The college application forms were scattered across his desk. She didn't take the time to read them, but a glance showed her that he'd been working on them as Wes had mandated. Quickly, she moved to the nearest window and checked to see that the alarm system detector was intact. 2 magnets, one on the window frame, the other on the jamb, formed a connection which, if broken, would trigger the alarm whenever it was set. The components were aligned as they should be. The same was true of the second window she checked. Not wanting to be caught snooping, she paused to listen. She could hear Scott stacking logs in the open space in the rock wall of the living room fireplace. She heard him dusting off his hands as he headed back to the garage for another armload. She went to the third window. 2 magnets were making the required connection. All right, but the one on the window jamb was an ordinary magnet, a kid's toy. It had been used to replace the missing connector and positioned so that no connection would be broken if the window was opened. Mom? When he called to her, Dora jumped as though she were the guilty party. She hurried from his bedroom, hoping she looked more composed than she felt when she joined him in the living room. Should I stack some wood up here on the hearth? He asked. Good idea. It'll save you the trouble of going for more later. Okay, want me to light the lantern? Let's reserve it for nighttime. The kerosene can is practically full. I'll leave it and the lantern in the kitchen. Fine. I've got candles to use until dark, and there are plenty of batteries for flashlights. She followed him as far as the kitchen. Where he disappeared through the door to the garage, she wanted to go after him, place her arms around him, and hug him close. Wes accused her of babying him. Well, so what? Scott was her baby. If she lived to see him become a very old man, he would still be her baby, and she would want to protect him. Something was going on with him, and whatever it was, it terrified her. Worried sick wasn't merely a figure of speech. After the discovery she'd made in his bedroom, she was nauseated with worry. He had rigged the alarm detector on his bedroom window not to go off when he sneaked out. What other explanation could there be for his tampering with it? How long had this been going on? Was she blind, deaf, and dumb not to have known that he was leaving the house? It was by accident that she had come even to suspect it. She'd been delivering fresh laundry to his room this morning when she noticed his boots on the floor beside his bed. They were waterproof, fleece-lined, perfect footwear for a snowstorm. But Scott hadn't been wearing them yesterday when he and Wes came home for dinner. Ostensibly, Scott hadn't left the house since then, But there were his boots, standing in small puddles of water formed on his bedroom floor as the snow melted off them. It had been on the tip of her tongue to ask him when he had gone out, but she'd stopped herself. She'd decided she should be armed with some kind of backup evidence before accusing him of sneaking out. The power outage had provided her with an opportunity to investigate. However, now that she could confront him with the disabled alarm system, she was reluctant, or too cowardly to do so. He was certainly old enough to come and go as he pleased. Wes imposed a curfew on him, but if Scott wanted to leave the house, there was little Wes could do to stop him short of physically restraining him, so why didn't he defy Wes and simply walk out the door? Why was he sneaking out? It was symptomatic of other changes in him. Her sweet, considerate, and easygoing Scott had turned sullen, even prone to outbursts of temper. He was withdrawn, hostile, and unpredictable. Because of the unrelenting pressure Wes placed on him, performance anxiety must be partially responsible. But knowing her son as she did, Dora feared that these personality changes were being caused by something even more consequential than Wes's badgering. Scott was no longer himself, and she wanted to know why. Mentally, she traced back over the past year, trying to determine when she began noticing these changes. Last spring, about the time everything inside Dora went terribly still. Scott began to change about the time he and Millicent Gunn stopped seeing each other. When the telephone rang, she nearly jumped out of her skin. "I'll get it," Scott said. "It's probably Gary." He had just come in from the garage, setting the Coleman lantern on the kitchen table. He reached for the phone. It was the old-fashioned kind of wall phone, without caller ID or anything else, that required electricity to be operable. "Oh, hi, Dad." Scott listened for several seconds, then said, "How come?" "Okay, she's right here." He passed the phone to Dora. "He's calling from the hospital." Begley wasn't feeling too kindly toward Dutch Burton. In fact, he would have liked to plant his size 11 foot in Burton's anus. He settled for speaking candidly. "Your face looks like raw hamburger. They're only superficial cuts." The police chief was sitting on the end of the examination table, his posture that of a 50-pound potato sack that was only 3/4 full. The doc picked out the glass slivers. "I'm waiting for the nurse to come back with some antiseptic stuff to put on them. It may not be pretty, but I'll be okay, better than Hawkins. He's got a broken arm, which is a clean break. They popped his dislocated shoulder back in, but his ankle bones are going to take some work. Both are splintered all to hell." "Wish it was his skull," Burton muttered. "Mr. Hawkins was intoxicated," Hoot said from where he stood, just inside the privacy curtain that divided the treatment areas in the community hospital's ER. From the other side of the yellow fabric, they could hear Cal Hawkins moaning. His blood-alcohol ratio was well over the legal limit. "Then he lied to me," Burton said defensively. "I asked him if he'd been drinking, but he said Begley cut him off." "I think you hear only what you want to hear." Burton glared at him. "Reconstructing his ankles is going to require delicate surgery," Hoot said. "They can't do it here because of the weather. It could be several days before he can be transported to a hospital that has an orthopedic surgical team. In the meantime, he's in misery." "Look," Burton said angrily, "it's not my fault the guy's a drunk. He couldn't have driven up that road stone fucking sober," Begley roared. "Thanks to you, the whole damn countryside is without electricity. You're lucky this hospital's got an emergency generator, or you'd be sitting here in the cold and dark, looking like a freak show with hunks of glass sticking out of your face." Hawkins's rig had collided with one of the tower's 4 supports. In ordinary circumstances, it probably could have withstood the damage. But with the weight of the ice and snow making it top-heavy, it had toppled, taking dozens of ageless trees and a network of power lines with it. Worse, it had fallen across the mountain road, blocking access to the peak. Dutch Burton had let his emotions outweigh his judgment. Unacceptable behavior for any man, but unforgivable for a public servant. His jealousy-inspired determination to get up the mountain road today had been irrational and dangerous and had resulted in numerous casualties. Hawkins was probably crippled for life. The sanding truck was out of commission during one of the worst storms in decades, and the power outage extended into several surrounding counties. All that was catastrophic. But what really chapped Begley was that Burton's idiocy had eliminated any possibility of going after Tierney. He couldn't even attempt it again until the mess on that road was cleared, which could take weeks, or until the weather broke enough for a chopper to take him to the summit. Either way, valuable time had been squandered. Wasted time was not just one of Begley's pet peeves. He considered it a sin. His consolation was that he wasn't the only one hamstrung by the situation. Ben Tierney couldn't go anywhere either. "Excuse me, Chief?" Harris, the young cop they'd met earlier at the lodge, poked his head around the privacy curtain. "What is it?" "Dispatch called my radio. Mr. and Mrs. Gunn are at headquarters. Shit." Burton hissed. "They're all I need. Tell whoever's there to tell them that I'm in the hospital to go home, and I'll get over to see them as soon as I can." "He already tried that," Harris said. "Didn't budge them. Because it's not you they want to talk to. He nodded in Begley's general direction. "They want to know, is it true that Ben Tierney is blue?" Begley saw red. He managed to keep his volume at a reasonable level, but his voice vibrated with fury. "I hope you're joking." "No, sir." Begley advanced on the young cop. "Who told them? Who told them we were interested in Tierney? If it was you, Officer Harris, I'll pin your badge to your scrotum and weld it shut." "Wasn't me, sir, I swear." It was Gus Elmer, the old man out at the lodge. We told him not to mention our investigation to anyone," Hoot said. "I don't think he meant to," Harris said. "He didn't talk to the Gunns directly. He called his cousin to check on her, see how she was faring the storm on account of her stove has a faulty flue, and he sort of let it slip." Let it slip. Begley's bellow roused Hawkins from his drug-induced stupor, and he groaned loudly. Harris took a cautious step back. "His cousin does Mrs. Gunn's ironing," he explained, sounding apologetic. "I guess she felt she owed it to them to tell." He stammered, then fell silent beneath Begley's stare. "Who else does Mr. Elmer's cousin do ironing for?" His sarcasm escaped Harris. While the cop was pondering his answer, he turned to Dutch Burton. "I'd like to use your office for this interview with the Gunns." "Fine, but I'm coming too." "What about your face?" "I've got some cream I can put on it." They trooped out. Begley glanced at Cal Hawkins as he passed his bed. Hooked up to IVs, he'd lapsed into unconsciousness. Despite defending him to Burton, he didn't have any sympathy for the man once they were in their car and underway. Hoot said, "I thought you planned on talking to the Gunns anyway, sir. I was going to call on them as soon as we left the hospital. Why did you get so upset in there? I hope to scare them into believing how important it is that we keep a lid on this investigation. We need to have Tierney in custody before too many locals learn that we're even looking at him. You see how fast gossip travels? That's what worries me, Hoot. If we don't pick Tierney up soon, I'm afraid a band of bubbas, led by the chief of police himself, will assume he's blue and take matters into their own hands. Righteous indignation beats the law of the land every goddamn time in situations like this. These good old boys, out to protect their womenfolk, may revert to the unwritten law of the hills. If they got to Tierney before we did, he'd be lucky if his rights were read to him as he lay drowning in his own blood. And wouldn't that be a party and a half? The media would have a field day. They'd hearken back to Ruby Ridge and Waco. The gun control fanatics would be all over it. We'd be left with one hell of a clusterfuck and many unanswered questions. Precisely. Like where to find the 5 bodies. They drove in silence for a moment. Then Hoot said, "You said you're afraid they'll go after Tierney, assuming he's blue. What if he isn't?" Begley frowned. "That's another thing I'm afraid of." Chapter 20, to retain heat inside the cabin, all the draperies had been kept drawn. When the lights went out, the bedroom was plunged into darkness. That was inevitable, Tierney said. Lily gave her eyes a few seconds to adjust, then went to the windows and pushed back one of the drapes. The premature gloaming outside provided Tierney with a fresh argument. "It'll be full darkness by mid-afternoon," he said, "which means there are only a couple hours of daylight left. It'll take me at least that long to get to the car and back if I leave now." Lily placed the heels of her hands against her temples. "I can't argue anymore, so don't just unlock the handcuffs." You'll kill me. I'm trying to save your life. She shook her head, laboring to inhale. I can identify you as blue. You can't identify me as anything if you suffocate. A note. Oh, I see. You'd leave a note telling them that I'm blue. You'd place it where they'd be certain to find it. She nodded. If that happened, I'd say that you became delusional from oxygen deprivation, that you were also convinced elephants were dancing inside the walls. They'd believe me. As for that, he nodded at the blue ribbon, now curled on the seat of the rocking chair. I'd tell them what I told you. I found it and was taking it back to town with me to turn over to the authorities. She motioned toward his hands. Yeah, explaining the cuffs would be tricky, but I'd have a day or two to think of something plausible, and just possibly I would be able to work my hands free before anyone got up here. I don't think so, she said, nodding toward his bloody wrists. Even if I was dead, they'd have you. Ending her argument there, she turned to leave the room. What's the worst that could happen? She stopped, but didn't turn around. He pressed on. If you release me, what's the worst that could happen, Lily? Say I'm blue. Say I kill you so you can't finger me to the authorities. You're gonna die anyway. In a matter of hours, if that long. So how could my murdering you be any worse? She turned to face him. Save another victim. Ah, I see what you're saying. You don't want to unleash me onto an unsuspecting public, leaving me free to victimize more women, do to them whatever I've done to the others. Is that it? She nodded. Okay, that's reasonable. Very altruistic, too. You're placing the lives of others above your own. He thought on it for a moment, then said, once I'm back with your medication, once I've carried in enough firewood to last for another day, I'll let you handcuff me again. I'll remain handcuffed until we're rescued. She tried to laugh but didn't have adequate breath. I'm not that gullible, not that oxygen deprived yet. You don't trust me to keep my word? No. You can, Lily. I swear it. You can trust me. Give me one reason. In spite of her determination not to cry, tears filled her eyes. Don't cry, he whispered roughly. Drawn by his fierce gaze, by the memory of their kiss, she took a step closer. Give me one reason why I should trust you, Tierney. He was about to speak when her cell phone rang. For a second or two, she didn't grasp what the sound was or where it was coming from. Only stood there gaping at Tierney, who appeared equally stunned by the unexpected noise. When she realized the jangle was her cell phone, she frantically fished it from her coat pocket and flipped it open. Dutch, Dutch, her voice was a mere croak. But it didn't matter. The phone was dead, the LED dark. The connection had been momentary, a tease. Fate taunting her with a sob, she sank to her knees, clutching the silent phone to her chest. Lily, don't cry. Leave me alone. You must not cry. That'll only make it worse. Her sobbing brought on a coughing fit. The spasms racked her whole body, contracted every muscle, squeezed precious air from her lungs. While she struggled to breathe, her mind registered Tierney's elaborate swearing and his redoubled efforts to break the lock on the handcuffs. It took several minutes for her to bring the coughing under control, but finally it subsided into loud wheezing. She raised her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. Tierney had kicked the blanket off his legs and was straining against the cuffs like an animal caught in a trap, willing to tear off his hands in order to reach her. It's true that I've given you very few reasons to trust me, he said, and many reasons for you not to. But I believe you know, that I'm not someone you have to be afraid of. Rely on your instincts. Trust them, even if you don't trust me. He continued looking at her for several beats before adding, don't die on me. She analyzed each feature of his face, looking for a telltale sign of villainy. If he were a sly abductor of women, wouldn't she be able to tell? Wouldn't she sense a disguised malevolence? She looked hard, but could find no trace of duplicity. If it was indeed there, he'd mastered the art of hiding it. He seemed sincere, trustworthy enough to make her doubt herself. But his victims hadn't detected his guile either. They had trusted him. Her expression must have conveyed her determination not to be duped, because he said angrily, all right, ignore your instincts and plain common sense. Forget our day on the river. Never mind the kiss last night. Discount all that, but play the odds. Odds stay alive, and you'll have a chance of capturing Blue. Die, and you'll have none. I don't know what to do, her mind screamed, but the only sound issuing from her throat was a terrible gurgling noise. Even a slim chance is better than none, Lily. His argument was sound, but as soon as she released him, he would probably kill her. Her slim chance of incriminating him would die with her. Taking advantage of her hesitation, he said, I've saved the most obvious argument for last. The pistol, you still have it, and you know how to use it. What could I do to you as long as you're holding me at gunpoint? She gave that rationale a few seconds' thought. He was tight. When all the arguments and second-guessing were pared away, it came down to her playing the odds. Slowly, she came to her feet. Warding off the lightheadedness caused by oxygen deprivation, she turned and walked into the living room. Lily, goddammit! She returned just as quickly as she'd left, carrying the pistol in one hand, the key to the handcuffs in the other. His shoulders slumped with relief. Thank God. She set the pistol on the chair, far out of his reach. As she approached the bed, she extended the key toward him. You do it. As soon as he had a grip on the key, she backed away hastily and reclaimed the pistol, aiming it at him. There was just enough play in the cuffs for him to angle one hand down and the other up. With amazing dexterity, he fit the key into the tiny hole and turned it. The bracelet on his left wrist came free. In a matter of seconds, he had the other bracelet off. Then, in one fluid motion, he vaulted off the bed and yanked the pistol out of Lily's hands. It happened before she could blink, insufficient time for her brain to process that she should pull the trigger. She wheeled around and tried to run from him, but he hooked his arm around her waist, bringing her up short and trapping her right arm against her side. He lifted her off the floor and held her against his chest. Stop it, he ordered. When she began screaming, I knew, she wheezed hysterically. I knew you're him. She thrust her free elbow against his rib cage and sank her nails into the back of his hand. Son of a bitch, ungracefully, hauling her into the living room. He pushed her onto the sofa, then raised his hand to his mouth and sucked at the blood flowing from the deep scratches. Lily perched on the edge of the sofa only long enough to gasp several breaths, then launched herself at him again, flailing at his head. But the shortage of oxygen had affected her coordination. Her arms felt heavy and rubbery. She tried to connect her fists with his head, but the attempts were futile. Most of her blows fell short, went wide, or landed with negligible impact. When he took her by the shoulders and pushed her back onto the sofa, she was helpless to do anything except fall heavily into the back cushions. He crammed the pistol into the waistband of his jeans and swiped his bleeding hand against his leg. The angry-looking scratches immediately leaked as much blood as he had wiped away. His breathlessness was almost as bad as hers. He was noisily inhaling great draughts of air and rapidly blinking as though to stave off dizziness. His upper torso was angled forward from the waist. The blow she'd given his sore ribs had made standing upright impossible. Good, she thought. I hope you're suffering terrible pain. She would have gloated out loud, but she didn't have enough breath. But she looked up at him defiantly. If he was going to kill her now, she wanted to be looking him in the eye. She wanted him to take her defiance into hell with him and remember it for eternity. He seemed on the verge of saying something, but, without a word, went to the door and opened it. Within seconds, he was back with an armload of firewood, which he dumped onto the hearth. He knelt down and stirred the coals to reignite the logs already on the grate. This mystified her. You aren't going to kill me? No, he said brusquely as he came to his feet. He motioned at the logs he'd just carried in. As they dry out, add them to the fire. They'll last you a couple of hours. Only then did she realize his intention. He didn't need to kill her. All he had to do was abandon her, leave her in the throes of a fatal asthma attack, and let the bothersome matter of Lily Martin resolve itself. Why chalk up another murder on his roster of crimes when he didn't need to? To cover the ones he'd already committed, he had the presence of mind to retrieve the evidence against him from the bedroom. He replaced the handcuffs and ribbon in his backpack. As he zipped them into separate compartments, he avoided looking at her. Was he feeling a twinge of guilt? Because by not killing her, he was condemning her to her worst fear. While she'd been debating whether or not to release him, one scenario she hadn't considered was that he would abandon her to live through her nightmare before succumbing to it. Her heart constricted. "You promised!" "I know what I promised," he said, cruelly cutting her off. He pulled on his coat and worked the watch cap down over his head. He draped the stadium blanket over the cap and folded the ends of it across his chest before zipping it inside his coat. He wound the wool scarf around his neck and the lower half of his face, then pulled on his gloves. Last, he picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Every motion caused him to grimace and gasp in pain. Nevertheless, he moved with haste, purpose. As he walked toward the door, she was tempted to call him back, beg him to shoot her. Now it would be a swift and painless death, not the prolonged and terrifying one facing her. She was more frightened of the fear and dread of dying than she was of death itself. But she had too much pride to beg him for anything. Nor would her survival instinct concede a voluntary death. So she watched him walk away, leaving her to struggle for each breath until she could struggle no longer, leaving her to die alone. When he reached the door, he paused with his hand on the knob and turned only his head above the scarf, his eyes connected with hers, but only for an instant, no longer. He opened the door. A swirl of snow engulfed him. Then it vanished as quickly as he. Lily's cell phone rang twice before the connection was lost, which was more tormenting to Dutch than if it hadn't rung at all. The aborted call increased his frustration, which was already strained to the breaking point. The anteroom of police department headquarters was more crowded than he remembered it being since he was hired as chief. The Phoebes were there. Agent Wise was solemnly, "Did that guy ever crack a smile?" introducing Begley to Millicent Gunn's parents. Mrs. Gunn looked scrawnier today than she had yesterday. Wes, for reasons unbeknownst to Dutch, had been there when they arrived and was drinking coffee and chatting with the officer manning the desk. He was head of the city council, but since when was a police investigation any business of his? Harris had followed them from the hospital in his squad car. He was starstruck by Wise and Begley, trailing them like a puppy, stumbling over his own big feet in his eagerness to assist. Why wasn't he out on patrol where he was supposed to be? And why wasn't he Dutch ordering Harris back to his unit and onto the streets, where he could be of some use instead of in here, further crowding the place, getting in everybody's way? For some reason, Dutch didn't have the wherewithal to correct the young officer. It didn't seem worth the effort it would take to issue an order and put any level of authority behind it. He felt oddly detached from what was going on around him. And he wondered not only at what point he had lost control, but when he had ceased to care. When the FBI entered the picture in the form of big shot Sack Begley, or when Wes Hamer, his so-called best friend, started kissing Begley's ass as often as possible. Maybe when Cal Hawkins asked him the question, he'd begun asking himself, "Does your old lady want to be rescued?" He hadn't felt this defeated since his last screw-up in Atlanta. It had been the coup de grace, the mistake that was too serious for a disciplinary action like suspension or probation. Only being fired would suffice. When you pulled your service weapon on a 9-year-old kid, mistaking his aluminum baseball bat for a gun because you were shit-faced drunk, the APD had no choice but to fire you. Do not pass go, do not collect your pension, you're out of there. He felt equally defeated today. Betrayed by all, his wife, the weather, his best friend, his career, fate, or the stars, or God, or whoever the hell was in charge of guiding his not-worth-a-crap destiny. He needed a drink. Officer Harris was leading the guns and the FBI agents down the short hallway toward Dutch's private office. Begley, bringing up the rear of this parade, turned back to address him. "Are you joining us, Chief Burton?" "I'll be right there, as soon as I grab my messages." Begley nodded, then continued on and entered Dutch's office through the door that Harris was holding open for him. When they were out of earshot, Wes turned to Dutch and assessed the cuts on his face. "How you doing?" He snatched a wad of pink memo slips from his dispatcher. "Just great. Thanks. Face hurt. Like a son of a bitch. Didn't they have something to put on it?" It'll be okay. I could go over to the drugstore, pick up something from Rit. Dutch shrugged. Whatever. He started toward the hallway, but Wes hooked his hand around his elbow. Are you sure you're all right, Dutch? He threw off Wes's hand. Shit, no, I'm not all right. Realizing that his subordinate officer was all ears, he lowered his voice to a mumble. In case you haven't noticed, it's been a lousy morning. Wes sighed, ran his hand over his cropped hair. Stupid question. I'm sorry. Look, Lily is okay, Dutch. I'm sure of it. Yeah, actually, he was more afraid that she was better than okay. Tell you what, Wes said. I'll run over to the drugstore while you're talking with Millicent's folks. Pick up some salve for those cuts on your face. Have Rit or Merrily make some sandwiches to bring back. Dutch looked into Wes's face and could see nothing disingenuous there. Just his old friend's handsome features and a sincere regard that, despite their friendship, Dutch was coming to mistrust. That would be helpful. Thanks. You bet. Now, get on back there. This is your show. Don't forget, Wes's parting words drilled their way through the bedrock of his defeatism. It was his show, but God, everyone, including himself, seemed to have forgotten that. High time they were reminded as he headed down the hallway toward his office. He squared his shoulders and forced more confidence into his step. Harris was standing outside the door like a sentinel. Dutch hitched his thumb toward the front of the building. Your squad car is getting cold. Harris looked at him stupidly. Sir, this isn't a snow day, Harris, he barked. See to your duties. Yes, sir. The young cop rushed down the hall. Dutch entered his office in time to hear Mrs. Gunn telling Wise and Begley that they'd had no serious problems with Millicent other than her eating disorder and that she'd been cured of it. I can't bear to think of her out there somewhere in this weather, she said. That's why we welcome this opportunity to talk to you, Mrs. Gunn. Begley's tone of voice was that of a kindly father figure, and Dutch resented the way the Gunns responded to it. Give Begley a few days on the case, and they'd be questioning his methods and effectiveness just like they had his. You reckon Ben Tierney is the BT mentioned in her diary? Mr. Gunn asked. We're not sure of that yet, Begley replied. Agent Wise is looking into several possibilities. Mr. Tierney is only one of them. We must be very thorough before we draw any conclusions. But old Gus Elmer said that you'd sealed off this Tierney's rooms at the lodge. Did you find something in them? Something belonging to Millicent. Dutch saw the agents exchange a look of consternation. Wise was the one to address Mr. Gunn's question. We sealed off his rooms to protect potential evidence in the event that Mr. Tierney has a connection to her disappearance. That's not to say we believe he does. But you haven't sealed off anybody else's rooms, Gunn argued. How many other men around here have the initials BT? Begley dodged that by asking, did Millicent ever talk about him? She'd mentioned him. In what context? Down at my brother's store where she works, they have this bulletin board. Somebody catches a big fish with a rod they bought there, or bags a deer with a rifle my brother sold. They bring him a picture of it, and he puts it on his bulletin board. Sort of like free advertising. So, naturally, Tierney's articles are tacked up there too. He's by far their most famous customer. I think Millicent looks on him as a celebrity, him being in the magazines and all. She got excited every time he came into the store. Maybe she has a teenage crush on him. Did she ever see him outside the store? Wise asked. Not that we know of, but now we're beginning to wonder. Pretty young girl like Millicent, with stars in her eyes over some older fellow. Gunn cut a worried glance toward his wife, who was sniffing into a handkerchief. You get my drift? He coughed behind his hand. Have y'all connected him to any of the other women who're missing? A colleague in the Charlotte office is working on that, Wise said. I apologize in advance for the bluntness of the questions I'm about to put to you, Begley said to the girl's parents. Diplomacy takes time, and none of us wants to waste it, do we? No, sir. Ask away. Enough time's been wasted already. Dutch ignored the critical glance. Ernie Gunn shot him. What caused Millicent's eating disorder? Begley asked. Was that ever determined? Peer pressure, we think? Mr. Gunn said, speaking for both of them. You know how girls are about their weight? Begley smiled. I've got a teenage daughter, a bit younger than Millicent, worries that she's too fat, and she weighs maybe 110. Millicent got down to 87 pounds, Mrs. Gunn said feebly. That was her lowest. That's when we intervened. At Begley's request, they gave him an account of her illness and alleged recovery. She's doing good, mister. Gunn concluded, oh, sure, she might have dropped another couple pounds, but that's due to her cheerleading workouts. We're almost positive she isn't forcing herself to vomit. She's over that. Dutch wasn't so sure, and he could tell that Wise and Begley weren't either. What about boyfriends? Begley asked. She has them off and on, you know, typical kids. She falls in and out of love as regular as she changes her hairdo. Mr. Gunn said, no steady boyfriend? Not since Scott. Dutch reacted with a start, which the agents noticed. They looked at him curiously, then turned back to the Gunns. Scott who? Wise asked. Hamer, Mr. Gunn supplied, Wes's boy. He and Millicent went steady all last year, although that's not what they call it these days. They were together, he said with a snort of disdain for the term. Were Wise said? They broke up right before school was out last spring. Do you know why? Mr. Gunn shrugged. Got tired of each other, I reckon. No, honey. Mrs. Gunn chimed in. Something happened that caused them to break up? I always thought so. Begley leaned forward like, what, Mrs. Gunn? I don't know. Millicent never told me. Hard as I tried to get her to talk about it, she wouldn't and still won't. Eventually, I stopped asking because it made her upset and she'd stop eating. I was more worried about her starving herself than I was about her boyfriend trouble. If she had shouted that the two problems were related, it couldn't have been any more obvious to either Dutch or the FBI agents. Wise was the first to break the ensuing silence. I found nothing in her diary about Scott Hamer or their breakup. She only started keeping her diary since she left the hospital. It's part of her ongoing therapy, Mr. Gunn explained. The psychologist said she should start writing stuff down, positive things. His mouth became a hard, rigid line. Guess she thinks Ben Tierney is a good thing. At this point, we have no reason to think otherwise, Mr. Gunn. Begley cautioned, his tone more stern now than before. You think what you want, Mr. Begley? Gunn stood up and extended his hand to his wife to help her from her chair. I'm putting my money on him. I've known everybody in Cleary and the 3 neighboring counties all my life. I can't think of anybody who could do such a thing as to cause 5 women to disappear. It's got to be an outsider, but somebody who knows his way around these parts and has the initials BT. Mr. Ben Tierney fits the bill on all counts. Chapter 21. There's a knack to it, Williams said. Not everyone can do it. I think I can handle it. I mean, how hard can it be? William resented Wes Hamer's condescending tone. Just because he was the super stud football coach didn't mean he had a talent for giving injections. I'll stop by your house on my way home, and I can do it, Rit. William also hated to be called Rit. Wes had been calling him Rit ever since they were in grade school. He'd been a bully then, and he was still a bully. They were the same age, yet he addressed William with no more respect than he would talk to one of his students, and that rankled. William had a good mind to take back the package of syringes and the small sack containing several days' supply of vials, but he didn't. Being Wes's supplier gave him definite leverage, which he enjoyed immensely. What's that? Marilee's sudden appearance in the stockroom startled them both. Wes was the first to recover. He pocketed the goods in his overcoat pocket and gave her one of his killer smiles. Ready for me? William's sister responded to Wes's suggestive question with a simper. Just like every other woman who was exposed to his insinuating smile, she was instantly transformed into a twit. I came to remind you that I can't toast the bread because the power is out, she said to Wes. Linda always makes pimiento cheese sandwiches on toasted bread. Everyone will understand. Sweet pickles or dill, half and half. Fritos or potato chips. Half and half, give me 5 more minutes. She left them. Wes turned back to William and patted his coat pocket. How much do I owe you for this? I'll put it on your bill. Don't itemize it. As if I'd be that careless. Now, you said Dutch needs something for his face. Wes explained the cuts, and William gave him a tube of antiseptic salve, a free sample from the drug company. This should keep them from becoming infected. If it doesn't work, I've got something stronger. Wes read the label. One of these days you're going to get busted for handing out prescription drugs without a doctor's authorization. Oh, I doubt that. Who's going to tell? William asked guilelessly. Wes laughed. I guess you're right. William motioned him out of the stockroom. As they walked through the shadowed store, Wes gave him an update on the morning's events. It's a wonder both of them weren't squashed to death. We had to send a stretcher down by rope. Dutch strapped Hawkins to it. Never heard such screaming from a grown man as when we pulled him up. Poor bastard's not doing very well. Physically, Dutch is okay, but fit to be tied because Lily's still up there with Tierney. Then there are the FBI guys. But Tinskus in topcoats. In addition to his personal problems, Dutch is having to cope with them as well as Millicent's parents. What's the latest on the investigation? I can tell you that. Merrily turned as they approached the counter of the soda fountain where she was wrapping sandwiches. She nodded toward the battery-operated radio that was tuned to the local station. It was just reported that the FBI has identified Blue to be Ben Tierney. Tierney was weaker than he ever remembered being. He was lightheaded, partially from hunger, partially from the concussion. His injuries continued a relentless assault of sharp, stabbing pains or dull, throbbing aches. He clenched his jaws so tightly against the cold that he felt the pressure in the roots of his teeth. There was no help for any of these adversities. In order to survive, he would be relying on sheer determination. Unfortunately, self-will had no effect on the snowfall. It obscured the demarcation between earth and sky. It absorbed landmarks. He was trapped in a sphere of infinite white. Without a horizon for reference, he could easily become disoriented and hopelessly lost. Nevertheless, he plowed on, wading through snow that in places came past his knees. Before leaving the vicinity of the cabin, he had made a brief stop at the tool shed to get a snow shovel he'd seen there. It helped somewhat to clear a path, but mostly he used his body to bulldoze through the drifts. The shovel became a walking stick to help support him when vertigo threatened to hurl him to the ground. Even in the most extreme circumstances, habits die hard. Stubbornly, perhaps foolishly, he took a shortcut to avoid a switchback, knowing that eventually he would reach the road and would have saved himself several hundred yards, but in the forest were potential hazards he couldn't see. He was bushwhacked by boulders, fallen trees, and stumps buried under 2 feet of snow. Roots became snares that caused him to stumble and fall, breaking an ankle or leg, falling into a crevasse he couldn't climb out of, or getting lost in this snow globe environment would mean death. If he paused to consider the life-threatening risks, he would stop, turn around, go back, so he willed himself to concentrate only on taking one step at a time, on pulling his foot from the well in the snow it had just created and planting it ahead of him to form another. He didn't allow himself to dwell on the cold either, although it was impossible to ignore. His clothing was a joke for its inadequacy. When he left the lodge yesterday morning, he'd been dressed for a cold day spent outdoors, coat, scarf, cap. But today the concept of cold had been taken to another dimension. The temperature, he guessed, was in the single digits. Factoring in the wind chill, it was 15 to 20 degrees below zero. He'd never been exposed to anything like it. Never. Not in all his travels. His respiration and pulse rate soon reached dangerous levels. His heart felt like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Common sense dictated that he stop and rest. He didn't dare if he stopped, even for a moment. He knew he would probably never move again. Eventually his frozen body would be found, and along with it, his backpack. They would find the ribbon, the handcuffs. Lily would be discovered dead in the cabin. A search of the entire area would ensue. One shocking discovery would lead to another. His abandoned car would yield the incriminating shovel in the trunk. Ultimately, they would find the graves. Tierney pushed on. His eyelashes became encrusted by snowflakes that froze in place, causing temporary blindness that was annoying as well as dangerous. The condensation of his breath froze on the woolen scarf, making it stiff with ice crystals beneath his clothing. He was sweating from the exertion. He could feel trickles of perspiration rolling down his torso where the injured ribs on his left side ached from Lily's well-placed elbow jab. Ordinarily, his innate sense of direction was as reliable as a compass, but when he paused only long enough to check his wristwatch, he began to fear that his sixth sense had failed him. Even considering the terrain he'd had to walk over, surely he should have bypassed the first switchback and reached the road by now. He looked around in the vain hope of getting his bearings, but in the maelstrom of snow, one tree looked exactly like another. Natural signposts like rock formations and rotten stumps were blanketed by the accumulation. The only thing marring the otherwise pristine snowscape was the track he'd made in it. His conscious mind was telling him that his sense of direction was fallible, that he could have become confused and was moving in circles. But his gut instinct overrode it, insisting that he was still on course, that his only miscalculation was in how far he needed to go to bypass the switchback and reach the road. He had relied on that instinct too many times to start mistrusting it now. Ducking his head against the wind, he plodded on, assuring himself that if he continued on his present path just a little farther, he would soon find the road. He did not quite the way he expected. He landed on it after a 9-foot plunge through thin air. His right foot found it first. With the impetus of a pile driver, it tunneled through 20 inches of snow, striking the icy pavement below with enough force to cause him to scream. After announcing to Begley, Hoot, and Burton that he considered Ben Tierney their culprit, Ernie Gunn had nothing more to say. Without another word, he resolutely escorted his wife to the door. Their departure created a vacuum in Chief Burton's cramped office. Begley broke the uneasy silence. "We need to talk to that Hamer kid." Hoot had predicted that would be Begley's next step. "It'll be interesting to feel his pulse about Millicent's disappearance." "Hold on a minute," Burton said. "Feel his pulse? Scott and the girl were sweethearts a year ago. So what? So we want to talk to him. You object?" Begley's nutcracker dared Burton to put up an argument. "I'd like to notify Wes first." "Why?" Hoot asked. "This is a criminal investigation," Begley said. "Anybody is fair game. I don't care who his daddy is." "Well, that's where we're different," Burton said belligerently. "We can't just show up on their doorstep and start asking questions about Scott's relationship with a missing girl." Begley actually laughed. "Why the hell not?" "Because," Burton replied tightly, "that's not the way we do things around here." "Well, the way you do things around here hasn't found those women, has it?" Burton's lacerated face turned even redder. But Begley held up his hand to stave off whatever it was the police chief was going to say. All right, simmer down. Never let it be said that the FBI violates local etiquette. Isn't Hamer bringing some sandwiches back for our lunch?" "Yeah. When he gets here, tell him that we want to talk to Scott. Don't go into details. Just say we've got some questions for him. We'll head over to their place after we've eaten." Without so much as a nod, Burton stamped out. "They're good friends," Hoot said after the chief of police was out of earshot. "We'll have to keep that in mind." Having said that, Begley requested some quiet time. As Hoot was pulling the door closed, he saw the sack reaching for his Bible in the anteroom. Hoot ignored Burton's jaundiced glance and asked the dispatcher for a working telephone line. He placed a call to Perkins in Charlotte but got his voicemail. In a succinct message, he told his associate about the power outage and the unreliable cellular service. "If you can't reach me by phone here at the police station, call my pager and punch in 333. That'll signal me to check my laptop for an email." As he was hanging up, Wes Hamer came in carrying a box full of wrapped sandwiches, but lunch was superseded by his news of what was being broadcast over local radio. Hoot said, "You can't be serious." "As death and taxes," Wes said somberly. "Want me to drive over and tell him to cool it?" "The horse is out of the barn," Dutch said, answering for Hoot. "Won't do any good to close the door now." To Hoot's mind, Burton didn't appear to be too upset over the untimely broadcast of Tierney's name. In fact, he seemed secretly pleased. Sack Begley, by contrast, was going to go ballistic, and it was Hoot's misfortune to be the one who had to inform him of the fiasco. He got as many details as he felt were necessary, then left the others with the sandwiches and went down the hall to the private office. He knocked lightly on the closed door. "Sir, come in, Hoot." Begley finished reading a passage of scripture, then closed his large Bible and waved Hoot inside. "Is lunch here? I'm starving." Hoot closed the door, wasting no words on a preamble. He gave Begley the news straight out. The sack banged his fist on the desk and surged to his feet. He spattered the walls with shouted obscenities. Hoot remained judiciously silent until the eruption had subsided to a slow boil. Sir, the only good thing is that the station's listening audience is small and only those who have battery-operated radios are tuned in today. Hoot recounted the information he'd gotten from Dutch and Wes. The two DJs, for lack of a better word, are local men. They retired from the forestry service a few years ago and for something to do began broadcasting a local news program like a community bulletin board each Saturday morning. It went over well and was expanded to 7 days a week. They're on the air from 6 a.m. till 6 p.m., and most of their programming is chatter. They enjoy the sound of their own voices. Evidently, they play music, mostly country, and give weather reports and news, but basically they're glorified gossips. It's a very unsophisticated operation. They broadcast from a room in the Elks Lodge, but they have an emergency generator, so they've been able to stay on the air in spite of the power outage. Begley rounded Dutch's desk, grinding his fist into his other palm. If I ever find out who leaked the story to these loudmouths, I'm going to kick his ass so high he'll be farting out his ears. Hoot could think of no appropriate response to that, so he waited several seconds before speaking. I don't believe we'll ever know who the culprit was, sir. It could have been any number of people. Well, whoever it was, he shot our discretion all to hell. Yes, sir. Begley's frown deepened. Hoot, we've got to make damn certain we get to Tierney before anybody else does. I couldn't agree more. Grab a sandwich, then call the Charlotte office and order a chopper. Jabbing the space between them with his index finger, he said, I want a helicopter and rescue team up here, and I mean a fucking sap. Hoot glanced out the window. I know, Begley muttered irritably, but I want a chopper here as soon as one can fly through this shit. Got it, sir? Begley headed for the door, then paused, and Hoot, keep all your communiques with the Charlotte office private. The less the folks around here know about our plans, the better. Even the police. Begley opened the door and said out the side of his mouth, especially the police. Pain sucked the air out of Tierney's lungs. Tears froze as soon as they formed in his eyes. Lying flat on his back, he cursed lavishly and loudly in agony and outrage. When the first searing pain receded and it actually began to feel good just to lie there in the snow, he knew he was in serious danger of freezing to death. That was how it happened. It gave the victim a false sense of comfort. It took a tremendous amount of willpower, but he forced himself to move his injured ankle. The pain that shot up through his leg made him gasp, but at least it yanked him out of the deceiving comfort into which he'd been lulled. He sat up, his head reeled so much that he clasped it between his hands in the hope of stopping it from spinning. He barely had time to pull the scarf away from his mouth before he retched into the snow. He threw up only sour bile, and the stomach spasms reminded him how much his ribs hurt. He took several deep breaths, then, putting all his weight on his left leg, he stood up. He tested his right ankle by rotating it slowly. It hurt like bloody hell, but he didn't think it was broken. That was something. At this stage, anything short of outright disaster seemed like good fortune. He set out again, now using the snow shovel as a crutch. In his effort to keep moving, he lost all sense of time and distance. His ankle was a new focus. He could feel it swelling inside his boot. Actually, his tight boot would probably help keep the swelling to a minimum. Or would it cut off the blood supply and cause frostbite? Gangrene? Why couldn't he remember basic first aid, or his zip code, or his telephone number in Virginia? Jesus, he was hungry. But he was also gripped by nausea that resulted in agonizing dry heaves. He was cold to the bone, yet his skin felt feverish, but the worst was the goddamn dizziness. A fatal blood clot, jarred loose by his hard landing on the road, might even now be wending its way through his blood vessels to his brain or lungs or heart. Random and bizarre thoughts such as that flitted through his mind like fireflies. They winked out before he could grasp and assimilate them. He was rational enough to recognize the onset of delirium. Actually, his various pains were friends. Without them, he might have drifted into a state of euphoria, lain down, rested his cheek on a bosom of snow, and died. But the pains were persistent, like spiked prods. They deviled him to continue. They kept him awake on his feet, moving alive. Meanwhile, his reason was shrieking for him to stop. Lie down, sleep, surrender, chapter 22. Why? What for? Why me? Will you calm down? Wes said, raising his voice above Scott's, they're not coming here to accuse you of anything. How do you know? Even if they do, you've got nothing to hide, right? Right, son? Right. So why are you freaking out? I'm not. In Dora's opinion, he was. Scott was inordinately nervous about talking to the FBI agents. His eyes darted restlessly between her and Wes, making him appear guilty of something and contradicting his claim that he had nothing to hide. Wes's calculated nonchalance was equally troubling. All they're after is some background information on Millicent, Wes said. Dutch said it's routine. They could get background information on Millicent from 100 other sources, Dora said. Why have they singled out Scott? Because he was Millicent's steady boyfriend. That was last year. I know when it was, Dora. Don't take that tone with me, Wes. My point is that a lot happened to Millicent between last spring when she and Scott broke up and last week when she disappeared. Why is her past relationship with him relevant? It isn't, and that's what Scott will tell them. Turning to him, Wes said, they'll probably just want to know how long you and Millicent dated and why you broke up. Wes looked hard at Scott. Scott looked back at his father. Dora looked at both of them and immediately sensed an unspoken communication. They were keeping something from her, and the omission was infuriating. Scott, why did you break up with Millicent? He's told us why, Wes said. The new had worn off. He got tired of her. I don't think that's all there was to it. Looking directly into her son's face, she gentled her voice. What happened between you? Scott rolled his shoulders as though trying to shrug off the question. Just like Dad said, we, just lost interest in each other. Dora silently communicated her doubt. Geez, don't you believe me? Scott shouted. Why would I lie about it? Maybe for the same reason you sneaked out of your room last night. He looked like he'd been hit between the eyes with a 2x4. He opened his mouth, then shut it quickly, apparently realizing the futility of denial. She turned to Wes. This morning I discovered that the security alarm contact on his bedroom window had been disabled. I know. It was now Dora's turn to feel as though she'd been struck. And you didn't tell me. I know everything that goes on in this house, Wes said smoothly. For instance, I know that he rigged the alarm when he was seeing Millicent. He often sneaked her into his bedroom after we'd gone to bed. He must be telling the truth, she thought. Scott's cheeks were flaming. It doesn't surprise me that he sneaks out occasionally, Wes continued. It's no big deal. She looked at her husband with incredulity. I disagree. He's almost 19, Dora. Kids that age keep late hours? Or don't you remember what it's like to be young? Enraged by his condescension, she closed her hands into fists. It's not that he's keeping late hours, Wes. It's that he's doing it sneakily. She turned to Scott. Where did you go last night? Nowhere? I just walked, breathed, because I can't stand to be cooped up in this house all the time. See? She ignored Wes. Scott, are you doing drugs? Jesus, Mom, no. Where'd you get that idea? Drugs would explain your mood swings, will you relax, Dora? Wes said, continuing in the patronizing tone she despised. As usual, you're blowing this out of proportion. She would not be swayed. If it's not drugs, it's something else. What are you hiding from us, Scott? She kept her voice soft and caring, non-judgmental, non-threatening, going to him. She took his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Tell us what's going on. No matter how bad it is, your father and I will stand by you. What is it? Do you know what happened? She paused, unable to finish the dreaded question without taking a fortifying breath. Was there more to your relationship with Millicent than met the eye? Have the authorities discovered something that will you shut the hell up? Wes took hold of her arm and yanked her around to face him. Are you crazy? He's not involved in that. Or illegal drugs. Anything else except being a typical 18-year-old. Let go of me. She pulled her arm free. Something is wrong with my son, and I want to know what it is before the FBI get here and I learn it from them. What is going on? Nothing. Something. Wes, she shouted, our son is not the same person he was last year. Don't tell me there's nothing wrong. I'm not blind and I'm not stupid, although you seem to think so. I have a right to know what's happening to my son. He thrust his face close to hers. You want to know, Dad? No. You want to know, Dora? Dad? Wes stuck his hand in his coat pocket and withdrew a box of disposable syringes and several vials. She recoiled from his extended hand. What is that? Steroids? She stared at him, agape, then turned to Scott. You've been giving yourself steroid shots? His gaze flickered to Wes, then back to her. Not me, Mr. Ritt. In the silence of her stunned disbelief, someone knocked loudly on the front door. That will be our company. Wes calmly replaced the paraphernalia in his coat pocket, then removed his coat and hung it on the peg near the back door. Scott, answer the door and invite them in. Don't be nervous. Dutch will be with them. Offer them a seat and tell them we'll be right there. Scott remained where he was, looking at his mother Ogie in shame. Did you hear me, Scott? Wes's voice was soft but imperious. Scott turned and went into the living room to answer the second knock. Wes moved close to Dora. His breath was hot on her face. You're to act like everything in this household is hunky-dory. Do you understand this is a private matter? It stays in our family. She glared at him. How could you do that to your own son? Those things are poison. An exaggeration, typical of you. Have you even considered the side effects, Wes? They're a small price to pay for the difference they can make in his. I don't give a damn about his athletic ability, she exclaimed in a stage whisper, aware of the men in the next room. I don't care how strong he is or how much stamina he has on a goddamn football field. I care about his life. She felt her control unraveling. Now wasn't the time to lose it. She took several breaths to calm herself, but with fury still humming inside her, she continued. Can't you see how those things have changed him? Okay, he's a little moody. That can be a side effect. So can aggression. He shrugged indifferently. More aggressiveness would be a benefit, not a drawback. Even after all her husband's other absurd rationalizations, that statement appalled her. You're a monster, he snuffled a laugh. What? I'd thought you'd be relieved, happy to learn that the changes you see in Scott are from the steroids and don't have anything to do with that manipulating bitch. And that's what she was, was... Why are you referring to Millicent in the past tense? Wes leaned in until he was towering over her. Because as far as the Hamer family is concerned, she's history. Now Dora wasn't only appalled, she was afraid. What are you saying? You want to know the scoop on why Scott and Millicent broke up. Here it is. And remember, you asked for it. She was interfering with his training, calling him all the time, hanging around every practice until he was finished, giving him all the pussy he wanted. He wasn't thinking about anything else. I wasn't going to let that skinny cunt ruin all my plans for him. To get his head back into his game, I had to intervene. You want to know the big mystery behind their breakup? You're looking at him. What did you do? Doesn't matter. The important thing is that I ended, for good, their hot little romance. He poked her hard in the sternum. That's something else that stays in the family. Then he turned and left her alone, amid everything familiar, yet feeling like an alien in her own house, bewildered by how she had arrived at this place in her life. She could hear Wes in the other room being his gregarious self, welcoming into their home FBI agents who had come to question their son about Millicent Gunn's disappearance. William and Marilee left the drugstore together. Without electricity, there was no point to staying open. He couldn't operate his cash register or the computer that stored all the data on his customers and their prescriptions. Not that it mattered, because no one had come into the store since Wes had left with the sandwiches bound for police headquarters. Marilee took food from the soda fountain's refrigerator for them to eat at home later, knowing that it would ruin before the store reopened and Linda returned. They decided to leave her car there and go home in William's. No sense in both of us trying to navigate these roads, he said. As he locked up, he left a note on the front door notifying any customer with an emergency that he could be found at home. Once they were in his car and on their way, Marley said through chattering teeth, "If anyone ever finds out that you keep a dispensary of prescription drugs in the house, you'll lose your license. I only keep them for emergencies and only for customers that I know won't abuse the privilege. Besides, the drugs I give out can be bought over the counter everywhere except the United States." He took a corner slowly, then leaned closer to the windshield and peered through the fogged glass. "I wonder what that's about." They were on the street where the Hamers lived. Parked in front of their house were a nondescript sedan and Dutch Burton's Bronco. "Isn't that the car the FBI agents were driving?" Marilee asked. "I believe it is. That Begley was one of the rudest people I've ever met." "I don't think he was intentionally rude. He's just efficient and accustomed to exercising his authority." "I'm efficient and I have authority, but I don't talk down to people. Managing a drugstore with only one employee was hardly comparable to directing an office of the FBI, but Marilee decided to keep that observation to herself. She didn't want to bicker with William, although he'd been baiting her at every turn today. When they came even with the Hamers house, he said, "I'm not surprised to see Dutch here, but what business would the FBI have with them? Maybe they're talking to Wes about what he slipped into his coat pocket when I surprised the two of you in the stockroom." She tossed it out casually to see how her brother would react. He gave her his rote reply, something for Dora's headaches. "You're lying. Whiles you, sister, never lie either by word or by deed." Cutting his eyes to her, he added slyly. "Or do you?" He chuckled at her attempted impassivity. "Scratch the surface of even the most circumspect life, Marilee, and you'll find duplicity, even yours." She turned her head away from him and looked through the passenger window. "I only wish you were right, William. I would love to harbor a dark secret. Perhaps the Hamers have been harboring one that the FBI uncovered. My money is on Scott. Why Scott? Surely by now these federal geniuses have linked him to Millicent. They were sweethearts for a time. So what? Sweethearts, he said with a snicker. What a quaint and outmoded term for their relationship. She was on birth control pills. Most girls are. How well I know it's a good part of my business. But did you know that Millicent went off them? When? Early last spring. She complained that they were making her retain fluid, adding weight. When she and Scott broke up, it occurred to me that perhaps they'd had a little accident." "You mean that she got pregnant?" "That's exactly what I mean, despite her anorexia. It could happen." "I'm sure you're wrong, William." From my observation point in the store, "I see a lot and retain everything I see." One day Scott and Millicent were in a booth at the soda fountain, all over each other. Her hand was in his lap. "Need I get more explicit?" "No. I was about to tell them that if they couldn't control their impulses, they'd have to leave. They must have come to the same conclusion. They couldn't get out of there fast enough. He even forgot to pay the bill. And your point is, the next time they were in the store at the same time, no more than a week later, he wouldn't even look at her. Something happened in the interim, something huge. My guess would be a late period." Marilee shook her head decisively. "I still think you're wrong. If Millicent was pregnant, Scott would have accepted his responsibility. Even if he'd been disinclined, his parents would have seen to it." William blurted a laugh. "Wes would not allow anything to jeopardize his plans for Scott's future. Nothing, not even the wild sowing of his own seed. And we all know how extremely proud Wes is of his seed." His last remark annoyed her, which she believed was the purpose behind it. "I'm confident that not Scott, certainly not Dora, not even Wes, would dismiss." "I didn't say they would dismiss an unwanted and inconvenient pregnancy. Wes would simply do whatever was necessary to make the problem disappear." Uneasily, Marilee conceded that William was right. Wes would. What the hell was going on in there? Begley asked under his breath as he and Hoot carefully made their way down the icy front walkway of the Hamers' home. "I couldn't tell you, sir." Once they were inside the Bureau's sedan and Hoot had the motor going, Begley said, "But you sensed something, right? I wasn't imagining those undercurrents." "Not at all. I felt like we were watching a play where everybody was carefully reciting his lines." "Good analogy. Begley took off his gloves and briskly rubbed his hands together as he watched Dutch and Wes say goodbye to each other at the Hamers' front door. The police chief then walked to his Bronco and climbed in. Looking back at the front of the house, Begley mused out loud. The mother seemed on the verge of disintegrating. Wes Hamer was too loud, too cooperative, and too jaunty by half. I didn't swallow a friggin' thing, he said. Burton was playing both ends against the middle, shielding his lifelong friend from us and not really giving a damn about Millicent Gunn because he's preoccupied with his ex-wife and the kid was lying through his teeth. Hoot waited until the Bronco had pulled away, then steered the sedan behind it and followed at a safe distance. Begley directed a heating vent toward him, although the air coming from it was still cold. But what was he lying about, Hoot? What was everybody but us dancing around? That's what I can't quite figure. I don't know, sir, but I don't think Burton was clued in either. He appeared confounded, too, didn't he? After a moment of private reflection, Hoot said, even though he and Wes Hamer are supposedly best friends, I sense a friction between them. An underlying rivalry. Begley turned in his seat and fired an imaginary pistol at him. Dead on, Hoot. I get that from them, too. They say the right things, go through the motions of being bosom buddies, but I don't know, there's something under the surface. Resentment, Hoot said. For all practical purposes, Hamer, as city councilman, is Burton's boss. Burton hates answering to him. Maybe that's it? Hoot? Maybe that's it? He wiped the windshield with his sleeve. Still not much visibility, is there? No, sir. Begley heard the beep at the same time Hoot did. He checked the pager clipped to his belt, Perkins. Then for a time the only sounds in the car were the swish of the wipers, the purr of air coming through the vents, and the crunch of tires on snow. Finally, Begley said the kid got particularly jittery when you asked him the cause of his breakup with Millicent. Both parents perked up and seemed awfully interested in the answer to that question, too, especially Mrs. Hamer, because I don't think she believes that got tired of each other crock of crap any more than we do. What about Mr. Hamer? I'm still mulling that over, Hoot, but my gut instinct is telling me that the coach knows a whopping lot more than he lets on. About their breakup? About everything. Unless you're a movie star, a used car salesman, or a pimp, you've got no use for a smile like his. Hoot pulled into the slot beside the Bronco outside police headquarters. They tramped into the building, seconds behind Dutch Burton. The interior smelled like scorched coffee, wet wool, and men who hadn't showered in a while, but at least it was warm. The dispatcher said to Hoot, "You're supposed to call Perkins in Charlotte soon as you come in." "Yes." "May I use your phone again?" The dispatcher motioned him toward an unoccupied desk. Begley, forced to wait to hear what Hoot would learn, if anything, joined Burton, who was pouring himself a cup of coffee. "What do you make of our visit with the Hamers?" "I don't make anything of it," Burton replied. "No need to take umbrage." Burton snorted into his coffee mug, took a sip, then asked, "What did you make of it?" "Wes and Dora Hamer are a long way from Warden June Cleaver, and there's something the matter with their kid." "You deduced all that after only 30 minutes with them, more like 3. However long it took, it was a waste of time, as well as an invasion of their privacy. We've tagged our man. It's Ben Tierney. At this point, Mr. Tierney is wanted only for questioning, nothing more. My ass, Burton, said you were searching his rooms at Gus Elmer's place. Harris told me so. What did you find that gave you a hard-on for him?" Begley refused to acknowledge the question. "If that's the way you want to play it, fine," Burton said angrily. "I'll go out there and see for myself." "Listen to me," Begley said, his voice low but vibrating with menace. "You tamper with anything out there, you even step foot in those rooms, and I'll personally see to it that you won't be able to buy yourself a job in law enforcement, and I'm talking goddamn game warden. I can do it. Why aren't you trying to get up there and apprehend Tierney because a jealous hothead ruined all chance of that this morning?" Begley fired back. Burton was so irate, the corners of his eyes were twitching. Leave it to the fucking FBI to pester my best friend and his family about some pissant high school romance that has no bearing on the case while issuing empty threats to me. Meanwhile, the likely perp is, Excuse me? Hoot practically wedged himself between them. You'll both be pleased to learn that we've been guaranteed a helicopter and small tactical rescue team as soon as the weather clears, which hopefully will be tomorrow morning. I want Lily rescued. I want Tierney arrested. Burton declared, you've got all the fancy equipment, but this is still my jurisdiction, and he's my prime suspect. Kidnapping is federal. We can. Begley raised his hand, stopping Hoot from saying more. Understood, Chief Burton, he said, surprising even himself with his calm. He wasn't backing down. He was simply trying to pacify a man on a ledge. It was only a matter of time before Dutch Burton self-destructed either on purpose or accidentally. Either way, Begley didn't want him further provoked before Tierney was in custody and the former Mrs. Burton was safe. Between now and when the chopper arrives, he continued, I suggest you get those cuts on your face treated by a medical professional, then go home and rest. You look done, and whatever tomorrow holds in store will all need to be sharp. Burton looked angry enough to spit in his face, but he said nothing. Begley pulled on his gloves and asked Hoot if he'd gotten what he needed from Perkins. Here, sir, he said, holding up a folder. I took notes by hand. Good. I'm ready for a hot toddy and a crackling fire. I'd be willing to bet Gus Elmer can supply both. As he moved toward the door, he shot Burton a look that warned him against even trying to search Tierney's cabin at Whistler Falls Lodge. He would be watching. A few minutes later, he and Hoot were back in the cold car, skidding along the deserted streets of Cleary. Begley said, Dutch Burton is a calamity waiting to happen. My guess he'll eat the barrel of his pistol one of these days? Then he ran his hand over his face to wipe away the disturbing thought. Give me the condensed version of your conversation with Perkins. Unless it's something rock solid, then I want details. Perkins has been searching for any linkage between Tierney and the other missing women, and Carolyn Maddox, the young single mother. Correct? She worked at 2 local motels prior to where she was working when she disappeared. As of now, it's unknown if Tierney ever stayed in those places. Perkins is still checking his credit card statements. He could have paid cash, in which case we would have to depend on the motel registries, where he could have signed in as Tinkerbell. Hoot nodded grimly. I don't suppose she ever worked at Mr. Elmer's lodge. No, sir. That was the first thing Perkins checked. Goon, Laureen Elliott, the nurse. Her only surviving relative is a brother who lives with his wife in Birmingham. They're snowbound, too. But Perkins reached him on his cell phone. If his late sister knew anyone named Tierney, she never mentioned him. Tierney is a name you'd remember because it's not that common. My thought too, sir. The widow, Betsy Calhoun. Her daughter still lives here in Cleary. Perkins was unable to reach her. Do you have an address? I'm headed there now. It's in the next block. Begley smiled. Excellent. And last, Tori Lambert, the teenager, who was probably a random selection, more than likely. But I'd hate to assume that and then have there be a previous connection we overlooked. Perkins is still trying to contact her mother. In the meantime? What, sir? Do we stay on Tierney to the exclusion of all others? Scott Hamer, for instance. Is it like Burton says, Hoot? Should we take the Hamers and everything they said at face value and end that line of thought entirely? Reasonably, Scott could have a motive for doing Millicent harm. Love affair gone awry, etc. It's even conceivable that he chanced upon Tori Lambert in the woods that day. But what would a good-looking young man like him have to do with an obese nurse, a single mom with a sick kid, and a widow lady older than his mother? Which brings us back to Tierney, to whom the same question applies. Say Tierney has a lick for teenage girls. Even Carolyn Maddox would fit if we fudged a couple of years, but the other two? God damn it. Why can't we find a connecting thread? Begley appreciated Hoot for not trying to produce an answer just to fill the silence. Eventually, the senior agent sighed until that commonality becomes obvious. Give me an educated guess. Hoot is Tierney our man? Hoot stopped the car at the address he'd jotted down. The frame house was little more than a cottage, its small yard enclosed with a white picket fence, now half buried in snow. Smoke was curling out of the rock chimney covered in a dormant wisteria vine. A fat yellow cat was sitting on a windowsill staring out at them through lace curtains. The two men sat in silence as they looked at the house belonging to Betsy Calhoun's daughter. Begley was thinking that the house looked so innocent, so Norman Rockwellian, one couldn't imagine tragedy visiting the people who lived there. Yet Betsy Calhoun's daughter went to bed every night without knowing her mother's. That has to be pure hell. Begley didn't realize he'd spoken the thought aloud until he saw the vapor of his breath swirling eye of his face. We gotta get the bastard. Hoot seemed to have followed his train of thought. Absolutely, sir, we do. So, the Hamer family's jitters and evasions notwithstanding, does Ben Tierney still look good to you? Yes, sir, he replied. Tierney still looks good to me. Well, hell, he looks good to me too. Begley shoved open his car door, and as he stepped out, he glanced in the direction of the cloud-enshrouded peak and said another brief prayer for Lily Martin, chapter 23. Each time Lily exhaled, the tendrils of breath became finer. She was chilled to her bones, but had neither the strength nor the initiative to get up and place another log on the coals. What would be the point? She wasn't one of those people who dwelled on death and dying, fretting over it until the worry hastened the worrier's demise. However, after Amy died, she naturally had contemplated death, wondering what the passage was like from this life into the next, newer questioning if there was a next. That sweet, vital nova of life and energy that her daughter had been couldn't simply have ceased to exist. Amy had merely moved from a dimension governed by physics into a realm of the spirit, believing that it helped Lily survive her bereavement, yet she had anguished over the nature of the journey between the two worlds. Had Amy glided into it peacefully on a carpet of light, or had her passage been dark and terrifying? That was when Lily had come to think about her own death and ponder whether it would be serene or traumatic. But only in her nightmares had she died of suffocation while alone. At least she would depart knowing that Blue would be caught. Before she became too weak, she used a paring knife to etch Tierney equals Blue into one of the kitchen cabinets, believing that would be more effective than a note written on one of her blank checks, which could easily be overlooked in the hubbub sure to arise during the discovery and removal of her body from the cabin. Tierney, just thinking the name, jerked a sob from her constricted chest. She was outraged over her own culpability. With self-scorn, she thought of how easily she'd fallen for his rare combination of ruggedness and sensitivity that day on the river, of how she had pined these last months over the sacrificed opportunity to see him again. From the start, he had seemed too good to be true. Take note, Lily, what seems that way usually is. She was a little old to be learning that valuable lesson, and unfortunately she wouldn't have an opportunity to apply it to her own life. But it was worth noting anyway, wasn't it? Maybe she should leave it etched into the cabinet as well. The way prisoners leave moral messages on the walls of their cells for future occupants, but now she didn't have the strength even to hold the paring knife. Bouts of mucus-producing coughing had left her so weak she could no longer sit up. She was out of energy, to say nothing of time. There was one advantage to dying. Imponderable questions were finally answered. For instance, she now knew with certainty that one wasn't propelled into the afterlife in a blaze of dazzling light. On the contrary, death stole over one like a softly gathering dusk. The darkening was gradual, the shrinkage of vision almost imperceptible, until only a pinpoint of light and life remained. And then that too was swallowed by the blackness that was absolute and all-encompassing. Desperately she looked for Amy in the impenetrable darkness, but she couldn't see her. She couldn't see anything. Her ears quickened, though, at the sound of a voice coming to her from far away. It was her daddy. He was calling her home from where she was playing in the next block. Lily, Lily, I'm coming, Daddy. She could envision him standing on their porch, hands cupped around his mouth, calling anxiously until she called back and told him that she was on her way home. Lily! He sounded afraid, frantic, panicked. Couldn't he hear her? Why couldn't he hear her? She was answering him. I'm on my way home, Daddy. Can't you see me? Can't you hear me? I'm here. Lily, Lily. Tierney tilted her upper body over his forearm and thumped her hard on the back. A glob of mucus was expelled onto the blanket covering her lap. He struck her between the shoulder blades again, forcing out more mucus, which dribbled from her mouth. When he released her, she flopped back lifelessly onto the sofa, her head lolling to one side. He tore off his gloves and slapped her cheeks, arguing with himself that her face was warm. It was his hand that was cold, not her gray skin. Lily! He worked his hand inside her coat, beneath her sweater, and pressed his palm against her chest. When he felt her heartbeat, an involuntary cry issued from his raw, dry throat. Rapidly, he unzipped the coat pocket in which he'd placed her pouch of medications. It was a green silk bag with crystal beading decoration, just as she described. When he opened it, the bottle of pills fell onto the floor and rolled out of sight, but it was the inhalers he was after. He scanned the labels. They might just as well have been written in Greek. One, he remembered her telling him, was used to prevent attacks. The other was to provide immediate relief to a patient suffering a severe attack, but he didn't know which was which. He shoved one of the short nozzles past her bloodless lips, worked it between her teeth, and depressed the canister. Lily breathed. She lay perfectly still, unresponsive, gray as death. He slid his arm under her shoulders and lifted her up again, shaking her viciously. Lily, breathe. Inhale. Please, please, please. Come on, take a breath. And she did. The drug did as it was supposed to do, instantly relieving the muscle spasms that had closed her airways, and by doing so reopened them. She drew in a whistling breath. Another. As she exhaled the third, she opened her eyes and looked at him, then clasped her hands around his, where they still held the inhaler inside her mouth. She depressed the canister again. Her inhalations were gurgling, wheezing, awful noises. Tierney said, music to my ears. Suddenly pushing the inhaler away, she coughed into her hands. Here! From the other sofa, he snatched up the towel he'd used the night before to support his head and thrust it at her. She coughed into it. The coughs racked her whole body. Kneeling in front of her, murmured encouragingly. Finally, the coughing ceased. She lowered the soiled towel from her mouth. He took it from her. She seemed transfixed by the sight of him, and only then did he realize how scary he must appear. He brushed frost off his eyelashes and eyebrows and worked the stiff, icy scarf down beneath his chin. I'm not a ghost. It's me. You came back? Her voice was barely audible. Why? That was the plan all along. You thought I was abandoning you to die so I could escape. She nodded. If I had promised you that I was coming back with your medication, would you have believed me? Slowly, she shook her head no. Right. Trying to convince you would have wasted valuable time, so I had no choice except to leave with you thinking the worst of me. It wasn't easy to go. Using the armrest of the sofa for leverage, he pushed himself off his knees and stood up, moving like a man decades older than himself. Inside his boots, his feet were numb. He couldn't feel the floor beneath them as he shuffled to the fireplace and arranged several sticks of wood on the grate. In order to get the dying coals to ignite, he bent down and gently blew on them. They caught, and soon hungry flames were licking at the logs. He eased off his backpack, set it on the floor, and nudged it beneath the end table with the toe of his boot. He unwound the scarf from his neck and removed the stadium blanket and watched Cap from his head. Along with his coat, he draped them over one of the stools at the bar so they could dry out. Tentatively, he patted the back of his head, then inspected his fingers for fresh blood. Either his wound hadn't bled anymore or the blood was frozen. He sat down on the sofa opposite Lily and unlaced his boots. He wavered on removing the one from his right foot, knowing that his ankle might swell so badly he wouldn't be able to get the boot on again. But if he didn't get more circulation to his foot, he could lose toes to frostbite, gritting his teeth against the pain. He worked his foot out of the wet boot and peeled off his sock. The ankle was slightly swollen, but not as bad as the pain had indicated it might be. He saw no signs of frostbite, but he roughly massaged his toes. It hurt like hell when blood started to flow into them again, but that meant the capillaries weren't frozen beyond repair. While he was doing all this, Lily had continued to sit wide-eyed and wordless, staring at him as though he were an apparition. Moving slowly so as not to spook her, he got up and went to kneel in front of the sofa again. He tried to speak her name, but it came out a hoarse croak. "Are you all right now?" She merely bobbed her head once. Jesus, I forgot your pill. He found the small brown plastic prescription bottle beneath one of the armchairs. He got a glass of water from the kitchen and brought it to her. She used the second inhaler, then swallowed one of the pills. As she drank, he noticed that color was returning to her lips, reassuring him that she was getting adequate oxygen, although her respiration still sounded like an out-of-tune bagpipe. That inhaler is good stuff, he said. I didn't know which one to use. I had a 50-50 shot. I guess I picked the right one. She gave a small nod. His gaze roved over her face. She was moving and breathing, and her color was returning. But he feared he might be having another hallucination. Like many he had experienced on his return trek from the car, Lily had been at the center of all of them. In some, he returned to find her blue from cold and lack of oxygen, motionless, dead. In others, she was radiant and warm, glowing with life, sexually needy, passionately taking him deep into herself. In reality, she was neither lifeless nor lustful, but dazed. You must have passed out just before I came in, he explained. I called your name several times, but you didn't respond, didn't even move. Your chest was perfectly still, scared the shit out of me, he said, his voice turning gruff. I thought I'd gotten here too late, in less than a whisper. She said, so did I. Then her face crumpled with emotion, as though a dam that had been tenuously holding back her tears suddenly gave way. They filled her eyes. He reacted spontaneously. In a heartbeat, he was beside her on the sofa, his arm across her shaking shoulders. It's okay now, I'm back and you're alive. She fell against his chest. He lifted her onto his lap, cradling her like a child, enfolding her in his arms and bending his head over hers. He felt her reflexively clutching handfuls of his sweater. Shh, shh. He rubbed his lips against her hair. Don't cry, Lily. You're not supposed to cry, remember? You don't want to bring on another attack by crying. He tipped her head up and smoothed back her tangled hair. Thank God her complexion no longer had the gray cast of death. Cupping her head between his hands, he ran his thumbs across her cheeks to wipe away the tears. Looking directly into her eyes, he said, short of dying out there, nothing could have kept me from coming back. His gaze lowered to her mouth. Her lips were soft, full pink now, slightly parted, tremulous, damp from drinking water, possibly tears. At the base of her throat, the smooth skin throbbed with each beat of her heart. Curbing the impulses dunning him, he stood up, lifting her with him and carried her to the end of the sofa, where he lowered them both onto the mattress. He sat with his back against the armrest of the sofa, his feet stretched toward the fire, Lily on his lap. He guided her head back to his chest where she rested her cheek. He reached for one of the blankets and pulled it over them, then hugged her close and propped his chin on the crown of her head. To all this she acquiesced. He didn't deceive himself into thinking she played the lamb because she trusted him. He'd seen the message she had scratched into the wood of the kitchen cabinet. She was allowing him to hold her only because the trauma she'd suffered had exhausted her. Long after she fell asleep, he stared into the flames and savored the delight as well as the misery of having her this close, of the soft weight of her breast resting on his stomach. Occasionally her fingers curled into the wool weave of his sweater. He wanted to believe she was reassuring herself that he was still there, although it might have been simply a reflexive motion of agitation, subconscious unrest. He tried not to think about how silkily her tongue had moved against his when he kissed her last night, or the twin delicacies that wet spandex had made of her breasts in the cold waters of the river that day last summer, or how badly he wanted to possess her, completely. But of course, in his effort not to think about those things, they were all he could think about. His skin hunger for her became so acute that he ultimately yielded to it and slipped one hand beneath her sweater. Then he slept. She came awake within the circle of his arms, sensing immediately that he was awake. She sat up, but embarrassed, kept her head averted. The fire needs stoking, was all he said. With as much grace as possible, she climbed off him and sat back on her heels. He had to use the armrest to lever himself up. She noticed his grimace and remarked on it. I'm a bit banged up. You shouldn't have let me sleep so long, she said. It couldn't have been comfortable for you. I slept too and woke up only a few minutes ago. How long did we sleep? He checked his wristwatch. 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours. How had she been able to sleep that peacefully for that long in the arms of a man she believed was blue? Her near-death experience must have radically muddled her thinking. He looked her over from head to foot. How are you feeling? Much better. Better than I would have thought, considering the severity of the episode. She paused, then said softly, I didn't thank you. Yes, you did. No. I had an emotional breakdown and crying jag. I got the message, but I didn't put it into words, and I should. Thank you, Tierney. You're welcome. Seconds ticked by before he turned away and walked toward the bar stool where he'd left his coat. Your limp is worse. Yeah, I sprained my ankle on the way to the car. I was lucky not to have broken it. What happened? I couldn't see where I was going, and he made a gesture that said it didn't matter how he'd injured himself. It'll be okay. Was that under the dash, as we thought, she asked, indicating the silk pouch on the coffee table. He related how he had finally reached the car after almost giving up hope. It was completely covered with snow, ice underneath, like to never have got the door open. But he had the toughest part, he said, was resisting the urge to rest. He knew if he did, he was in danger of falling asleep and freezing. Once inside the car, I allowed myself about 30 seconds to catch my breath, then got busy. I had to wedge my arm through the gap between your dashboard and the passenger seat, which was only a few inches wide. He'd had to reach further than arm's length before he finally felt the silk bag. I pinched some of the cloth between 2 fingers, he told her, demonstrating. I was afraid I'd push it forward out of reach. But I managed to drag it toward me until I could get a better grip on it, and then you had to make the trip back with a concussion and a sprained ankle. The important thing is that I made it in time. He glanced at the fireplace. We'll need more wood before the night's out. Are you going outside barefoot? He had pulled on his coat, but was moving toward the door on bare feet. I don't intend to stay out that long. He stepped onto the porch and quickly shut the door behind him. Lily was there to hold it open when he carried in an armload of logs. Thanks. As he stacked the firewood on the hearth, he said, I saw the message you left on the kitchen cabinet. She didn't know how to respond, so she said nothing. He stood up and faced her. You're not the only one who thinks that. I got the motor of your car to start, turned on the radio in the hope of hearing a weather report. She had an uneasy premonition of what was coming. The FBI is looking for me, he stated bluntly, then brushed past her on his way to the porch again. Apparently one of your calls to Dutch got through after all. He slammed the door shut behind him. Lily sank onto the sofa. She was trembling but was unsure if the weakness came from relief or dismay. If he was blue, this was good news, but if he wasn't, she had incriminated an innocent man. In a flurry of blowing snow, he entered with another armload of firewood and kicked the door shut. The forecast calls for the snow to end tonight. Temperatures will remain well below freezing, but conditions will improve. He continued stacking the logs on the hearth. His tone was casual and unconcerned. The roads will remain impassable for days, but with any luck, there's an outside chance you could be rescued tomorrow. Tierney, we still have to get through tonight, though, he said, brusquely interrupting. He turned to her, dusting off his hands. That must be an awfully distressing prospect for you. He motioned toward the backpack beneath the end table. Pistol, handcuffs, you know where they are if you feel the need for them. Now that you've got your medication and a supply of firewood, you could fare on your own until help arrives. Are you leaving? She was stunned by how fearful she was that he would go again. He snuffled a bitter laugh. I'm tempted, but no. Now that my name has been broadcast, every hillbilly with a deer rifle is going to be on the lookout for me. My hide would be the hunting trophy of the season, and in my present state I'd be easy prey. No, until I can get some food and rest. You're stuck with me, but I won't have you cringing every time I come near you. So if you want to handcuff me to the bed again, I'll go peacefully. Not exactly willingly, but I won't put up a fight. She ducked her head and looked down at the floor at her own stocking feet, then over at his bare toes poking from under the wet hems of his jeans. It didn't take her long to make a decision. That won't be necessary, Tierney. You're no longer scared of me. She looked at him and said simply, if you were blue, you wouldn't have come back. But don't you see, Lily? I would have had to come back for my own survival. I would have died out there one way or the other. But you didn't have to revive me. Blue would have let me die. Where would be the thrill in that? Watching you die wouldn't be the same as taking your life. Not at all. She studied him for a long moment, searching his eyes for answers to questions he adroitly dodged with more questions, or silence, or lies. Or by playing devil's advocate. He was excellent at the game, but she was tired of playing it. Wearily, she said, I don't know who you are, Tierney, or what you're about, but I don't think your intention is to end my life, or I would be dead. He relaxed his posture, his expression softened. You're right to trust me, Lily. I don't trust you at all. But you saved my life. I guess that counts for something. At the very least, it keeps you out of handcuffs. But it didn't get us back to where we were that day on the river. What do I have to do? What will it take to get us there, Lily? He didn't move, nor did she. And yet it seemed the distance between them narrowed and continued to until a log on the grate shifted, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney and dispelling the mood. He inclined his head toward the door. It's easier when you hold the door for me. She operated the door while he made several more trips onto the porch for firewood. On his last trip out, he took a metal bucket with him, one which they had filled with drinking water, but which now was empty. When he returned, the bucket was packed full of snow. I need a shower. He scraped several hot coals from beneath the grate onto the hearth, then set the bucket on top of them. Rapidly, the snow began to melt. Unfortunately, a sponge bath will have to do. Sponge bath, she said. You've never heard that expression? Not since my grandmother died. I learned it from my grandmother, too. My grandfather told me it was a whore's bath. Grandma lit into him. She didn't like him saying anything that even smacked of dirty when I was within earshot. And how often was that? Every day, he replied, they raised me. While she was assimilating that, he disappeared into the bedroom and returned with washcloths and towels. There are only 2 towels left without blood on them. How does your head feel? Better now. The concussion gave me several bad moments when I was out there, he said, nodding toward the door. He dipped his finger into the bucket of water. I don't think it'll get much warmer than that. Can you stand it? I thought it was for you. You get this first bucketful. No thanks. Her curt refusal exasperated him. I'll wait in the bedroom until you give me the all clear. Will that make you feel safe from ravishment? Then he took a deep breath, lowered his head and shaking it, expelled his breath along with his anger. I thought you would enjoy washing, that's all, feeling chastened. Lily reached for her handbag. Among the contents was a small plastic bottle of liquid hand soap. She held it out, a gesture of conciliation. Southern Magnolia, I'll share. I accept. Southern Magnolia will be a vast improvement over what I smell like now. He stepped into the bedroom. Take your time. He closed the door. She removed all her clothes and washed hastily. Her wet skin broke out with goose flesh, even though she was practically standing in the fireplace. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she put the tepid water, washcloth, and soap to good use, dried herself briskly, then put her clothes on and opened the bedroom door. All done, and it felt wonderful. He was wrapped in a blanket he'd taken from the bed, but he was still shivering. He pulled the bedroom door closed. It's too cold for you in there. Breathing that air could bring on another attack. I've taken my meds. You're not going in there, he said stubbornly. Seeing you near death once was enough. Thanks. I hate for you to miss your bath. I won't. I'm not modest. He carried her bathwater outside and discarded it, refilling the bucket with snow. While he was waiting for it to melt, then heat, Lily rummaged in the kitchen. We've got pots and pans. Do you think we could heat a can of soup in the fireplace? Sure. She glanced over her shoulder and caught him peeling his sweater over his head in the inexplicable way a man does it, making his hair stand on end and only then pulling his arms from the sleeves, not wanting to think of him with that tolerant fondness her sex has for the peculiarities of the other. She crossed to the living room window and pushed aside the drape. Maybe it's my imagination, she said, but the snow seems to have let up a little. I guess the forecasters were right. I guess. She heard the clank of his belt buckle striking the rock hearth when he dropped his jeans, the whispery rasp of fabric against skin, the soft splash of water as he dipped the washcloth into the bucket. She placed the tip of her index finger against the cold window pane, then drew a vertical line in the frost. I don't believe any of my calls to Dutch got through. She sensed that he'd ceased all movement and was standing perfectly still, staring at her back. After several tense moments, she heard the ripple of water and knew that he was resuming his bath. Which means that Dutch didn't hear from me that you're blue, so if Dutch didn't identify you to the FBI, they were seeking you on their own. Why, Tierney? You can ask them when they get here. I would rather you tell me. He didn't say anything for such a long time she thought he was going to ignore her. But eventually he spoke. That girl, Millicent Gunn, I know her from the sporting goods store where she clerks. I was in there buying socks within days, maybe the very day of when she was reported missing. I'm sure they're checking out everyone who had any contact with her. Is that what they said on the radio, that they were checking out everyone? Or was your name the only one mentioned? I may be the only one they haven't got around to. That was a reasonable explanation, but if that was all there was to it, why had he become so upset about it? Also, she doubted his name would have been broadcast if the FBI wanted him only for a routine interview. If I hadn't been able to etch your name into the cabinet, I suppose I could have written it in the frost on the window. Suddenly she realized that was precisely what she had done. Like a schoolgirl writing the name of her beau on her book cover, without even being aware she was doing it. She had printed his name in the frost. Embarrassed and impatient with herself, she swiped the name off the glass, only to see in the watery smear left by her hand a reflection of him. Naked, backlit by the fire, his wet skin glistening, her lips parted on a swift intake of air, desire embedded deep within her center, unfurled and expanded. Unaware of her watching him, he leaned down to dip the cloth in the bucket. He wrung water from it before applying it to his chest, moving it gingerly over his bruised ribs, down his flat belly, then into the shadowy lushness between his thighs. Lily closed her eyes and pressed her forehead against the window pane. Her blood was pumping thick and hot. The roaring in her ears was so loud she could barely hear him when he said, "You could have done that. The oil from our skin leaves marks on the glass that last until the window is washed." What was he talking about? She couldn't even remember. She raised her head and, to prevent herself from looking at him again, let the drape fall back over the window before she opened her eyes. "Just about finished," he said. She heard the jingle of his belt buckle when he picked up his jeans. A few seconds later, he said, "You can turn around now?" When she came around, she didn't look directly at him, but out of the corner of her eye, she could see him pulling his head through the neck of his sweater. She moved into the kitchen. "I'll get the soup ready." Miraculously, her voice sounded normal. "Good, I'm hungry." He went outside to empty the bucket. By the time he joined her in the kitchen, she had emptied a can of condensed soup into a pan and added some of their drinking water to it. "Thanks for the Southern Magnolia," he said. "You're welcome. I hate asking you to do this again, but would you check that gash on my head?" She had to touch him right now. Of course, as before, he straddled one of the bar stools. Moving behind him, she parted his wet hair. Wet? His hair was wet? He must have dunked his head in the bucket of water, but to her mortifying shame, she realized she hadn't noticed anything above his neck. "No fresh bleeding," she said, "but I probably should replace the Band-Aid strips." She cleaned the wound with one of the antiseptic pads. Then they went through the same painstaking ritual as the night before, cutting the adhesive part of the bandage into strips with her manicure scissors, then placing them crosswise over the wound. She tried to perform the task with as much detachment as possible, but her motions were clumsy. Several times she felt him flinch and had to apologize for hurting him. They heated the pan of soup in the fireplace and ate it sitting cross-legged on the mattress. Discovering they were ravenous, they heated another can midway through the second helping. He said, "Lily, are you all right?" She raised her head, startled. "Why? You're being awfully quiet. I'm just tired," she lied, then went back to eating her soup. They prolonged the meal for as long as possible, but after they had finished, they still faced hours of nighttime with nothing to do. After several minutes of silence broken only by the crackle of the fire, he said, "Feel free to go to sleep whenever you want. I'm not sleepy. You said you were tired but not sleepy. That's how I feel too, weary but wide awake. That long nap." Another silence ensued. Finally, she looked over at him. "Why were you reared by your grandparents? My mom and dad were killed in a car wreck. The driver of a semi was going too fast. Didn't heed the warning signs of road construction. Couldn't slow down in time. Literally ran up over them. Pancaked their car. It was hours before they could cut all the body parts out of the wreckage." His matter-of-fact tone didn't fool her. He couldn't conceal the bitterness underlying it. "The details were kept from me when it happened," he said. "But years later, when I was old enough to ask about it, my granddad let me read the newspaper write-up about the accident. My grandparents lost their daughter. I was orphaned. The careless truck driver walked away without a scratch." "How old were you when it happened?" 8. Mom and Dad had gone away for a long weekend to celebrate their 10th anniversary and left me with my grandparents. He reached for the poker and stirred the fire. After their funerals, when I realized that it wasn't a bad dream, that they really were dead, I refused to go back into our house. My grandparents took me home to pack up my things, but I pitched a billy fit in the yard and wouldn't go inside. I just couldn't go into those rooms again, knowing that Mom and Dad weren't there and never would be. "You loved them," she said quietly. He gave a self-conscious shrug. "I was a kid, took everything they did for me for granted. But yeah, I loved them." My grandparents were all right too. Even though I must have been a huge inconvenience thrust upon them, they never made me feel that way. In fact, I never doubted they loved me. "Did you ever return to your house?" "No." She propped her chin on her raised knees and pondered his profile. "You stay away from home now, too. You have a career which keeps you away for long periods of time." He shot her a wry grin. "Bet the shrinks would have a field day with that." Was that a subconscious career choice or deliberate? My wife thought it was deliberate. Wife? Past tense, we were married for all of 13 months. When was this? Long time ago. I was barely old enough to vote, much less get married. I shouldn't have. I was selfish and self-absorbed. Not ready to settle down, certainly not ready to account to anybody. My wanderlust was her main complaint, among many. "All deserved," he said with a rueful smile. The loss of his parents had continued to have an effect on him, even into his adulthood, influencing decisions, impacting his marriage. What other emotional and psychological scars had that tragic event left on 8-year-old Ben? Had it warped and deformed his soul? He no longer pitched billy fits, but his pent-up anger might have sought other outlets. Was he blue? The ribbon? The handcuffs? His inconsistencies and evasions were too significant to dismiss. If it had been reported on the radio that Cleary police were looking for him, she could assume that one of her calls to Dutch had gone through. But the FBI? There were essential pieces missing from his explanation of their interest in him. Yet looking at him, she asked herself for the 1,000th time how he could possibly be a man who kidnapped women and in all probability killed them. Surely she would know if a psychopath lived behind his eyes. There was an intensity there, yes. Often they sparked with anger or irritation, but they didn't gleam with the fanatic, fiery madness of a serial killer. Most convincing of all the arguments was that he hadn't harmed her. Indeed, he had risked his own life today to save hers. It had been his voice, raw with emotion and fear, that she had heard calling her out of that void. Then for hours, heedless of his own discomfort, he had held her in his arms, touched her with such tenderness, and her thoughts crystallized around a sudden realization. The caresses that she had believed part of a wonderful dream hadn't been dreamed at all. As though attuned to her thoughts, he turned his head and fixed his blue gaze on her. "I think it's time we went to bed." Chapter 24. Betsy Calhoun's daughter had little to share with Agents Begley and Wise except cups of hot tea and homemade oatmeal raisin cookies. She explained that her husband was out of town on a buying trip for their office supplies store on Main Street. She wept when she told them about the last time she'd seen her mother. "I stopped by her house to check on her. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and she was still in her nightgown." As Begley had guessed. Betsy Calhoun was suffering from clinical depression over the loss of her husband. She rarely left her house anymore, the woman said. She idly stroked the yellow cat which had moved from the windowsill to her lap shortly after their arrival. I encouraged her to get involved in community and church activities, volunteer for charity work, do something, but without Daddy, she couldn't be motivated to do anything. If I'm not mistaken, Hoot said, her car was found in the parking lot of the bank. That's a mystery. She hadn't been in the bank for months since Daddy passed. I've been taking care of all her money matters. I can't explain why her car was there, except she evidently took my advice to get out of the house more often. She dabbed her eyes with an embroidered hanky. When they found it with that awful blue ribbon tied to the steering wheel, I knew something horrible had happened. Could she have met someone there in the parking lot? Like who? That's why we're asking, Begley said with uncharacteristic patience, in the hope of learning who that someone may be. I've racked my brain. Believe me, I can't think of anyone. Mother just isn't a social people person. Indeed, Betsy Calhoun's circle of friends was limited to the ladies in her Sunday school class. With all due respect to her and your father's memory, Hoot said hesitantly, is it possible she's been seeing a gentleman friend and keeping it a secret? She shook her head adamantly. Not Mother. She's had the love of her life. She's actually shy of other men. I don't think she's ever even been on a date with anyone except my father. Mother's only outings are to the hair salon every Friday morning, church on Sundays, and an occasional trip to the market. To her daughter's knowledge, she'd never had reason to go into the sporting goods store. What in the world for? They asked if she knew Ben Tierney. Who's that? Hoot gave her a brief description, but she shook her head and told them she could safely vouch that her mother wasn't acquainted with any such individual. I just want her to be found and brought home, she said, sniffing into the handkerchief. If God doesn't grant me that prayer, at least I'd like to know what happened to her. Looking at them tearfully, she asked, do you think you'll ever find her? We're going to do our best, Begley pledged, pressing her hand between his. A few minutes later, as they pulled away from the cozy cottage, he remarked, nice lady? Yes, sir. Once again, Hoot was shivering inside his coat, waiting for the sedan's heater to warm up. He didn't remember what it felt like to have dry, warm feet. Whistler Falls Lodge, sir, for lack of someplace else. Ordinarily, having to spend the night in one of Gus Elmer's cabins without benefit of public utilities would have been a daunting and dreary prospect. But Hoot was so exhausted he actually looked forward to it. Do you think he could put together a meal for us? The question about dinner didn't register with Begley, who was deep in thought. Here's the thing, he said, musing out loud. We've deduced that Tierney is our most likely suspect. Why else would he be keeping such close tabs on the disappearance cases, hoarding all that information we found in his rooms? Precisely, Hoot. That certainly lent credibility to your hunch about him. We've also surmised, and accurately, I think that his motivation is to be the savior of women in need. Correct? Yes, sir. Actually, Begley had surmised it, but Hoot had agreed, and so far they'd uncovered nothing that would invalidate that theory. This is my problem, Begley continued. Where would a shy widow lady who only went to the beauty parlor and Sunday school ever meet Tierney? She wasn't a kayaker, that's for damn sure. No, sir. Mrs. Calhoun has a small number of acquaintances, and her daughter had never heard of Tierney. So how did he get to know Betsy Calhoun well enough to select her as his next victim? Two diverse people like that, where did their paths cross? I think that could be asked of all the victims with the exception of Tory Lambert, whom he literally happened upon, and Millicent Gunn. Carolyn Maddox is plausible, Begley said. A stretch, but plausible. Maybe he met Laureen Elliott in the medical clinic where she worked. He could have had the flu or something. But a timid widow and an adventurer? Begley shook his head. Doesn't compute. Not in Hoot's mind either. He mulled it over for several minutes. Suppose Tierney read her husband's obituary in the local newspaper. Remember the transponder he ordered from the catalog? Maybe he surveilled Mrs. Calhoun and realized what a lonely and dejected lady she was. The explanation sounded lame even to him. Begley wasted no time shooting holes in it. He's too active a man to keep surveillance over someone. Besides, that would take a lot of time, and he's not always here. I suppose he could have bumped into her in the parking lot of the bank. Maybe her car had stalled and he rendered help. Something like that, saw instantly her loneliness and need. She was another random selection, like the Lambert girl. It was credible, but there was no conviction in his voice. He stared through the windshield while tapping his left-hand fingers on the console between the seats. "Are you having second thoughts about him, sir?" "I don't know, Hoot," he grumbled. "If he's not blue, how do you explain all the materials he's collected on the disappearances? First thing I'm going to ask him." He smacked his lips with irritation and muttered something about the goddamn case. And why the fuck couldn't he get a handle on it? Hoot didn't catch every word, but that was the gist of it. Suddenly, Begley turned to him. "Heard any more from Perkins?" "No, sir, but trust me, he's on it. As soon as he learns something, he'll be in touch." Begley gazed up at the sky. "I hope to hell a chopper can get here tomorrow. I don't know how long I can keep our jealous police chief at bay." He snorted his contempt for Dutch Burton. "However, as long as that road is blocked, he can't get any farther up the mountain than we can. And Tierney can't get down." "Right, Hoot. We've got that going for us. And that's the sum total of anything good I can say about this whole friggin' mess." Wes went into the high school gym's weight room ahead of Scott. They had to rely on the windows for light. The gloom was oppressive. There were no soft surfaces to absorb the cold. Once you get going, you'll warm up. Wes's voice bounced off the tile walls, making it inordinately loud. Scott remained moodily silent as he shrugged off his outer coat, then unzipped the jacket of his sweatsuit and took it off. Beneath it, he was wearing a tank top. Wes took a moment to admire his son's physique. It was that of a natural athlete. He was long-waisted and long-limbed. His body fat was maybe 10%, if that. Each muscle was well-developed and perfectly toned, impressively delineated beneath his skin. Wes envied Scott's near-perfect structure. He hadn't been that lucky. Thanks to his mother, his legs were shorter than ideal, and he had a propensity for osteoarthritis that had come to him via his old man's family, most of them bent and bandy-legged by the time they were 50. But Scott had been genetically favored with the best of Wes's and Dora's genes. He had inherited strength and stamina from him, grace and coordination from her. Watching him now as he approached the weight bench, Wes thought that if only he'd been blessed with Scott's body and natural ability, he could have made it into the pros. He could have made it big, Scott could, if he wanted to, but that was the hell of it. The desire, the drive, the bloodlust for competition wasn't automatically issued along with physical superiority. Scott hadn't been born with the determination necessary to make a good athlete into a champion, but Wes was going to make damn certain that he acquired it. He was going to build a fire in the boy's belly if it was the last thing he did. Scott was hardly on fire now. The effort he was putting into the free weight warm-up was uninspired. "None of those weights have the heft of that chip on your shoulder," Wes remarked. Scott looked at him in the mirrored wall behind the bench, but didn't respond. "What's the matter with you tonight?" Scott continued doing alternating biceps curls. "Nothing. Are you mad because I made you come here and work out instead of letting you go over to your friend Gary's house? Gary's a jerk. So what's the problem?" Scott propped the weights on his shoulders and began a set of squats. "Nothing's the matter. Everything's wonderful." "Then why are you sulking like a 4-year-old? "Gee, Dad, I don't know." He returned the weights to the rack, keeping his gaze locked with Wes's in the mirror. "Do you think it could be a mood swing because I'm being pumped full of steroids?" Wes grabbed him by the arm, spun him around, and roughly pushed him backward against the mirror. He thrust his finger into Scott's face. "You smart-talk me like that again, and I'll whip your ass." Scott only laughed like I'd care when I got finished with you. You'd care. Believe me, you'd care. Wes glared at him angrily, then flung his arms out to his sides. "I don't get you, Scott. I don't get your ingratitude. You think I want to give up my evening to be here, spotting you white, you work out? I'm doing all this for you." "Who do you think you're kidding?" Scott shouted back. "You're doing it for you." Wiz knew from experience that Scott had inherited not only Dora's supple musculature, but also her tendency to become mule-headed when pushed too far. He felt like smacking his son for talking back to him. But he reined in his temper and kept his voice at a reasonable level. "You're wrong, son." "Okay, sure," he said before Scott could interrupt. "I'll admit that it does my ego good to know that you're the strongest, the fastest, the best, but you don't give a shit about me." Wes was genuinely dismayed. "How can you say that after everything I've done for you? You didn't do anything for me today, did you?" When those FBI agents asked why Millicent and I broke up, I was the one in the hot seat, not you. I stuttered some stupid explanation while you sat there and didn't say a single goddamn word. Speaking softly, Wes said, "Would you have rather I told them the truth?" He saw a flicker of uncertainty in his son's eyes and took advantage of it. We've never talked about it. Would it have been a good idea for us to thrash through this for the first time in front of them? In front of your mother? Wouldn't it have embarrassed you just a little for them to learn that your girlfriend preferred me to you? She didn't. Wes chuckled. "That's not what she said. You were there, you saw? Did it look to you like she was having just a so-so time, or like she was so into it she was about to buck me off her?" He saw Scott's hands ball into fists at his sides. His face was flushed, and not because of any exertion he'd put into his warm-up. He was enraged. His breaths were shallow and quick, as if he was on the verge of erupting. Wes wished he would. He would have liked nothing better than for Scott to lay into him and fight with all his might to win. It would be good for the boy to vent some spleen. He wanted to see him act like a man rather than the sniveling titmouse Dora would have preferred him to be. But to his vast disappointment, almost disgust, he saw tears welling in his son's eyes. "You set me up to see you together," Scott accused. Wes didn't deny it. It was time someone woke you up to the fact that the girl you become so gaga over was a slut. "That's not true. You. I dropped a few suggestive remarks and she recognized them for the come-ons they were. "This was no innocent virgin, Scott. I didn't force her. Hell, I didn't even have to try hard. She knew damn well what she was getting into when she came to my office that evening. Getting into her pants was as easy as 1, 2, 3. Truth is, she wasn't wearing pants, and she made sure I knew it. If you would stop being mad at me long enough to think about it, you'd realize what that says about her. She'd been toying with the idea of having both the son and the father before I ever touched her." "You're disgusting." "Me? I'm disgusting. Why am I the bad guy?" "She was the one who did it for the novelty, for the fun of it." "I did it for you." That's bullshit," Scott sputtered. "You did it to show me you could?" Wes tried to lay his hand on Scott's shoulder, but when Scott threw it off, he said angrily, "Look, if I had come to you for a father-to-son heart-to-heart and had told you that your sweetheart was a whore, you wouldn't have believed me, would you?" "Well, would you? No. In order for you to believe it, you had to see it for yourself. I knew if you saw us together, that would be the end of it." "Mission accomplished." Scott sneered. "Goddamn right. You were well rid of her for a lot of reasons." "I did you a favor. You fucked my girlfriend as a favor to me." Wes sighed. "I can't discuss it if you're going to twist everything I say. How many times?" "What?" "Don't play dumb. You heard me. How many times were you with Millicent? Just that once on top of your desk? Or did I just happen to catch you at it, and now you've made up this swell story about doing me a favor, Scott? How many times?" "Several." "Okay," Wes shouted back. "I didn't keep count. It doesn't matter." "You're refusing to?" Scott reached for his sweatsuit jacket and shoved his arms into the sleeves, then snatched up his overcoat and headed for the exit. "Get back here, Scott," Wes ordered. "We're not finished." "Oh yeah, we are." "Where are you going?" Scott kept walking and didn't answer. "If this is your way of getting even," Scott stopped in his tracks and turned, looking Wes straight in the eye. He smiled. "I already got even with both of you." Chapter 25. When Tourney said it was time for them to go to bed, he meant it literally. Leaving her to sit in front of the fire, he got up, gathered all the blankets, and heaped them on the mattress. He caught her watching him curiously. "I'm not going to sleep on the sofa," he stated definitively. "I don't fit on it. I'm battered and beat up, and I need what creature comfort I can get." You can have an extra blanket to tuck around you so there'll be no chance of us touching, even accidentally." "All right." She got up and went to the bathroom. He didn't have to caution her to hurry. It was frigid in those rooms. When she returned, he was piling fresh logs onto the fire. "You lie here, nearer the hearth." She moved to where he indicated, but she didn't lie down until he had disappeared into the bedroom. At his suggestion, she tucked a blanket around herself. He was back in a few minutes. She saw him hesitate and glanced down at the wet legs of his jeans. She said, "Do you want to take them off?" "Yes, but I won't." He lay down on top of the blanket with which she'd covered herself and pulled the others over them both. He groaned as he settled himself onto the mattress. "Are you hurting? Only when I breathe you? Are you comfortable?" "Fine. You haven't coughed in over an hour." "I'm much better." "Sounds like it. You're barely wheezing." "Sometimes it's worse at night. I hope it doesn't keep you awake." "Same goes for my snoring. If the fire burns down, just nudge me awake. I'll get up and add more wood, okay?" On their backs, nowhere close to touching, they stared at the ceiling. The firelight cast dancing shadows across the exposed beams. Ordinarily, the interplay of light and darkness would have been hypnotic and sleep-inducing, but she lay rigid and tense, light years away from sleepy. "Do you think they'll come tomorrow?" She wasn't sure who she was referring to by they, Dutch and a local rescue team or the FBI. "Both, perhaps. I figure someone will set out to try," he replied. "That is, if the forecast holds and the snowfall stops. And if Dutch got my first voicemail message, he may think I've been safely back in Atlanta all this time. Maybe. If he didn't get that voicemail, he doesn't even know you're here with me." "No." But intuitively, Lily felt that Dutch did know, and the strain in Tierney's voice indicated he thought so too. "If the weather clears," she said, "we'll have cell phone service again. When we do, who will you call, Lily? The FBI or Dutch? I haven't thought about it." "You'll call Dutch." They were quiet for a moment, listening to the pop of the burning logs, then turning onto her side to face the fireplace and stacking her hands beneath her cheek. She said, "Good night, Tierney." "Good night." There would be no nudging him awake because he didn't fall asleep. She knew this because she didn't fall asleep either. There were several reasons for her insomnia: the long nap that afternoon, the firelight flickering on her closed eyelids, the uncomfortable bulkiness of her clothes and the weight of the blankets, the recollections of her terror during those last minutes of the asthma attack. But the primary reason for her wakefulness was Tierney, lying an arm's length away. After telling her good night, he hadn't uttered a sound, he hadn't moved, and yet she knew that he was as alert and as aware of her nearness as she was of his. When he turned onto his side to face the fire as she was doing, she lay in agonizing expectation of a touch that never came. Impossibly, though neither moved a muscle or made a sound, the tension between them wound tighter with each passing second. Easily an hour after they'd exchanged their awkward good nights, he spoke. He didn't ask first in a whisper if she was asleep. Even though she was facing away from him, he knew she was still awake, just as she'd known he was. His soft, low voice came as no surprise. However, what he said staggered her. "He hit you, didn't he, Dutch? He hit you." She swallowed, but remained otherwise motionless. "Where did you hear that?" "Nowhere. It's just that I've observed him enough, it's reasonable to assume. To some cops, violence becomes commonplace. It starts to seem the normal solution to every problem. Especially to a man who's emotionally fractured and drinking too much." She said nothing. And he added in an even lower pitch, "I don't think you would have given up on your marriage for any lesser reason." She'd never told anyone, not her friends and business associates who had recognized her emotional turmoil for what it was and urged her to confide in them, not even her grief counselor, to whom she had laid bare every other aspect of herself. It felt right to confide it to Tierney simply because he'd been the only person perceptive enough to figure it out. It only happened once. She said quietly. He'd raised his fist before as though he wanted to strike me. "I warned him that if he ever did, our life together would be over. That's what I told him. No, that's what I promised him." She closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Even now, it was difficult to think back on that terrible night. Either he didn't listen, or he didn't believe me, or he was too drunk to remember my warning. He came home very late. He was belligerent, defensive before I even accused him of anything, spoiling for a fight. Because I'd had a lengthy budget meeting that day, I was exhausted. Rather than engage in one of our famous rows, I tried to avoid him, but he wouldn't let me. He wanted a fight and wasn't going to be satisfied until he got one. He cornered me in the bedroom, literally backed me into a corner and wouldn't let me go past him. He accused me of causing Amy's death. It was my fault we'd lost our daughter, he said. Her brain tumor was God's way of punishing me for going back to work after my pregnancy leave rather than staying at home with her. That's insane. She gave a mirthless laugh. That's what I said. In those exact words, Dutch didn't take it well. He hit me in the face with his fist, hard enough to force me into the wall. I banged my head against it so hard it almost knocked me unconscious. I slumped to the floor and covered my head with my arms. And all the while I was thinking, this cannot be happening. Not to me. I, Lily Martin, cannot be cowering in a corner of my own bedroom trying to protect myself from my husband. This happens to people you read about in the newspaper, I thought. Poor or ignorant or otherwise disadvantaged people who grew up in violent homes and continue the cycle. My father never even paddled me, much less raised his hand to my mother. It would have been unthinkable. She paused and took a breath. Dutch came to his senses. Immediately, he began apologizing, weeping, justifying what he'd done. He blamed it on the pressure he was under at work and his heartache over Amy. I could have argued that I also was under pressure at work, that I had experienced a heartache as deep as his, but I knew further argument would be pointless. We were long past quarreling, and at that point I was beyond forgiving. Without a word, I pulled myself off the floor, left the house, and checked into a hotel for the night. I contacted a lawyer and filed for divorce the following day. For me, there was no going back. How bad did he hurt you? I was bruised but not broken. Did you file charges? My attorney urged me to, but I opted against it. I just wanted out, Tierney. Dutch was sinking into despair as though he had an anvil strapped to his ankle. I didn't want to be dragged down with him. A legal involvement would have postponed my getting free from him. Can you understand? Yes. I don't agree he belonged in jail, but I do understand why you decided against it. I told my staff I had the flu and sequestered myself in the hotel. I stayed until the bruises and swelling went away. When I checked out, it was a symbolic moment. As of then, my new life without Dutch Burton commenced. Not completely without. It was a mumbled remark. She wasn't sure she was supposed to hear it. In any case, she didn't acknowledge it. After a brief silence, he said, "I'm sorry it happened to you." I'm sorry too, but more for Dutch than for me. I recovered. Dutch won't. My bruises disappeared. His will remain on his soul forever. He'll never be free of the guilt. Don't expect me to feel sorry for the bastard. In fact, I'd love to give him 10 times over what he gave you. Please don't. Not that you actually would. The hell I wouldn't. I'd welcome the chance. Please, Tierney. Say you won't. After a short silence, he said softly, "Okay, I won't. Anyway, after tomorrow, I won't be in a position to challenge anybody, will I?" She didn't reply to that. One more thing. What? Don't tell anyone about it. Why should I protect him? Not him, me, for my sake. Don't tell anyone, please. All right? Promise you asked me not to tell Lily. I won't tell. She believed that. Thank you. You're welcome. A few moments lapsed. Then he said, "Now sleep." She settled herself more comfortably and pulled the blankets up to her chin, but her eyes refused to close. She watched the fire eat away at a log until a charred piece of it broke off and fell into the embers. She continued to stare at it. She watched it take on heat and begin to glow hotly, turning red as it smoldered. Then suddenly it rekindled and burst into flame. She turned, bringing herself face to face with Tierney. His eyes were open and watching her. She whispered, "I don't want to sleep." Scott depressed the doorbell out of habit before remembering that the electricity was off. He knocked hard several times and heard footsteps approaching. The door was pulled open. "Hello, Miss Ritt," Scott merrily exclaimed, evidently surprised to see him there. Did I forget a tutoring session? I came to see Mr. Ritt. She glanced over her shoulder toward the kitchen where Scott could see William seated at the candlelit dining table. We're just finishing our dinner. I can come back later. No, come in. She moved aside and waved him in. He stamped snow off his boots before stepping into the tiled entryway. As she closed the door behind him, she looked toward the curb. Seeing no car, she said, "You walked over?" "Yes, ma'am. Who is it, Marilee?" William called from the kitchen, "Scott Hamer." William came from the kitchen, his napkin still tucked into his collar, lying like a bib over his narrow chest. "Good Lord, Scott, what's brought you out tonight of all nights? Is your mother having another migraine?" "No." Scott darted a look toward Marilee, then said to William, "I need to talk to you in private." William studied him for a moment, clearly as puzzled by the unannounced visit as his sister was. Of course. He motioned Scott toward the living room, where a fire was blazing in the neat brick fireplace. "Please excuse us, Marilee. Can I take your coat, Scott?" she asked. "No, I'm fine. Would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you, Miss Ritt. I won't be here that long." Plainly, her curiosity was killing her, but she smiled pleasantly and said, "Well, let me know if you change your mind." William waited until she had closed the door to the kitchen before indicating a chair. "Have a seat. I'll stand." William gave him a measured look as he pulled the napkin from his shirt collar and carefully folded it before setting it on an end table. "You sound out of sorts?" "I'm not going to take any more steroids." Taken aback, William said, "Really? Are you noticing side effects since we began stacking?" They had started Scott out with oral steroids, dissatisfied with the results and impatient to see improved performance more quickly. Wes had begun adding injections. While injections bypassed the metabolic process and alleviated some side effects, there were still serious concerns. Any usage could damage the taker's body as well as alter his behavior. Scott had read about the particular dangers of combining or stacking the injections with steroids taken orally. Increased sexual desire but decreased erectile function, eh, Scott? William's sly expression was not only infuriating but repugnant. What did this weird, creepy runt know about erectile function? Then William winked and laughed nastily. "Judging by your popularity with the ladies, I don't believe sexual dysfunction is the problem. Are you worried about a few pimples?" Scott refused to be goaded. "I'm not taking them anymore, not the shots and not the pills. My dad is paying you a lot of money for them. He's paying you even more to keep your mouth shut about it, but it stops as of now." Unruffled, William sat down on the upholstered armrest of the chair. "Have you discussed this decision with Wes?" "I don't need to. I'm an adult. There's more to being an adult than achieving your 18th birthday." His tone was so condescending, Scott wanted to punch him. "Forgive me for stating the obvious, Scott, but Wes will be opposed to this decision of yours. If he forces the issue, I'll rat him out." "To whom?" "For starters, the school board, newspapers. Believe me, I'll make myself heard." "That would end his coaching career. That's the idea. You're doing this to ruin your father. He ruined himself." William pursed his lips as though he were thinking that over. "I see your point." Then he raised his shoulders in a shrug, "But I'm confused. This sounds like a problem between you and Wes. Why are you here?" "One of your sugar tits is about to be cut off. You'll lose money. I'm here to tell you not to butt in." "Oh, I get it now," he said with a laugh. "This is a threat, whatever you want to call it." "Scott," he said in a patronizing tone, "Wes doesn't need me to supply him with steroids. They're easily obtainable. If I don't provide them, he'll get them from somewhere else. He can buy them online, for Chris' sake. Not without risk of being found out. There would be records. You've made it easy for him. I'm here to tell you to stop. I suppose there's an or else. Or else I'll tell the state board that you dispense pharmaceuticals without prescriptions. You can prove this by clearing out my mother's medicine chest." That struck home. For the first time, Scott saw a glint of apprehension in William's eyes. He pressed the advantage. "If you and my dad give me a fight over this, I'll expose you both. He'll have to stop coaching, and your pharmaceutical license will be revoked. Oh, I doubt you would do anything that extreme." His voice reminded Scott uneasily of a snake slithering through tall grass. The repercussions would be too great. I don't give a damn about the repercussions. No? Are you sure? William stood up and gave him a sad smile. What about your mother? That was the one disturbing hitch to taking a stance against his dad. What would it mean to his mom if the real Wes Hamer was exposed with all of his artifice, deceit, and bullshit stripped away? She would suffer public ridicule, and that would be painful for her. But Scott reasoned that by saving himself from Wes, he would be releasing her too. No doubt she knew about his dad's infidelities and looked the other way in order to keep the family intact, or simply because she didn't care. This afternoon, when she had learned about the steroids, she'd stood up to Wes. His mom had more backbone than people gave her credit for, especially his dad. My mom is none of your business. William regarded him closely for a moment, then reached out and touched Scott's hand. Repelled, Scott snatched it out of his reach. William merely smiled, but it wasn't a warm expression. The opposite, in fact. I caution you to reconsider, Scott. If you begin revealing secrets, you're likely to create a lot of unpleasantness for yourself. Exposing secrets tends to have a snowball effect. Once one is exposed, others inevitably follow, and each becomes larger and more destructive. Are you sure you want to start that ball rolling in your direction? Scott tried to keep his alarm from showing. He must not have been successful, because William chuckled. Leaning forward, he whispered, "You do have a dirty little secret, don't you, Scott?" "No, of course you do. It involves Millicent. Chapter 26, I don't know what you're talking about." Scott turned to leave, but William grabbed his arm and whipped him around. Ordinarily, the druggist wouldn't have stood a chance against Scott's athleticism. Scott could have broken him over his knee like a brittle stick. But he was so surprised by William's aggressive and sudden move, he didn't resist. Then allow me to make myself perfectly clear to you, Scott. I'm talking about Millicent's affair with Wes, although the word affair lends their fuckfests a romantic connotation that's misleading blood rush to Scott's head. You don't know, but I do, Scott, I do see your dear dad has twin compulsions. One is to screw every woman he can, the other is to boast about it. Surprising, isn't it? And rather reckless, that he hasn't realized the two traits are incompatible. It's a fascinating psychological tendency that really should be examined. But I digress. Where was I? Oh, yes. Had there been any romantic love between him and Millicent? It would have been a Greek tragedy, a messy menage to say the least. As it was to hear Wes tell it, their entanglement was purely physical. He once referred to her as being constantly in heat. William grinned. Imagine. And this was going on while she was officially your sweetheart, practically under your nose. Scott's heart was thudding. He was producing saliva at a vicious rate and couldn't swallow it fast enough. A tide of heat rushed through his system, bathing him in sweat. So, Scott, I advise you not to come to my house threatening me with exposure ever again. You've got far more at stake here than I. Tilting his head to one side, William said, you're very much like Wes, whom you seem to dislike. I didn't realize until just now how similar you are. Like him, you think your handsome face and powerful body entitle you to bully people. Wise up, son. There are various kinds of power, and one of the most effective is knowing things about people they would rather not become known. For instance, I don't think you or Wes would enjoy my telling those FBI agents, who coincidentally were at your house today, that he was fucking your girlfriend at the same time you were. They may conclude that such an unsavory situation had created ill will among the parties involved. They may think, heaven forbid, that such a primal rivalry between a father and son could lead to all sorts of mayhem, including, but not limited to, disposing of the problem, which in this case happens to be Millicent. Oh, God, Scott groaned. The toe of his boot caught in the rug as he spun around, causing him to stumble on his way to the entry. He wrestled with the doorknob in his haste to open it, then bolted through the door without even bothering to close it. The frigid air was bracing but not cold enough to stave off the nausea. He barely made it to the hedge that separated the Ritz's house from their neighbors before he vomited. The spasms were violent, forcing him onto all fours in the snow, his head hanging between his shoulders. Even after his stomach was empty, he continued to heave painfully. Eventually, the spasms subsided. He cupped a handful of snow into his mouth, let it melt, spat it out. He rubbed another handful over his feverish face. His sweat was making him chilled. He shuddered uncontrollably and clenched his teeth to keep them from clicking together. Scott, he raised his head and looked toward the sound of the voice. Marilee Ritt was standing poised on the back porch, about to pick her way down the snow-covered steps. "Go back!" he shouted. "You're sick." His legs felt like jelly as he struggled to stand up. She was halfway down the steps now. "Go back inside." His voice sounded hoarse and panicky. Turning his back to her, he threshed his way through the dense hedge and cut diagonally across the neighbor's front yard, wading through snow, responding blindly to the instinct governing him: escape. "Hey." Dutch, who'd been dozing in his chair, jerked awake, removed his feet from the corner of his desk, and automatically stood up, assuming the worst. He said, "What now?" West waved him back into his seat. "Nothing that I know of." He removed a bottle of whiskey from his coat pocket and set it on Dutch's desk, then took off his damp outerwear and hung the garments on the wall rack near the door. He blew on his cupped hands as he sat down across the desk from Dutch. "It stopped snowing," he said, "but the wind chill is still a few degrees below zero. They say it'll get even colder when the clouds clear. Tonight will be one for the record books." "Want some coffee?" Dutch asked. "No, thanks. I've drunk so much today I may not sleep till June. I brought my own refreshment." He nodded at the bottle of Jack Daniels. "Pass me your cup." Dutch shoved his empty coffee cup across the desk. Wes uncapped the bottle, poured whiskey into it, pushed the cup back toward Dutch. He drank straight from the bottle after each had taken a few belts. He gave Dutch a critical once-over. "You look like shit." Dutch was aware of that. His raw, swollen face looked like a pack of wild dogs had been gnawing on it. "That ointment Ritz sent over by you is worthless. Those cuts are going to get infected if you don't have them seen to." "Want me to drive you to the hospital?" "No." "Ritz house?" "Hell, no. He said he had something stronger if you needed it." Dutch shook his head. "Have you had anything to eat? Snacks here and there?" Dora could put together, "I'm not really hungry." Dutch assumed that Wes would get to the point of his visit sooner or later. In the meantime, he wished he would go away and leave him alone. He resented being mothered. He didn't feel like making casual conversation. He wanted to wallow in his misery alone. Thank you. If that sounded paranoid and self-persecuting, too bad. That was how he felt. And why shouldn't he? He couldn't make anything happen. Nothing he did turned out right. In fact, each action he took ended in disaster. His aborted attempt to take Cal Hawkins's rig up the mountain road would probably result in several lawsuits. Hawkins might press criminal charges against him. On top of that debacle, his authority had been repeatedly challenged, defying Begley's warning. He'd driven out to Whistler Falls Lodge, but had been stopped before he could get inside cabin number 8 to see for himself the kind of evidence against tyranny the feds were guarding. He was the primo #1 law enforcement officer in this burg, yet Begley had burst out of old Gus Elmer's cozy office and confronted him, accusing him of jeopardizing an ongoing federal investigation and talking down to him like he was nobody. Even his own men had grown surly and mouthy every time he gave them an order. "Dutch!" He snapped out of the vexing reverie and focused on Wes. "What are you doing here?" he asked querulously. "Why aren't you at home cuddled up with your wife?" Wes snorted and took another drink from the bottle. "I'd rather cuddle up with that flagpole out there. It's a hell of a lot warmer and cuddlier than my wife. What's the matter?" With a dismissive gesture, he said, "PMS, a headache. Who knows? Who cares?" Her panties are always in a wad over something. "How's Scott? Has he said anything about the meeting this afternoon with Begley and Wise?" "Why? Judging by Wes's knee-jerk reaction, the FBI interview was a sore spot. No particular reason. Just wondering how Scott felt about it." Dutch took a sip of his whiskey, eyeing Wes over the rim of the cup. Scott seemed a bit hesitant with some of his answers to their questions. Was he lying? He picked up a paper clip and reshaped it, then held it up to Wes, or just bending the truth. Look at it from his standpoint, Wes said. He was surrounded by 5 grown-ups, all authority figures, asking questions about him and his girlfriend. At his age, would you have been straightforward with them about your sex life? I wouldn't be straightforward with them now. Wes chuckled. Well, there you go. He stacked his hands behind his head, propped his ankle on the opposite knee, and settled back into the chair, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Dutch suspected otherwise. Wes hadn't come here to pass the time, nor was he concerned about sepsis on Dutch's face or when he'd had his last hot meal. The whiskey was a nice, friendly gesture, but Wes wasn't that thoughtful a friend. He had an ulterior motive or he wouldn't be here. Dutch's gut clenched when he considered what the purpose of the visit might be. Maybe the whiskey was for easing the pain. If so, he'd just as soon suffer it sooner rather than later. Did you come here to fire me, Wes? Wes's sputtering laugh appeared genuine. What? Are you the self-appointed committee representing the city council? Jesus Christ, Dutch. You're one paranoid son of a bitch, you know that? Where'd you get a wild notion like that from what you said last night, don't you remember? You reminded me that you'd put your neck on the line when you hired me. You said that my failure would reflect poorly on you. Oh, hell. We were tired, edgy, our nerves were shot. You were going a little bit round the bend on the issue of Lily and her being in the cabin with this guy. As your friend, I was only trying to shed a different perspective on things, get you back on track, but you know. He rushed to say when he saw that Dutch was about to interrupt, over the course of this day, I've come closer to your way of thinking. Dutch eyed him warily. What do you mean? Wes shot a glance over his shoulder at the closed door. He sat forward and lowered his voice. You think as I think? Hell, as the feds think that this tyranny is our culprit, right? He's kidnapped 5 women and done God only knows what to them. And that blue ribbon shit, how creepy is that? Dutch gave a terse bob of his head, unwilling to commit more than that until he knew where Wes was going with this. And your wife, the ex being a minor detail, the woman you love is trapped up there with him. I admire your self-restraint, buddy. I really do. If I'd been in your shoes today, I would have killed anybody who tried to keep me off that peak. I nearly did. Hawkins doesn't count. Dutch took another sip of whiskey. Each swallow had gone down smoother, tasted better. What are you leading up to, Wes? Let's go get Tierney, you and me. Begley has a chopper. Forget that, Wes said impatiently. If they get to him before we do, we'll never see him. He'll be hustled away to Charlotte, put under lock and key. Even if he's indicted, his lawyer will cause delay after delay, and 5 years from now, we'll still be trying to bring this psycho to trial and get justice for these ladies and their families. That's not the law of the mountains, not the kind of law our daddies and granddaddies believed in. Wes had a valid point. Dutch knew from his days on the APD how slowly justice was won, if ever. I never have understood how the feds got involved anyway, Wes said. Kidnapping is a federal crime. Yeah, but that's a technicality. A pretty damn important one. Wes scooted forward until he was sitting on the edge of his chair. Propping his forearms on the desk, he leaned across it. Cleary is your jurisdiction, Dutch. This is your town, your people, and the victory should go to you. Not to Begley or that four-eyed yes-man. You drag Tierney down Main Street, parade him in front of the guns and relatives of the other victims, bring him to trial in this county, and you'll be the local hero. You'll be the badass don't fuck with me or my town cop who solved the biggest crime in the town's history. He sat back and smiled complacently, and I'll be the one who had the smarts to hire you for the job. The pep rally speech was effective. Wes had painted an exciting picture, with Dutch as its focal point. He wanted badly for it to become a reality, but he'd been crushed by disappointment too many times to trust the flurry of optimism he was feeling. He was afraid even to hope that this time, when the stakes were incredibly high, he might finally catch a break. Only a crazy cop would arrest someone without evidence. He said, I don't have any on Tierney. It's all speculation and hearsay. The feds aren't sharing. Begley threatened to lock me in my own jail if I went into Tierney's cabin out at Old Man Elmer's place. He can't do that. Doesn't matter if he can or can't. Right now, I don't know what they've got on Tierney, so how can I arrest him and make even a minor charge stick? Do you think Begley would be guarding his room so closely if there wasn't incriminating stuff in there? Bring the guy in and then worry about the evidence. We have constitutional rights prohibiting that, Wes. I know, but isn't there a term for apprehending somebody believed to be? He waved his hands as though trying to grasp the words. Probable cause. That's it, he said. Say the robbery alarm at the bank goes off and you see a guy in a mask running out of it. The money bag isn't visible, but you go after him anyway. You don't wait to gather evidence. Dutch left his chair and paced a slow circle around his desk. The whiskey had helped dull the throbbing pain of his face, but another dose of ibuprofen tablets wouldn't hurt. I agree with what you're saying, Wes, but it's impossible. Begley's ordered the chopper for tomorrow morning. If it's Deer, if the wind dies, if the pilot makes it as far as Cleary, chances are good he'll be able to take it up to the peak, but it'll take days for us to get enough equipment and manpower in here to clear up that mess on the road. The mess on the main road. Wes was grinning like he'd just pulled a winning ace from his sleeve. But what about the other one? It took Dutch a moment to catch his meaning. When he did, he barked a laugh. The road on the mountain's western face, that's little more than a cow path. A cow path covered in 1.5 feet of snow, which levels it out and makes it easier to navigate. If you're a penguin or a snowmobile. That checked Dutch's next argument. He stopped and thought about it. Can a snowmobile get up an incline that steep? Worth a try. Besides, the inclines are more gradual on that road because of all the switchbacks. That was true. Dutch remembered taking a date up to a popular parking spot when he was in high school. By the time they'd reached the romantic lookout at the peak, she was green with car sickness, so ill he hadn't made it even to first base with her. Okay, but who has snowmobiles? Cal Hawkins. Dutch laughed so hard it made his face hurt worse. Oh, that's great. Just my luck. He's the last person in the world who would invite me to use his snowmobiles. He has no say in it. His old man bought 4 of them a few years back to rent to winter vacationers. The bank repossessed them after Cal put them up for collateral on a loan he didn't pay back. Again, Great Whiz was still grinning. I haven't come to the best part yet. The bank is keeping them in storage. Guess where? In the school bus garage. Dutch was beginning to see the light. To which you have a key? Right, Wes drawled. He toasted Dutch with the whiskey bottle and took another drink from it. I also have a key to the office where the keys to all the Cleary Independent School District vehicles are kept. How come you're just now thinking of this? Cut me some slack, will you? Wes said around a burp, sounding offended. There's been a lot going on. Why didn't Cal suggest we use the snowmobiles? Because his brain is mincemeat. Besides, they've been out of sight, out of mind for over a year. He's probably forgotten all about them. The bank, too, more than likely. Let's not remind anyone of them. Dutch said, growing increasingly excited, we need to keep this quiet. If Begley gets wind of it, he'll stop us. Waze nodded. Tonight, gather up everything you think you'll need. Have you still got ski clothes? Dutch nodded. Good, let's meet just before daylight at the garage, ready to go. We'll start up the mountain as soon as it's light before Begley has a chance to launch his helicopter. We'll have to go through town to get to the western face. What if somebody sees us or hears us? Those things are loud. What excuse will we give for taking them out of the garage and using them without the bank's permission? Dutch, for God's sake, you're the chief of police, Wes said with annoyance. If somebody questions you about it, you say you commandeered them to assess what's needed to clear the road, to check out downed power lines, to rescue a cat. Christ, I don't know, you'll think of something. Dutch gnawed on his lower lip while reviewing the plan from several angles. He didn't see a downside. Taking and using property belonging to someone else was glorified theft, but Wes was right. Who was going to challenge the chief of police for doing what was necessary to apprehend a suspect, and doing something, even something shady, for which he could later be reprimanded, was better than sitting here watching his face fester and letting the FBI humiliate him. For the first time in 2 days, he felt in control, and Jesus, it felt good. He raised his cup. Meet you at 4:30. Chapter 27. There must have been something terribly upsetting about that conversation, Marilee said to her brother. How many times do I have to tell you? Until I believe you, William. She had made coffee in an old-fashioned percolator that heated on the gas range. They were having it in the living room, sitting in chairs they'd moved close to the fireplace for warmth and light. For half an hour she'd been trying to get information out of William about his unprecedented and secretive conversation with Scott Hamer. She had yet to get a straight answer. Scott threw up before he got out of the yard. What were you talking about that was so awful? If it had been any of your business, Scott wouldn't have asked to speak to me alone. Take the hint, Marilee, and stop asking me about it. You're becoming a nag, and you're a liar. I haven't lied, he said smoothly. Why would Scott seek a private conversation with you? Me of all people, you mean? Don't put words in my mouth, William. I wasn't implying. Of course you were. He narrowed his gaze on her. You know what I think this is about? Jealousy. Jealousy? It's killing you that I'm more important to one of your pupils than you are. That's ridiculous. He studied her for a moment, his smirk indicating he believed otherwise. Well, the cause for your interest really doesn't matter because, as I've said repeatedly, the topic of our conversation was private and no concern of yours. When one of my students vomits in my yard, it's my concern. She hesitated, then asked the question she had dreaded asking. Was it about Millicent? His expression shifted. He looked at her with curiosity of a different sort. Speaking slowly, he said, How odd that you would mention her. Not that odd, since you were speculating on the reason for their breakup earlier today, but Scott didn't know that. Did you talk about Millicent? He hesitated, then said, Her name came up. In what context? In the context of Scott's relationship with Wes. Wes? What does he... More than that, I can't say without violating confidences, Marilee. He set his coffee cup on the end table and announced that he was going to bed. I'll be leaving early to open the store. Don't bother getting up to see me off. I had no intention of getting up to see you off. It was a cheap shot, unworthy of her. William didn't even acknowledge it as he left the room. Because of the power outage, there would be no school tomorrow. She should be looking forward to another free day. Instead, she was deeply troubled. Wes, Scott, and William, the chemistry of that trio made Marilee uneasy. Beyond living in the same town, they had nothing in common except furtive conversations about something that William refused to discuss. When ordinarily he loved being the purveyor of information and gossip, his reticence was annoying. It was also unsettling, especially since Millicent Gunn seemed to factor into it. Marilee's uneasiness kept her awake for hours, even after she'd gone to bed. She didn't realize she'd fallen into a restless sleep until she was awakened by her lover. He was in bed with her, caressing her through her nightgown. Oh, I'm glad you're here, she said, lightly touching his face. Within seconds, he had the nightgown off her, holding her tightly against him, his penis hard and insistent. She placed her thigh on his hip, took him in hand, and guided him into her. But tonight he didn't want fantasies or finesse. He pushed her onto her back. His thrusts were hard and fast, almost angry. Afterward, he lay across her, heavy with exhaustion, his head on her breasts. She caressed the back of his neck, relieving the tension that had collected there. You've had an awful day. He nodded. Talk to me about it. I just want peace. I want you. Me, you have, she whispered and folded her arms around his head. Can you believe this? Shh. Dutch, you're going to wake up the whole neighborhood. So what? I don't give a damn who hears me now. We're screwed. He slammed one fist into the palm of his other gloved hand. I can't buy a break. Wes shared Dutch's exasperation, but one of them had to hold it together, and it wasn't going to be Dutch. The guy had been clinging to his reason by his fingernails. This most recent obstacle just might cause him to lose it altogether. Wes couldn't let that happen. He needed Dutch. He needed the authority of Dutch's badge even more. It was imperative they get up that goddamn mountain and arrest Tierney. Better yet, kill him. For reasons of his own, Wes had become as dedicated to that goal as his pal Dutch was. Now they'd been dealt a setback, but it didn't have to be as catastrophic as Dutch was making it out to be. As arranged, they'd met at the school bus garage at 4:30, both of them bleary-eyed from lack of sleep, jazzed on caffeine, and freezing their nuts off even though they were dressed like Eskimos. The snowmobiles were where Wes had last seen them, parked out of the way in a far corner of the garage, covered with dark green tarpaulins. So far, so good. It was when they began looking for the keys to them that they ran into difficulty. They turned the garage office inside out but couldn't find them. The keys to all the vehicles belonging to the Cleary ISD were labeled by license number. There were no keys for the snowmobiles. Finally, Wes gave up the search. If they're here, they're well hidden, and we're wasting time looking. We've got no choice but to go ask Morris where the hell the keys to these things are. Carl Morris was president of Cleary's only bank. At this hour, Wes said you have between here and his house to think up a convincing story, Chief, create an emergency that couldn't wait for daylight. They'd had to knock on the door several times before it was answered by Mrs. Morris, who was wrapped chin to ankles in some kind of horse blanket-looking thing, the ugliest robe Wes had ever seen. She had a face to match, made even uglier by her inhospitable scowl. Dutch begged her forgiveness for the intrusion, saying they had to speak to Mr. Morris immediately. It was an emergency. She closed the door and went to get her husband, leaving Dutch and Wes to wait on the porch in the frigid temperature. Eventually, Morris came to the door, looking no more cordial than his wife. Dutch told a tale about some family being stranded in their car and how he desperately needed to use the snowmobiles the bank had repossessed from Cal Hawkins. I'd be glad to let you use them, Chief Burton, if they still belong to the bank. We sold them. Let's see, before Christmas, if I remember. We posted a notice about the auction of repos. Guess you missed it. Guess so. Who bought them? William Ritt. He got permission to leave them there in the school bus garage until he could move them. But he took the keys along with the bill of sale. They apologized again for getting him out of bed and thanked him for the information now. As they were wading through the snow back to Dutch's Bronco, he was in a high snit. Wes's patience with Dutch's chronic pessimism had worn thin. For crying out loud, Dutch, would you get a grip? This doesn't have to be the end of it. We go to Ritt, right? Cleary's information highway of renown. They climbed into the Bronco, and Dutch revved them the motor which he'd kept idling. What choice do you have? Wes asked. Other than letting Special Agent in charge Begley steal your suspect along with your thunder. Cursing, Dutch put the truck in reverse and backed out of the banker's driveway. They arrived at the drugstore 5 minutes later. There were no lights on inside, of course. But William's car was parked in a slot at the curb next to Marilee's, which had been there overnight. Told you he'd be here, Wes remarked. The bell above the door jingled merrily. William was behind the lunch counter, boiling a pan of water on the propane stove. The only sources of light were the blue flame beneath the pan and a votive candle William had placed on the counter. It smelled like apples. He greeted them with a cheery good morning. You two are the only other people I've seen out this morning. Would you like some coffee? It's freeze-dried, but that's the best I can do. Wes sat down on one of the chrome bar stools and removed his gloves. As long as it's hot, I'd love some. Me too. Dutch sat next to Wes. Your face doesn't look too good, Dutch. Yeah, I think I may need some stronger antibiotic cream. Then you've come to the right place. I'll get it for you as soon as the coffee is ready. Their unusual attire hadn't escaped him. He remarked on it as he spooned instant coffee crystals into 3 mugs. Are you going skiing? Wes glanced at Dutch, yielding the floor to him. Before they got there, he had coached Dutch on the best way to approach William Ritt. He's a nerd. He's always been a nerd, an outsider who wanted to be in our circle when there wasn't a chance in hell of his ever getting in. So flatter him, make him feel that he's on our team and essential to our plan. He is essential to our plan, Dutch had said. That's the hell of it. Dutch hadn't been at all happy about having to suck up to a weasel like William Ritt. Now that it was time for him to make his pitch, Wes held his breath. Dutch began by coughing behind his hand, then assuming a grave expression. I didn't come here this morning for coffee or medicine for my face. Oh, this may seem like an odd request, William, he continued in the same solemn voice. In order to even ask it, I must take you into my confidence about an official matter. Excellent, Wes thought. You know, I'd never betray your trust, William said. We need to use your snowmobiles. Thought you'd never ask. If he had said he'd once been a body double for Tarzan movies, they couldn't have been more stunned. Dutch was the first to find his voice. Excuse me? William smiled. As I was driving here this morning thinking how bad the roads still are and how long it was going to be before I could get back up to my folks' place on the mountain and resume my restoration, it suddenly occurred to me that I don't need a car to get up there. I can take one of my new snowmobiles. It then occurred to me that I could offer them to Sack Begley, not Begley. Wes had to curb the impulse to lay a restraining hand on Dutch's arm. He'd spoken too sharply. William's ears perked up. They needed a quick save, and Dutch didn't have the reflexes for it. Wes said, this is where the confidentiality comes in. No one's supposed to know this, but Begley has ordered a helicopter up here later today. Why isn't anyone supposed to know? Hell, his case got blown yesterday by those yahoos on the radio. Can't begin to tell you how pissed he was over that snafu. Imagine what would happen if word of a chopper got out. One equipped with all the high-tech gewgaws the FBI has at its disposal. Guys in black suits and ski masks, automatic weapons, ropes and stuff. Begley would be up to his armpits in gawkers who would endanger themselves as well as his rescue operation. I see what you mean this morning. Begley and Wise will be busy organizing that mission, Dutch said, having caught on to the manipulation tactic. Wes and I are serving as an advance team. That is, if we can use your snowmobiles, certainly. I'm only sorry I didn't think of them yesterday. You could have been spared that disaster with Hawkins. Yesterday, it wouldn't have been safe to drive them. It was snowing too hard, and that road is tricky on a clear day. I'm glad to make them available to you now. Wes's shoulders relaxed. Are they ready to go? William nodded. Before I bought them, I had a mechanic check them out. They're in showroom condition. The keys for them are at my house. We can pick them up on our way to the garage. While I'm changing clothes, Marilee can make coffee for us to take along. You're not going. Wes kicked Dutch's leg beneath the bar to prevent him from saying anything more. He flashed his best smile at William. We wouldn't even have the nerve to ask that of you. It's going to be a miserably cold trip. Besides, he glanced at Dutch and gave a sympathetic wince, then lowered his voice and said to William, we're not sure what we'll find when we get up there. Of course there's that. William gave Dutch a smile that even a blind man couldn't mistake for sincere. I'm sure she's fine. Yeah, thanks, but Wes is right. We won't know what we'll be walking into until we get up there. We must assume that this Tierney character is armed and dangerous. I can't ask you to share the risk. You didn't ask. I volunteered. I realize that, but I know the road, Dutch. Better than you? Better than anyone. I drive it several times a week and have since I learned to drive. All the same. They're my snowmobiles. The statement was a threat. Veiled, but a threat nonetheless. Wes could all but feel Dutch's hackles rise. That's true, but I could impound them for taking up space in a garage paid for by taxpayers. I have permission, not from me, Wes said. Arguing hadn't worked with the little bugger. Maybe 2 strong arms of authority would. I'll ask Dutch to impound your snowmobiles. The school board said I could keep them there indefinitely. I have more authority than the school board. They do what I tell them to. William shifted his angry gaze from Wes to Dutch. He stewed for as long as 30 seconds. Wes gave him the glare he gave to the running back who'd fumbled on the 5-yard line. Dutch's expression was similarly daunting. Finally, he said, you give me no choice. Dutch came off his stool. We'll follow you to your house. William turned off the flame beneath the pan of water, which had almost boiled dry. I'll ask Marilee to make coffee. It'll be better than this. No need to get Marilee up, Wes said. I'm sure she won't mind. Dutch and Wes went out and climbed into the Bronco. Wes grinned. Congratulations, Chief, you've got your snowmobiles. They watched William Ritt get into his car and back it out of the slot. Dutch followed him down Main Street, thumping the steering wheel with his gloved fist. He growled, "After all this rigmarole, I had better get my crack at Tierney. That's the plan. I want him to bleed, Wes." "I hear you. If he's been boinking Lily, what?" Wes looked over at Dutch with misapprehension. "What?" Dutch said. "I'm worried he's killed her." Wes moved his mouth, but for a moment no words came out. "Well, sure, Dutch. Naturally, that's what we're all worried about. Do you think they? Look, I don't know. All I'm saying is that anything you do to him, it'll be justified for whatever he did to or with Lily." Dutch squeezed the steering wheel. "I want him to bleed." Chapter 28. I don't want to sleep. As though Lily's simple statement had snipped a thread holding Tierney in check, he moved. Somehow, the blanket separating them was cast aside and he was on her, his mouth fastened to hers even before his arm went around her, before his other hand slid up into her hair. His tongue was strong and bold, delicious with the taste of him. It was a potent kiss that freed her memory of ever having kissed anyone else. The sexiness of it was intoxicating, making her feel as if her bones were melting. He raised his head and looked into her eyes. She met his gaze without fear or misgiving, never breaking eye contact. He reached between their bodies and unfastened her slacks, worked his hand inside. Her panties were damp with wanting him. He lowered his head and flicked his tongue against her parted lips. Through them, her breath was coming hot and rapid. He slid his hand inside the silk and fit his palm over her mons. His fingers tapered into her cleft, and then he just held her like that while they kissed. Nothing more. Only their tongues sliding against each other as though mating, while her sex pulsed inside the warm security of his hand. Maybe he took his cue from the subtle arching of her back that pressed her more tightly against his palm, or from the moan of heightened arousal that vibrated through her throat. Or maybe his own desire caused him to wedge his knee between hers, separating them. He levered himself up on one arm so he could get to his belt. He unbuckled it, unbuttoned his jeans, while she slipped out of her slacks and underpants. Then, in a single movement as supple as a ballet, he relaxed his arm, lowered himself onto her, pushed into her, sheathed himself with her. She made an inarticulate sound of pleasure that he echoed, and then they were quiet except for their heartbeats. Their breath mingled to create clouds of vapor above their heads. After a time, he began to move. At first, it was no more than a slow rocking, his hips against hers. But then he drew out further, pushed higher. The tempo increased gradually but steadily, until with a low growl he suddenly stopped. She slid her hands past his waist, splayed them over the cheeks of his butt, and pulled him deeper into her. He groaned, buried his face in her neck, and came. When the crisis passed, he relaxed totally. She absorbed all his body weight, but only briefly. He gave himself scarce moments to recover before levering himself up several degrees. Watching her expression with fierce intensity, he slowly reached behind him and slid his hand along her thigh until he reached her knee. Folding his hand around it, he guided it back until it was even with his shoulder resting on her chest. He did likewise with the other knee. Her sex flowered open, exposing the tender center of it. He slid his hand between their bellies into the damp where they were connected. The pad of his thumb found what it sought. His touch was delicate, but a jolt of sensation shot through her. She almost sobbed as his thumb tantalized her with small, slippery circles. He lowered his head to her chest, raked his teeth across her nipples so she would feel the caress through all the layers of clothing. Ever so slightly, he increased the pressure of his thumb. The pleasure built and built until every nerve ending in her body buzzed and tingled from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. Her nipples strained to the point of near pain. A scream was trapped inside her throat as it arched high against his waiting lips. The walls of her body milked his penis, still buried deep inside her, ample even in its softness. The aftershocks of the orgasm continued for several minutes. When finally they ceased, Tierney kissed her lips lightly and gathered her beneath him. Neither made a move toward disengaging themselves. Not a word had passed between them. They hadn't even disturbed the blankets covering them. Lily came awake with the memory of last night intact, every detail having replayed in her mind even while she slept. Her body felt languid and heavy, chafed by lust, drowsy with satiation. Tierney was curved around her, the fronts of his thighs aligned with the undersides of hers, her bottom snugly tucked into the concave warmth of his lap. When she tried to move, he grumbled a protest and gently tightened his arm across her waist. "Bathroom," she whispered. "Hurry back. Save my place." As she slid away from him, she glanced over her shoulder. His eyes were closed, but there was a smile on his lips. In the fireplace, only a few live coals were glowing beneath a deep layer of ash. The room was frigid. She pulled on her coat as she tiptoed to the bedroom door. The hinges squeaked when she pushed open the door. She halted, looked over her shoulder, but Tierney had gone back to sleep. His even breathing continued uninterrupted. She hoped he would sleep for several more hours to make up for yesterday's exhaustion. His body needed rest in order to heal. The bathroom was impossibly cold. She finished her business quickly and returned to the living room. Tierney still slept, as quietly as possible. She placed the 2 remaining logs on the grate and stirred the smoldering coals beneath, adding a few splinters of kindling to spark flames. Soon they would need more wood. She debated only a moment before going in search of her scattered clothing. She found her underpants and slacks beneath the covers, pushed to the foot of the mattress. The rest lay scattered across the floor or on pieces of furniture where they'd been tossed when she had assembled the articles. She dressed hurriedly. Her boots had dried. The leather was stiff but no longer cold and damp. She put on her gloves and wound Tierney's scarf around her throat. The last thing she did was use her inhalers. When she stepped out onto the porch, she immediately noticed that the clouds had cleared. Although the sun was well below the mountain peak, the eastern horizon was a golden pink color. Overhead, the sky was spattered with stars, still visible against the deep indigo blue. Gauzy clouds scuttled above the peak, carried by a wind strong enough to bend the treetops and toss about branches. Despite the wind, the day held the promise of rescue. Nevertheless, they must prepare as though help would be unable to reach them today. The logs in the stack of firewood on the porch were thick. Without being split, they would be slow to catch fire. Tierney had managed to split smaller ones with the hatchet, but it would be useless against the wood that remained. She looked across the clearing in the direction of the tool shed. It hadn't snowed that heavily since Tierney's return late yesterday afternoon, so the path he had cleaved was still discernible. She'd used her inhalers. It wouldn't take her but a few minutes to walk to the shed and back. Despite his insistence that the axe wasn't in the toolbox, she knew it was. He'd just overlooked it. She wasn't foolish enough to try to split the logs herself. She'd saved that chore for him. He wouldn't be pleased with her for fetching the axe, but after he'd saved her life, the least she could do was spare him this one task. The fresh air felt good, even if she had to breathe it through Tierney's scarf. She also welcomed the chance to stretch her legs after being cooped up for the better part of 2 days. Before she could talk herself out of it, she went down the steps and started along the narrow path that Tierney had made through the snow. Tierney strange, she had never called him Ben. Even that day on the river, she'd used his first name only once, and then he had corrected her. "Everybody calls me Tierney." It suited him. Stirred by the memory of how many times she'd spoken his name last night in passion, she hugged her coat about her and buried her smile deeper inside his scarf. His scent seemed to have been woven into the wool fibers. She relished it. Happier than she'd been in a very long time, she crossed the clearing without mishap, and then she entered the woods. William Ritt led Dutch and Wes from his carport to the back door of his house, then through the kitchen into the living room. "There's still some live coals. I'll have a fire going soon." He crouched in front of the grate and went to work. Dutch was wild with impatience. Every minute he spent idling in neutral worked to Begley's advantage. He didn't need a fire. He didn't want a fire because of the time it would take to build one. Still, he was hesitant to bully William to the point where he would defy Dutch's threat of impounding the snowmobiles and withdraw his offer of their use. So he stood by and watched as William added logs to the grate and stirred the coals. Before it slipped his mind, Dutch took a two-way radio transmitter from one of the zippered pockets of his ski suit. He nudged Wes and pressed it into his hand. "In case we get separated up there, remember how to use it?" Wheeze nodded. "Press the button to talk, release to listen, right? It's good for up to 7 miles. The logs had caught. William stood there. "That's better." "I'll get Marilee up to make some coffee. We really don't have time," Dutch said. "Just give us those keys and we'll be on our way. It won't take but a few minutes. She'll fill a thermos for you to take along." He motioned them closer to the fire. "Make yourselves at home." "Really," Wes said, "I hate for you to disturb Marilee on our account. She won't care," he said, and started down the hallway. Dutch, figuring he might just as well take advantage of the warmth while he could, approached the fireplace and extended his hands toward the flames. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw William approaching a door midway down the hall. Even if Dutch didn't have a deadline, he would still be against waking up Marilee. That would be an additional person who knew his and Wes's plan, and the more people who knew about it, the better the odds were of having it screwed up. Too late now. William tapped twice on the bedroom door before pushing it open. Then he just stood there, arms at his sides, staring. Why was he standing there staring into his sister's bedroom, acting weird even for William Ritt? Dutch wondered. Unless what William was staring at had rendered him unable to move, unable even to react. Dutch's cop instincts kicked in. He spoke William's name with a question mark behind it, but already he was moving down the hallway. He wouldn't be surprised to see blood spatters on the walls and a dismembered body. "What the hell's going on?" asked Wes, who also must have noticed William's strange behavior and was following close on Dutch's heels. In the few short seconds it took to reach the bedroom, Dutch's adrenaline was pumping in cop mode. Mindful not to rush into the room and destroy or compromise crime evidence, he drew up short at the doorway and pushed William out of his way. There were no blood spatters. Marilee had not been dismembered. She was sitting bolt upright in bed, covers drawn to her chin, staring at him, shocked, speechless by the intrusion. Beside her in bed, equally shocked, was Scott Hamer. Oh, shit. Dutch spun around, hoping to block Wes from getting any closer. But he was already there. He shoved Dutch into the room, then stood with his hands braced against the door jamb, as though he needed them for support. "What the hell is this?" he boomed. "Wes?" Dutch reached out to lay a cautionary hand on him, but Wes knocked it aside as he angrily lumbered toward the bed. Scott threw off the covers and scrambled out of bed. He was buck naked, but far from ashamed. He faced his father belligerently. "It's exactly what it looks like, Dad." He attached the name like an epithet. Dutch guessed that Wes was furious as much over Scott's defiant attitude as over catching him with his pants down. But it was to Marilee that he directed his furious glare. "You couldn't get a man, you pathetic old cunt." Scott sprang forward and rammed into Wes like a linebacker, driving his head into his father's belly and propelling him back several feet. He crashed into an old-time cheval glass. Wood splintered and the mirror shattered into 1,000 shards. That didn't stop Scott. He was pummeling Wes with his fists and yelling, how dare he talk to Marilee like that? Dutch could see that both of them would be sliced to ribbons by broken glass if he didn't intervene. Glass crunching under his boots, he grabbed Scott around the waist from behind and hauled him off Wes, who was winded and panting. Dutch slung Scott toward the other side of the room. "Simmer down and put your clothes on. Scott?" Wes, with his head, he motioned him toward the door. Wes shot one murderous look toward Marilee, then stepped into the hall. Dutch followed, pulling the door closed behind him. Wes paced the hallway like a caged lion. Dutch turned to William, ready, with a suggestion that they return to the living room to await an explanation, when he realized that William didn't need an explanation. He was wearing a self-satisfied smirk, and suddenly it all made sense to Dutch. William's insistence they come to the house and wake up Marilee, that had been a ploy. He'd staged this scene, You son of a bitch, you knew. William didn't even try to hide it. My sister is a noisy lover, to say nothing of Scott. Marilee stepped out of the bedroom, remarkably composed, wrapped in a robe, her hair pulled back in its customary ponytail. Scott has left, she said. He's extremely upset. Wes bore down on her. He's upset? He's upset. Yes, and he is my only concern. Well, you'd better be concerned about future employment. Your teaching career is over. I realize that, Wes, so you can stop yelling at me. I'm not afraid of you. Nothing you threaten me with will hurt or matter. How many other boys have you taken to bed? Scott is not a boy. Don't smart-ass me. You should be begging my forgiveness for sleeping with Scott, for fucking him. How is that worse than giving him steroids? Dutch reacted with a start. He shot Wes a look of dismay, but Wes didn't see it. He was so angry, he was shaking. At his sides, he was clenching and flexing his fingers as though preparing to wrap them around Marilee's throat. Impervious to his seething, she turned to her brother and looked at him with contempt. This is what you've been savoring, all the innuendos and smug jibes, references to a non-existent infatuation with Wes. This is what they've been about. I hope to appeal to your conscience, get you to break it off before it came to this. No, you didn't, she snapped. Far from it. You wanted a scene like this because you're small and peevish and cruel. William, forgive me for pointing out, Marilee, that you're in no position to call me names. What will you do for entertainment now, I wonder? Not that I care. I'll be moving away as soon as I can make other arrangements. You can go to the devil. Then she turned and retreated into the bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. Wes confronted William. You knew about this and didn't tell me, and spoiled the surprise. Dutch clotheslined Wes across the chest as he lurched toward the man. William was a third Wes's size. It would be murder. Leave it for now, Wes. When Wes backed down, Dutch took a step toward William. Give me the keys to the snowmobiles. I can't think of a reason why I should. Dutch took a step closer. How's this for a reason? If you don't give me those keys, I'll unleash Wes to rearrange the bones in your face, and you'll be slurping your food through a straw for the rest of your cocksucking life. William sniffed as though indifferent to the threat, but he reached into his pants pocket and withdrew a heavy key ring, which he'd had in his possession all along. Dutch snatched it from him. You coming? He asked Wes. Wes didn't reply, but followed Dutch through the house and out the back door. They didn't speak again until they were in the Bronco headed toward the garage. If word of this gets out, do you know what will happen to Scott's chances of getting a scholarship? They don't want college freshmen humping their professors. He banged his fist on the dash several times. Bam, 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 and that son of a bitch writ. I'd like to make gravy of that sniveling little bastard's bowels. He set us up to find them, didn't he? He set us up. Why? Payback. For what? What did I ever do to him? Dutch frowned across at him. Wes had the grace to look chagrined. He wanted to get back at you for all the slights over the years, real and perceived. I don't know why he'd want to humiliate Marilee, though. He thought a moment, then said, Scott's just a kid. He'll take pussy where and when it's offered, even from a teacher. But Marilee? I'm shocked. Who'd have thought she was capable of this? Wes gave a scoffing laugh. Oh, they're all capable of it. Didn't you know they're all whores at heart? It was probably one of his many aches that woke him up, that and being cold now that Lily had left their nest. Keeping his eyes closed, Tierney burrowed deeper into the covers and let his mind drift. To last night, to Lily, to that first time, to that sweet, silent, fluid, ebb and flow fuck. He couldn't have wished for it to be more perfect. They hadn't spoken a word. They hadn't had to. Touch became their language, and it was a dialect in which they'd both been fluent. With millennia of instinctual behavior guiding him, he'd claimed ownership of her, made the body he so desired his. And Lily, in the mystical and knowing way of woman, had allowed him the self-deception that he had been the one to possess her. After that first time when he finally had rolled off her onto his side, he carried her with him so that they were lying face to face. He'd wished he could read her mind, wished he knew if he had regained her trust. As he'd stared into her eyes, they appeared trustful. Or maybe the lambency was a remnant of her orgasm. He'd brushed several strands of hair off her damp cheek, touched her lower lip with the back of his index finger, run his knuckle along her teeth. You know, I didn't use anything. She nodded. You should have made me pull out. She gave him a look. I swear I would have if you'd asked me to, but I didn't. No, you didn't. He curved his arm around her waist, placed his hand on the small of her back, and drew her against him until his cock was nestled in the V between her thighs. They kissed sexily. Her mouth was hot and eager, wet and receptive. Just thinking about the possibilities it afforded made his blood flow like lava. Laughing softly, he broke the kiss. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm burning up. She smiled. So am I. They took off their clothes, Lily, naked. Jesus. He finally got to see her, and he couldn't look enough. She was beautiful. Her breasts lay soft against her chest. Firelight waltzed across her skin, forming erotic tongues of shadow that seemed to lick at her nipples. Last summer, whenever you got wet. I know what you're going to say, she interrupted. I was embarrassed. I knew you were, so I tried to be a gentleman and keep my eyes above your neck. It wasn't easy. He strummed the center of her chest with the backs of his fingers. You touched me today, she said in a voice that was low and husky, while I was asleep. His gaze flickered up to hers, then away. Not much, a little. I thought I was dreaming. I thought I was too. Then he looked into her face again. If I'm dreaming now, don't wake me up. I won't. Her nipple hardened at his touch. His thumb made several passes across it. Then he gently pressed it between his fingers. Her reaction was to gasp his name. Then she said, Put your mouth on me. He lowered his head and rubbed his lips across her nipple. You've been cheating? How? Window peeping on my fantasies. An involuntary groan issued from Tierney's chest now as he relived taking her nipple into his mouth. His tongue well remembered the texture of it, the taste. He opened his eyes, smiling, when he realized that his recollection had evolved into a dream when he lapsed back into sleep. But he was fully awake now, all of him. He had a painful erection. Why should that be the only part of me not aching, he muttered. Grimacing from various aches, he sat up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Lily? He threw back the blankets and stood up. Or tried. He was on his feet, but his body was bent at a right angle. From there he eased himself to his full height, every bone, joint, and muscle protesting. His skin broke out in goose flesh. He shivered against the cold. Grabbing the top blanket, he wrapped it around himself. Lily? When she didn't answer, he headed into the bedroom. Lily paused on the edge of the forest to enjoy the breathtaking scene. It looked like a three-dimensional Christmas card. The boughs of the evergreens were heavily laden with snow. The naked branches of the hardwoods looked nearly black in contrast to the white backdrop. The dawn shone only on the very top branches of the trees, which swayed in the erratic wind currents. But on the floor of the forest it was dark and still. It was a natural cathedral, a place of worship. She wished she could linger and enjoy the hushed serenity. But it didn't take long for her toes to become numb inside her boots, reminding her that, as pretty as it was, this was still the wilderness, deadly if one didn't take precautions. Sticking to the crude path, she arrived at the shed. Snow had formed deep drifts against the exterior walls, but when Tierney had forced open the door, it had pushed aside some of the drift, leaving the doorway partially clear. She waded through the snow that had accumulated since he'd been there and gripped the door latch. She pulled hard, but the door didn't open. In fact, it didn't budge. She tugged on it several times, but it seemed unmovable. Putting all her strength into it, she tried again. When it did give way, it did so suddenly, startling her. She fell back a step and almost lost her balance. Laughing at her clumsiness, she entered the shed. It was darker inside than she had expected. She chided herself for not bringing the flashlight because she wanted to find the axe quickly and leave. There were always spiders in the shed, probably mice. She'd never gone into it without the fear of disturbing a snake. Although all sensible creatures were snug in their beds today, the dank environment alone was enough to give her the willies. It also had the unpleasant, musty odor of enclosures with earthen floors. She gave her eyes time to adjust to the gloom, then took a glance around. The axe was nowhere in sight, but she remembered it being in the toolbox. The sound of her own breathing was loud. It wasn't a bona fide wheeze, but it was getting close. Maybe she'd made a careless decision by walking here. Ordinarily, that amount of exercise wouldn't have been harmful or particularly taxing, but in light of yesterday's severe asthma attack as well as the sub-freezing temperature, she probably shouldn't have done anything this strenuous. All the more reason to retrieve the axe quickly and return to the cabin to Tierney. To bed with Tierney. She didn't remember the lid to the large wooden box being so heavy her first attempt to lift it failed. She managed to raise it only an inch and was winded by the strain. If she had an attack out here, Tierney would never let her hear the end of it. She bent her knees and placed the heels of both hands against the edge of the lid. By straightening her knees and pushing with all her might, she managed to raise the lid and push it up. When it was perpendicular, its own weight caused it to fall against the wall behind it before Lily could catch it. It landed with a racket that she never heard, because she was staring down into Millicent Gunn's dead, milky eyes. Breath was expelled in a rush, but when she tried to suck it back in to form a scream, her bronchial tubes had already constricted. All that came out was a thin whine. Mindlessly, she backed away from the horrifying sight, instinctively seeking escape. She spun around but froze when she saw Tierney standing silhouetted in the rectangle of light formed by the open doorway. She took everything in at once. He'd put on his jeans and boots, but beneath his coat, which hung open, his chest was bare. It was rising and falling rapidly. He was out of breath. He'd been running. "Tierney," she gasped. "Millicent, you weren't supposed to see that?" And then, in a blinding instant of clarity, she understood why his features were hard and set, why he had raced to the shed after her. Why he wasn't at all astonished by the sight of Millicent's body, which had been crammed without any care or respect into a rough, crude box of rusty tools. He was coming toward her with his long-legged stride, closing the distance between them rapidly, yet Lily couldn't move. She'd been stricken with paralysis, the kind experienced in nightmares when one is confronted with mortal danger yet is helpless to outrun it. But at the last possible second she discovered she could move. When he grabbed her by the shoulders, she fought him with every resource she had, nails, teeth, flailing limbs. She left ribbons of fresh blood on his cheek before he wrapped his arms around her tightly, pinning her arms to her sides. "Lily, stop it." He was grunting and gasping. No, that wasn't Tierney making that awful noise. It was her own asthmatic wheeze. "God damn it, Lily, give it up. You're a murderer." Then she saw his hand descending with lightning speed toward the side of her neck. It didn't hurt at all. Chapter 29. Special Agent Charlie Wise sprang upright when his cell phone rang. Blindly, he fumbled for it among his keys, change, badge, wallet, and eyeglasses, which he'd left on the nightstand when he went to bed. He'd slept like a dead man. But the chiming ring of his cell was as effective as the piercing shriek of a fire alarm, unmercifully yanking him out of unconsciousness. He could very well suffer cardiac arrest for being awakened so abruptly. But before he did, he must answer this call. He flipped up the phone and pressed it to his ear. "Wise. Mornin'. Hoot, did I wake you up?" It was Perkins. The connection crackled with static, but he could hear if he strained. No. He lied as he slid on his glasses. "I'm just surprised. Didn't realize cell service had been restored until the phone rang. Chopper about ago. Weather's iffy, says. Hold on. Perkins, you still there? Hold on." Hoot bicycled his legs to push off the covers. He clambered out of bed and rushed over to a window, hoping to get a clearer signal. "Perkins, you're breaking up, Hoot. Give me the basics." Chopper, ETA, in Cleary 1000 hours, 3-member search and rescue team. 1 former sniper from HRT hostage rescue. Good news. Anything else? Yeah, on tier, got night. Get to it away something. Frustrated, Hoot turned his head about, trying to find the sweet spot in the atmosphere that would improve their connection. Then he realized that it had been broken altogether. He checked the readout. His service indicator was blank. Hoot Begley was standing in the doorway to the guest room in which Hoot had slept. He was holding his Bible, his place marked with his finger. He was dressed and looking fresh as a daisy, making Hoot painfully aware that he was shivering in his drawers. "Morning, sir. That was Perkins. The helicopter will be here at 10 o'clock. "Excellent." Begley checked his watch. "As soon as you're dressed." "Yes, sir." Begley backed out of the doorway and pulled it closed behind him. Luckily, Gus Elmer's hot water heaters ran on propane, so Hoot showered again, even though that was the first thing he'd done last night after they'd checked in and were assigned cabin number 7. Begley wanted to be close to number 8, not trusting Dutch Burton to stay out of it. Since there was no electricity, he'd been unable to turn on Tierney's computer, which frustrated Begley. He was eager to get into Tierney's files. Hoot was secretly grateful for the delay. He was cross-eyed with fatigue and doubted he'd have been able to concentrate enough to crack Tierney's security codes. Their cabin was the only other in the compound that had 2 bedrooms separated by a living area and small kitchen. They managed to function with light from the fireplace, candles, and a kerosene Coleman camp stove. After eating the canned chili, Gus Elmer was happy to provide for a price. Hoot had showered and practically sleepwalked from the bathroom to the bed. Now, 5 minutes after being awakened, he joined Begley in the main room. "I boiled water for coffee, but I don't recommend it. The police department's coffee is better than this. Let's go wait for the chopper there, I suppose. We also owe Burton the courtesy of letting him know about the chopper's ETA." "I agree, sir." Hoot pulled on his coat and gloves. "Where did Perkins say the chopper will set down?" "He didn't. We didn't get that far before our service was interrupted." Begley checked his own phone and cursed when it registered no service. "It's still going to be dodgy, I'm afraid. I'll call Perkins back as soon as we get to the police department." They rode in silence for a time. Then Begley said, "Lily Martin, do you think she's still alive, Hoot?" "I believe so, yes." "Why?" "Because he knows she called Burton and told him they were together. I hope you're right." As they approached police headquarters, they were stunned to see civilian vehicles. Most of them 4-wheel trucks parked in front of the squat brick building. Those that the parking lot wouldn't accommodate were parked along both sides of the street. "What the hell?" Begley asked rhetorically. Inside, the anteroom was crowded with men wearing camouflage print hunting garb or similar clothing. Most were armed with rifles. One, Hoot noticed, had a sophisticated bow and a quiver of evil-looking arrows. Everybody was talking at once, and all appeared agitated. Begley tried to elbow his way through the throng in the general direction of the dispatcher, who seemed to be the target of the malcontent. After several failed attempts, the SAC put his fingers in his mouth and gave an ear-splitting whistle. It instantly silenced the babble. Weatherproofed boots sounded like a stampede on the hardwood floor as they shuffled 180 degrees. With every eye in the room on him, Begley identified himself in a voice that could have cut glass. He was standing with his feet planted wide apart, his hands on his hips. Later, Hoot would confide to his coworkers that the Nutcracker had never been more effective. "I want somebody to tell me what the hell is going on here," he bellowed. The crowd parted for the man pushing his way through. Although he was dressed for the Iditarod, Hoot recognized Ernie Gunn. "Mr. Begley, Mr. Wise, these men here are some of the volunteers who'd been searching for Millicent until the storm forced them to stop. Word spread yesterday about the guy who took her. We've assembled this morning to help capture Ben Tierney." Immediately after his meeting with them, Gunn must have notified all his friends that Ben Tierney was the culprit who had taken his daughter. Those friends had told their friends. Hoot looked into the faces of the armed men and saw the resolve of vigilantes bent on getting their man and meting out their own brand of justice. Begley ignored the others and addressed Gunn. "I understand your desperation. With all due respect, Mr. Begley, you can't. You've got your girl safe and sound at home." "I stand corrected," he said, speaking humbly. "I can appreciate your desperation to find Millicent. I also commend these concerned friends and neighbors who volunteered their time to search for her. I mean that." He included every man in his sweeping gaze of the room. "But, gentlemen, this morning you're reminding me of a lynch mob. At this point, Mr. Tierney is not a suspect. We have no hard evidence against him. I want to emphasize that." Folks heard his name mentioned in connection to our visit here. Gossip spread like wildfire. It went out over the radio and things got blown all out of proportion. We came to Cleary only to question him, to have him clarify some issues in order for us to eliminate him as a suspect. An unidentified voice spoke from the back of the group. "That's all we want to do, too," questioned him. The tongue-in-cheek remark was met with snickers. Begley, clearly irritated by the interruption, said, "You don't need rifles with scopes to talk to a man. A helicopter is due to arrive within an hour. I intend to take it up to the peak. If Tierney is indeed in the cabin recently owned by Chief Burton, he will be asked to cooperate with us and will be questioned according to jurisprudence. He will be afforded his constitutional rights. Now, that's how it's going to be. That's the only way it's going to be, Mr. Gunn. If you and your friends attempt to compromise our mission, or take matters into your own hands, I will use whatever means I deem necessary to subdue you. This is a police matter as such." "Then where are the goddamn police?" Gunn asked angrily. "Excuse me?" Gunn flung his arm wide. "These men came here this morning to offer their time and services to you and the police, but our chief of police is nowhere to be found." Hoot shared Begley's astonishment. "What do you mean he's nowhere to be found?" "Just what I said," Gunn replied. "His own men haven't seen or heard from Dutch since late last night, when he told the dispatcher he was going home for some shut-eye. He told us to come get him if we needed him." Officer Harris materialized out of the crowd. He'd replaced his uniform with an insulated jumpsuit and a fleece-lined hat with ear flaps like most of the others were wearing, making him indistinguishable until now. "I just got back from his place. Looks to me like nobody's been there in a long time. Not even any ash in the fireplace." Begley cut a worried glance toward Hoot. "Perhaps Wes Hamer." Before Begley could finish, Harris was shaking his head. "He's AWOL, too. I stopped at his house on my way here. Mrs. Hamer said Mr. Hamer came in late last night, slept for a couple of hours, then left again before dawn. Did she know where he was going? Said she didn't." Hoot didn't like the feel of this, not at all. Judging by Begley's dark expression, he didn't like it either. He pondered it for several tense moments, then said crisply, "Officer Harris." "Yes, sir, in the absence of your chief. And until further notice from me, you are in charge of coordinating these men. I want them organized into an official search and rescue battalion. Your immediate job is to make certain they have the gear and supplies they'll need, and I'm talking everything: ammo, extra clothing, compasses, food, water, lots of water. I won't be responsible for somebody fainting out there from dehydration. Right, sir? I want them ready and standing by to go at a moment's notice." "Yes, sir." Then the young man's eyes clouded with confusion. To do what, sir?" "I won't know that until I've reconnoitered the area and the chopper. We'll stay in contact through the police radio, so I suggest you remain here. Use this as your base of operation. Other volunteers may straggle in, and we'll need every man we can recruit. If I may make a suggestion." Yes, sir." "I've found that dividing my units into smaller groups and appointing group leaders is an efficient way to coordinate men who've had less training. But choose those leaders carefully, as they'll be reporting only to you. Just a suggestion. You may, of course, manage it as you see fit." "Yes, sir, Agent Wise." Begley did an about face and strode toward the door. Hoot lunged forward to open it for him, then followed him out. As soon as the door closed behind them, they dropped the pretense. "Do you think they bought that bullshit?" "Difficult to say, sir," Hoot replied. "Well, trying to make sense of it will keep them occupied for an hour or so, especially choosing the group leaders. Hopefully, by the time they've sorted that out, we'll have rescued Ms. Martin and taken Tierney into custody." Begley paused. "Crap, you didn't get to use the phone." "Perkins hasn't paged me. If he's got something urgent, he'll contact me that way. In the meantime, I'll keep trying to reach him by cell phone." "What do you make of Burton and Wes Hamer having gone missing?" "Hoot?" "No idea, sir." "I don't like it. Not a fucking bit." Hoot opened the driver's door. "Where to, sir?" "The drugstore. That seems to be their hangout. Let's start looking for them there." Before getting into the car, Begley looked up at the clear sky. Never thought I'd say this, but I almost missed the snow. At least when it was snowing, I knew where everybody was. Marilee didn't think it was possible for matters to get worse. She was wrong. Dora Hamer showed up on her doorstep looking like an escapee from an insane asylum, dressed only in a bathrobe, the hem of which was wet from dragging through snow. She wore only house slippers. Her bare feet were raw looking and red. Marilee had never seen anyone in such a distraught state. The instant Marilee opened the door, Dora cried, "Is Scott here?" "No." "Do you know where he is?" "Please, I beg you, if you know where he is, tell me." Marilee reached for her hand and pulled her inside, then ushered her toward the fireplace. "Sit down and tell me what's happened." Dora didn't sit down. She paced, tearing at her hair while one hand clutched a piece of lined paper. The left margin was ragged, like it had been ripped from a spiral notebook. "What's that?" Marilee asked. "A note I found in Scott's room. A policeman came to the house a while ago." "Policeman?" "One of Dutch's men looking for him in West," she said impatiently. "That's not important. After he left, I looked into Scott's room to check on him. The room was empty. I found this." She shook the note at Marilee. "Is it true?" she asked, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're his lover?" With no thought of denying it, Marilee answered quietly. "For the past several months—" Dora stopped ranting and gaped at her. "How could you? What's wrong with you?" "Mrs. Hamer, please," Marilee said gently. She was more concerned about the other woman's mental state than she was about the accusations sure to be flung at her. Dora appeared on the verge of emotional collapse. "I'll tell you anything you want to know about my relationship with Scott, but I can't while you're screaming at me. Please." She motioned toward one of the two chairs in front of the fire, but Dora swatted her hand aside. The blow stung, but Marilee kept her composure, knowing that one of them must. "What does the note say?" He explained what happened this morning. "It was very ugly. I won't paint it otherwise." "Well, you should be proud of yourself," Dora sneered, meaning the opposite. "Your shameless behavior has led to this." She thrust the note at Marilee. It was crumpled and damp from being clutched in Dora's hand. When Marilee smoothed it out, she recognized Scott's handwriting. The note was addressed to his parents. The first line alarmed her. "I know you'll never forgive me for what I've done." She read the line out loud, then looked up at Dora. What does he mean by that? What has he done that's unforgivable? Screwing his school teacher, I suppose. I don't know. Dora had resumed pacing and was wringing her hands. "You're the last person I want to be near. I hate being inside your house, but I came because I thought you might shed some light on the note, on where he is now, on whatever is unforgivable. Tell me something," she screamed, her voice shredding on the last word. Marilee read the line again. He could be referring to our affair, or he could mean— She couldn't bring herself to say what else the obscure sentence might signify. Is he referring to something that he'll have done by the time we read the note, or something he's done already, something that he thinks we'll consider unforgivable? "I don't know, and I'm afraid to speculate, Mrs. Hamer." Dora backed into the wall, covered her face with her hands, and began to sob. "Does he mean he's going to kill himself?" Marilee continued reading, her panic rising. The words had the tone of a suicide note, although Scott hadn't specifically said he intended to end his life. However, when he'd left her bedroom through the French doors this morning, barely taking time to dress, he'd been terribly upset. Although she'd begged him to stay, he wouldn't be persuaded. He ran out and must have stopped at home only long enough to compose the note. Whatever course of action he decided on, he decided very quickly. The rashness of it terrified her. He wasn't thinking clearly or rationally. Did he take anything with him when he left? I don't know. Dora's reply was desultory, as though she was so lost in her misery she wasn't really listening. Marilee took her by the shoulders and shook her. Was anything missing from the house? Dora's vision cleared. Like what? Like a gun. Before Marilee could vocalize her thought, there was hard knocking on the front door. Both women reacted with a start. They stared at the door for several seconds with shared but unspoken fear. Marilee was the first to gather her courage. She crossed the room and opened the door. "Ms. Ritt, we met yesterday, I remember. Special Agent Wise. Yes, ma'am, and Special Agent in charge Begley. Come in. She moved aside, allowing the two FBI agents to step into the entry. They stopped short of entering the living room when they saw Dora Hamer cowering against the wall. To his credit, Begley pretended not to notice her dishabille and acted as though he'd bumped into her at a tea party. Good morning, Mrs. Hamer. Her eyes were wide with fright. All color had drained from her face. Have you come about Scott? Scott, no. Wise sensed their alarm. What's the matter? Dora left it to Merrily to answer. We don't know that anything is. Why are you here? Actually, we hope to find your brother at home, Wise replied. We went to the drugstore first. No one was there. At the mention of her brother, Merrily felt the muscles of her face solidify. She was still trying to absorb the full enormity of his treachery. His delight in hurting so many people was incomprehensible to her. If he'd truly been worried about her moral turpitude, he would have confronted her with her transgression privately, encouraged her to seek help from a counselor or minister, or even threatened her with exposure if she didn't immediately end her affair with Scott. Instead, he had harbored the secret, baiting her with innuendos until a time when springing the trap would do the most damage and give him the most satisfaction. The God Merrily believed in would regard William's malicious intent a far greater sin than her loving Scott. The agents were waiting for her answer. William left about an hour ago. She'd waited in her bedroom until she'd heard him leave the house and his car drive away. I assumed he was going to the store. If he's not there, then I can't help you. What did you want with him? Actually, we were looking for customers of his. Your husband, for one, Mrs. Hamer, turning to Dora. Wise said, Can you tell us where he is? I have no idea. He and Dutch were here earlier, Marley said. With William, I overheard them talking about snowmobiles. William recently purchased some at auction. The muffled conversation in the hallway had reached through her bedroom door. She'd been too disconsolate over Scott to pay attention to the raised voices, and she cared little what the three of them had to talk about. But that word had registered with her. Now that I think on it, Wes and Dutch were dressed for skiing. The look that Begley exchanged with Wise made her uneasy. Please, gentlemen, what's this about? Cleary Peak, Begley said. And Mr. Tierney, did they mention him or the peak in their conversation with your brother, Agent Wise asked. I don't think so. Are you familiar with the peak, Ms. Ritt? Very. I grew up on it, just below the summit, actually, on the western side. Western side? How do you get there from town? Does Mountain Laurel Road wind around? No. There's another road that snakes up the western face, but it's not much of a road any longer. Sections of it were washed away in a mudslide several years ago. The road is so rarely used that it hasn't been repaved. But snowmobiles could get up it. I don't know anything about snowmobiles, but I suppose it's possible. She divided a look between the two agents. You think Wes and Dutch have gone up there after Mr. Tierney? Although Begley didn't answer specifically, he said, We're waiting on a helicopter from Charlotte. Hopefully we'll get up there before anyone who has a mind to take the law into his own hands. He looked at Dora. Would you be willing to call Mr. Hamer and advise him not to take any foolhardy action? I'd be willing, but I've already tried to reach him on his cell and couldn't get through. I was frantic to tell him about Scott. But what about Scott? Begley's piercing stare was so daunting. Dora actually recoiled from it. Mrs. Hamer, he said, did the questions we asked Scott yesterday about Millicent upset him to this degree? No. Her response was weak and had no substance, and Begley seized on that immediately. Frankly, we felt that Scott, indeed all of you, were withholding information that could be valuable to our investigation, Wise said. Perhaps he knows more about Millicent's disappearance than his emotional instability has nothing to do with Millicent, Marley said, interrupting. The men directed their attention to her. I can't let you waste time on something that's irrelevant. She hesitated, then said, Scott is upset because his father and my brother have been giving him injections of steroids. He wants to stop taking them and knows he'll get a fight from Wes if he does. Further, she stopped, took a breath, clasped her hands together. Furthermore, Scott and I were caught in bed together this morning. Reading the shock in their expression, she added, Everything you infer from that is correct. Scott and I are lovers. He left a disturbing note in his room this morning. Merrily didn't ask Dora's permission before passing the note to Begley, who read it, then handed it over to Wise. Begley's expression wasn't encouraging. Wise was the first to regain his voice, and even then he cleared his throat delicately before speaking. Do you think it's your, relationship with him to which he's referring in the note? I assume, but I don't know for certain. Suicide is implied, but Dora was unable to continue. She began to cry softly. We'll put out a bulletin on his car, Wise said. He can't have gone too far on these roads. Dora shook her head. He didn't take the car. Are you saying he's on foot? He's an avid hiker. He even hikes on Cleary Peak. Begley and Wise exchanged a significant look. Then the senior agent addressed Merrilee. How long have you and Scott been in this relationship, Ms. Ritt? She appreciated him for not posing the question with censure. In fact, he seemed halfway apologetic for asking since September. And during that time, did Scott ever confide in you why he broke up with Millicent Gunn? He never talked about his former girlfriends, and I never asked. You didn't? No. Never. No. You weren't in the least bit curious. No. Then you're truly a remarkable woman. Or a liar. That was what Begley was implying. Oddly, it was less his hard stare than his soft voice that broke her restraint. Shoulders slumped, and she let go a long sigh. Last night, we talked about it last night for the first time. He told me why he and Millicent stopped seeing each other. They waited, but when she said nothing else, Begley prodded Hen. Well, I won't tell you that, Mr. Begley. Not at the present time. I'll tell you only if and when it becomes necessary for you to know. We need to know now, Wise said. I'm sorry. Wise was about to say more, but Begley held up his hand. Merrily listened and identified the sound at the same time Begley said, There's the chopper. He headed immediately for the door. Wait, Dora cried. Begley came back around. If Scott's up there, I'll do everything within my power to return him to you safely, Mrs. Hamer. I give you my word. The room felt very cold after he and Wise closed the door behind their hasty departure. Merrily went to the fireplace, rearranged the burning logs with a poker, then sat down across from Dora, who said, They're convinced Scott had something to do with that girl's disappearance. Merrily hugged her elbows to ward off the chill. Perhaps it was also a subconscious gesture, an attempt to hold on to her flagging hope that Scott's note didn't imply suicide, for reasons she didn't allow herself to contemplate. From Millicent to you, Dora said scornfully. I don't know which of you is worse. I don't expect you to understand. Well, thank you, Doris said with a bitter laugh, because I don't understand how a decent and responsible person, which you've always seemed to be, could seduce a boy. You're an authority figure. He looked up to you, admired you. He still does. Dora didn't acknowledge that. You're the reason he's been sneaking out of the house at night? He came to you? Yes. Do you realize the danger you placed him in? Yes, Merrily replied, her voice soft with contrition. Staring into the flames, she added, The risks were incredibly high for both of us, yet you lured him into your bed. Merrily raised her head and looked across at Dora. Do I look like a femme fatale capable of luring any man, Mrs. Hamer? She smiled with self-deprecation. Hardly. Scott responded to me in the same way I responded to him. We recognized a matching need for sex. Yes, there was passion. Ignoring the other woman's wince, she continued, but we were drawn together by more than that. Both of us lacked something essential that the other was willing, no, glad to provide. Oh, I'm sure you gladly provided an outlet for my 18-year-old son's lust. I did, she admitted without a qualm. She wondered how much she should say. Should she tell her that she had become Scott's sounding board last night when he finally opened up to her and railed against the steroids Wes had forced on him? That was the least shocking thing he'd told her. But wouldn't it be cruel to tell Dora about Wes's treachery concerning Millicent? Perhaps she already knew. But if not, she was in no state of mind to hear the story now. Besides, Merrily wasn't a hypocrite. Who was she, having been caught in bed with her student, to cast stones at Wes or anyone? She stuck to the facts but veiled them. I also gave Scott relief from the pressures imposed on him by your husband. I listened to his opinions, his thoughts and dreams where, don't whitewash it, merrily, priests who abuse young boys also hear their confessions and give absolution. You're nothing but a sexually repressed old maid who finally found a willing partner. You're right, of course, she admitted sadly. On every point, my only saving grace is that Scott is beyond the age of consent. So far as the law is concerned, I didn't have sexual congress with a child, but from an ethical standpoint, she wouldn't say it was wrong. She would never think of it as wrong. She finished by saying, unacceptable. They stared into the fire for several minutes. Then Dora leaned forward and placed her elbows on her knees. She rested her face in her hands and remained that way for a long time. Time enough for the logs to burn down to charred sticks that needed stoking. Then she lowered her hands and turned her head toward Marilee. You love my son, don't you? With all my heart, she replied quietly. But don't be distressed, Dora. You don't have to worry about me ruining Scott's life. Before it started, while he was still just a lovely daydream, I knew that if anything were to develop between us, it would be temporary. I recognized that it couldn't and wouldn't and shouldn't last. I planned all along to quietly exit his life one day so that he would be spared any embarrassment or guilt over us. She turned her head and looked wistfully into the fire. I knew this day would come. I knew it would break my heart in two, and possibly break Scott's as well, although I hoped to avoid that. In anticipation of this day, I treasured every moment we were together. I knew that if our affair was discovered, I would be reviled for the rest of my life. I didn't care. For once in my life, I disobeyed the rules. I lived in the moment and tried not to let the dread of the inevitable outcome spoil the time I had with him. I gave him everything I had within me to give. She shifted her gaze back to Dora, and I would do it again without a grain of regret. The two women looked at each other with complete understanding. It was hard to say who moved first because it seemed that they simultaneously reached across the space between the two chairs and clasped hands. They clung tightly to each other because neither had anything else to which she could cling. Chapter 30, Winter's peeping on my fantasies. He closed his lips around her nipple and sucked it into his mouth, rubbing his tongue against it until she thought she would die of the pleasure. As he moved to the other breast, he whispered, "Naked is so much better than through clothes, but even fully dressed, you manage to find everything. I have a built-in heat-seeking device. You certainly do." Smiling seductively, she slid her hand down his belly, closed her hand around him, and began to massage. "I saw you washing," she confessed in a whisper. He looked at her inquisitively in the window glass. "Your reflection." It was only an accidental glimpse, but placing his lips against hers, he murmured, "But what?" I got all hot and fluttery. What you're doing now has got me hot and fluttery. Squeezing and stroking, she had brought him to full erection again. As she rolled her thumb over the smooth tip, pressing it where it was most sensitive, he groaned, "Christ, Lily, this is a lovely device. It's not the only one." In the tangle of blankets, she lost track of exactly how he came to be lying between her thighs, his hands beneath her hips, tilting her up toward his mouth, and that other heat-seeker, his tongue. It treated her to carnal sensations she didn't know were possible and acquainted her with a level of intimacy she hadn't realized two separate individuals could share. Did she actually cry out his name, or did she only think she did? Either way, it echoed loudly inside her head, her heart. Moments later, when he was buried deep inside her again, she gazed up at him, her eyes telegraphing a million things she wanted to say but had no words for. He smiled tenderly. He understood. Tierney understood everything. When Lily came to, she was back in the main room of the cabin. A fire was burning in the grate, so she wasn't cold. Welcome sunlight was streaming in through one of the windows where the drape had been pushed aside. Neck was sore, but it was no more painful than a crick, and she was handcuffed. Tierney. God, she'd been dreaming about him, about last night, about making love with him. A sob of humiliation and outrage escaped her, but she wouldn't indulge those feelings now. She would save them for later. assuming she survived. She looked wildly about the cabin and listened for sounds of him moving around in the other rooms, but quickly determined that she was alone. She was seated on the floor beneath the bar that divided the kitchen from the living area. Her hands had been secured to a metal support bracket on the underside of the counter. Her hands had gone to sleep from lack of circulation, and it was probably that discomfort that had brought her out of unconsciousness. She came up onto her knees to give her arms some slack and much relief. Inhalers had been placed on the seat of the bar stool nearest her, within reach if she stretched out her fingers. A cup of water was also there. How considerate Tierney wanted her hydrated and breathing well when he killed her. What choice did he have? She had sealed her doom when she found Millicent's body. He was blue, his explanations for the handcuffs and all the rest had been indeed as false as they'd sounded. Probably he'd been on the mountain to dispose of Millicent's corpse when the storm had forced a postponement. He'd stashed her body in the most convenient hiding place, her tool shed. As he was making his way back to his car, Lily had intercepted him on the road. All his actions and evasions since then seemed indisputable signs of guilt. How could she have believed him innocent even for an instant, much less for an entire night? The answer was simple. She had wanted to. She had desired him. His self-sacrificing, life-risking kindnesses toward her yesterday had seemed incompatible with a man who would then wish to destroy her. What a clever modus operandi. He befriended his victims, romanced them into a sentimental stupor, made sweet love to them, but at some point the tender lovemaking turned violent. She'd had only a glimpse of Millicent's face before turning away in horror, but the sight was branded on her memory. Millicent hadn't died in the throes of passion. She had been choked until her tongue protruded from her lips and her eyes bulged from their sockets. Her killer had been cruel and merciless. She hadn't died quickly. It had been slow and awful. Thinking of it filled Lily with terror, but also with a determination not to be Tierney's next victim. Where was he, and how long till he returned? Was he disposing of Millicent's remains before coming back to deal with her? Whatever he did, he would have to do it swiftly. He was under a deadline. He'd said himself that Dutch or someone would try today to reach them win-win-win. She yanked hard on the cuffs, knowing even as she did that it was futile to try to break free from them. If Tierney couldn't do it, what possible chance did she have? God, had she really kissed the skin he'd rubbed raw on his wrists and the scratches her nails had left on the back of his hand? She couldn't think about that now, nor about anything else they'd done in the dark warmth beneath the blankets. That was last night. This was today. She wouldn't die of shame. She wouldn't die, period. She would survive. Reaching up, she fingered the screws securing the support brackets to the underside of the counter. If she could loosen them enough to pull the brackets out of the wood, she could at least slip the cuffs free. Her hands would still be cuffed together, but she could run. She tested the screws. There was no give in any of them, but she attacked them anyway. She broke her nails and abraded the pads of her fingers as she tried to twist the screws. After 5 minutes, she admitted that it was hopeless. She hadn't loosened one of them. All she'd accomplished was to make her breathing more difficult and her fingers bleed unless she could devise another means of escape. And nothing came to mind. She would have to rely on someone coming to her rescue. What kind of scenario would be played out? Would Tierney kill her quickly and flee? Would he hold her hostage while negotiating the terms of his surrender? Whether he left her alive or dead, would he try to avoid arrest and get gunned down in the process? Would she die while looking into his face, her eyes imploring him to spare her life, just as they had implored him last night to make her feel alive again after a 4-year grieving slumber? Or would she watch him lying motionless in a bank of snow that turned red as the life flowed out of him? She wasn't sure which of those two images caused her to start weeping, but the tears ceased abruptly when her cell phone rang. "Damn it," Dutch cursed. Got her voicemail. Why isn't she answering the phone? The trip up the mountain was taking longer than anticipated, and Dutch's patience was long since spent. He knew the basic route of the road, but the surface was covered with several feet of snow, icy in patches, making each yard of it hazardous. The short straightaways were no safer than the hairpin curves. Neither he nor Wes had a lot of experience with snowmobiles. In his opinion, they were unreliable and unwieldy vehicles. His ski goggles had dug deep impressions into the puffy skin of his face. It was so swollen that his nose blended into his cheeks without any differentiation. Some of the cuts had developed pus. To relieve the throbbing pain, he'd taken off the goggles, but the sun's glare on the snow had made his eyeballs ache so bad he'd put them back on, here on the mountain's western face. The wind was much stronger. It whipped snow into icy dervishes they couldn't always avoid. The temperature was impossibly cold, although the heated grips on the snowmobiles kept their hands from freezing. They had to ride single file, so they'd taken turns in the lead. Wes, who was presently leading, had signaled him that he was about to stop. "I need to take a piss." Dutch had been annoyed by the delay, but had used the opportunity to check his cell phone. When he saw that it was registering service, he hastily pulled off his glove and punched in Lily's number. Wes had finished peeing and was plowing his way over when he heard Dutch ask rhetorically why she wasn't answering her phone. "Try it again," he said. Dutch redialed with the same unsatisfying result. "Don't jump to conclusions, Dutch. Just because she's not answering her phone doesn't mean, well, it could mean a lot of things." Dutch nodded agreement, but his heart wasn't in it. Ever the optimist, Wes said, "Maybe she's tried to call you." Dutch shaded his phone with his hand so he could read the LED. There were no calls from Lily's number, but 3 from police headquarters, coming in at 1-minute intervals. His officers would be wondering where he was. Reluctantly, he dialed the number. It was answered immediately, but background noise made the poor connection even worse. "Chief," his dispatcher said, "can you hear me?" Was he kidding? They could have heard him in China. "Looking for you. The BI helicopter has set down school football field quick or else gonna without you." Dutch clicked off. Later, he could claim he'd lost the signal, hadn't understood the message for all the breakups, hadn't heard the part about the chopper's arrival. "Begley's got his helicopter," Wes said, having overheard the dispatcher's excited voice. Dutch nodded grimly as he tried Lily's number one more time and cursed when he heard the start of her voicemail message again. "I don't get it," he said irritably. "Isn't she anxious to be rescued? She doesn't know that Tierney is blue," Wes reminded him. "I know, but listen." Wes raised his hand. "Did you hear that?" "What?" "Shh." Dutch lifted his cap away from his ear and listened hard. But all he could hear was the whistling of the wind and the occasional clump of snow landing on the ground after being blown from an upper tree branch. After 30 seconds, he said, "I don't hear anything." "I don't either now. Thought I did." "What did it sound like?" "Like these. Snowmobiles? Can't be. Not Ritz anyway." I had the keys to all 4 of them. On the key ring that William had given him were 4 keys for 4 snowmobiles. At the garage, it had been a quick process of elimination to see which 2 keys they needed for the snowmobiles they'd taken out. He still had the key ring in a pocket of his snowsuit. Wes shook his head. "Guess it was my imagination. These things are so damn loud they could do funny things to your ears. Anyhow, you were saying that She's been up there for 2 days, stranded, without power. Why wouldn't she have her cell phone in her hand, willing it to ring, trying to call out?" "You'd think," Wes admitted, "but maybe she's not getting cell service up there. Maybe her battery is dead. Or maybe she is Dutch. Or maybe she's hurt. Or maybe she was snuggled up in bed with Tierney and resenting the intrusion of the ringing phone. They might not find her injured at all, but rosy with health and purring with sexual satisfaction." He looked at Wes and knew that he was thinking the same thing. "If she could get through, she'd be trying to call you, Dutch. I'm sure of it." Before he yielded to the temptation to push Wes over the cliff for patronizing him like he was a mental patient, Dutch pulled his ski glove back on. "If you're gonna lead, step up the pace." Wes started walking toward his snowmobile. "I can't go any faster. These switchbacks are brutal. You knew that when you volunteered to come along, and by the way, why did you?" Wes stopped in his tracks, turned back. "What?" Dutch pushed his goggles up to his forehead and gave Wes a long, appraising look. "What? Why are you doing this, Wes? Don't get me wrong, I want to crack at Tierney, whether or not he's blue. But what's your stake in this? Wes shook his head with misapprehension. I don't follow. Yeah, you do. Don't play stupid. You did everything but lick my dick last night to talk me into going after Tierney myself. I want to know why. I explained why. You deserve the glory for capturing him, not the FBI. I'd bask in the glow of your success. Nothing wrong with that, is there? No, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think you have another motive, and I think it has to do with Scott. Scott, you should know, Wes, that the more innocent you act, the more suspicious I become. Are you manipulating me? As I said, I want to take care of Tierney anyway. I'd just like to know before I do that I haven't been played for a chump. He gave Wes a hard look. Did Scott have anything to do with the disappearances of those women? Right. Yeah, like he had the hots for Betsy Calhoun. Support stockings have always been a huge turn-on for him. I'm not kidding. Then if you're not kidding, you're crazy. That shrink in Atlanta should have booked you for a few extra sessions. Something's up with your kid. He's slipping it to his English teacher. That would make him a little fidgety, don't you think? Is that all? Isn't that enough? Did he do something to Millicent? How can you think that? You've known him since he was born. I've known you longer, Dutch's eyes narrowed. Tell me the truth, Wes. Is Scott our culprit? I'm not even going to honor that with. Are you protecting him? No, I know you, Wes. You don't know shit. You're covering for somebody. I'm covering for me. Dutch staggered back a few steps and gaped at his oldest friend with disbelief. His mouth went dry. Wes blew out a gust of air, stared toward the tree line at the right shoulder of the road, then brought his gaze back to Dutch. I was fucking her, all right. I know you, Wes. I gathered that much. Yeah, well, Wes gave him a shorthand account of his brief affair with Millicent and the consequences of it. Scott wouldn't have anything to do with her after that, so my plan to end their romance worked like a charm. What I didn't plan on was Millicent up and disappearing. I didn't have anything to do with it. Scott didn't have anything to do with it, but I gotta tell you, pal, that this investigation into her disappearance has made me nervous. Because assholes like Begley are looking at her life under a microscope, searching for secrets. It would be damned inconvenient to my way of life if our threesome became a public scandal, and that's not the end of it. I wouldn't want the feds, her folks, or anybody else to discover that one of us, or maybe even some other guy who knows, had knocked her up. Doesn't matter who it was me. She came to whining about it and claiming the kid was mine. I had the fattest checkbook, see, and the most to lose if I didn't pay up. Scott doesn't even know about the kid. Thank God she lost it on account of the anorexia before she could carry out her threat to bring it all out in the open. Scott, me, her, the whole shebang. Jesus, right? It would have been bad enough if word of this had got out last spring. But can you imagine how much shit would hit the fan if it came to light now? Even if I escaped Ernie Guns' wrath, and he's damned handy with a firearm, Scott and I would surge to the top of the FBI's list of suspects. We'd eventually be cleared, of course, but the damage would be done. It would ruin my marriage and my coaching career. No matter how many district championships my teams win, the school board would frown on me screwing a cheerleader. Millicent wasn't the first, probably not the last either. I'm man enough to admit to my weaknesses. He frowned with distaste, but this one got out of hand. Millicent was also Scott's girlfriend. She got pregnant and miscarried, and she's missing, which spells disturbing any way you look at it. That's why I'm anxious to get this blue case resolved and put an end to all this nosy probing into poor little Millicent's life. He paused to take a breath. That's it, Dutch. That's my vested interest in this matter, beyond wanting to help out my oldest buddy and best friend. Feel better now? Dutch shook his head and gave a sardonic laugh. I should have known it was something involving your dick. Wes spread his arms wide and flashed his most guileless grin. What can I say? I won't fool you, Wes. You had me scared. He slapped Dutch on the shoulder. Let's go get this bastard. But when Dutch turned away to mount his snowmobile, Wes's easygoing grin collapsed. Lily wanted to scream with frustration when her cell phone started to ring for the second time. It had been left on the end table within sight but well out of reach. Tierney had made sure of that. If Dutch had received her scanty message 2 nights ago, he would be frantic to reach her, knowing she'd spent all the time with Blue. Or maybe it wasn't Dutch calling at all. Maybe her call to him hadn't gone through and he'd never received her message. As she had said to Tierney last night, perhaps Dutch thought she'd been safe at home in Atlanta for the past 2 days. She had made it plain to him that their life together was over. If he had taken her at her word this time, he would no longer be concerning himself with her. But when her cell phone began to ring for the 3rd time, she prayed that it was Dutch or anyone who would reach her before Tierney returned. Tierney's breathing was loud and labored. The vapor it formed in front of his face was sometimes dense enough to obscure his vision. His heart seemed to have inflated to fill his entire ribcage. He had resolved to ignore the sprain in his ankle. But in this instance, mind over matter determination wasn't working. The ankle had become weaker and more painful with every step. He could withstand the pain only because he was running for his life. The minute his name had gone out over the airwaves, he became a target. Every man, woman, and child in Cleary would be out for his blood, and they wouldn't hesitate to defy the authority of the FBI to get it. If Dutch Burton had received the message that Lily was trapped with him, he would be at the forefront of this bloodthirsty band. That was why Tierney had stayed off Mountain Laurel Road and was keeping to the woods if an armed search and rescue party from Cleary was coming after Lily and Blue. The main road would be the route they'd take from yesterday's experience. He had known what to expect when he set out, but knowing how arduous it was going to be didn't make it any less so. He had to move both speedily and carefully, and those two modes were irreconcilable. He feared another injury, but he feared a fire-breathing mob of sharpshooters even more. Eventually, he reached his first destination, the road on the mountain's western face. Relieved that he'd made it this far, he leaned against a tree trunk and sucked in huge draughts of oxygen, even though the air was so cold it hurt to take it in. He drank from the small plastic bottle he'd filled with water before leaving the cabin. He'd driven this road only once before, knowing that it was rarely used because of its disrepair and that it would be virtually impassable now because of the accumulation of ice and snow. He figured it highly unlikely that anyone would be on it today. Another advantage was that it didn't intersect with Main Street as the other road did. When he reached the end of this road at the foot of the mountain, he would be several miles from the center of town and less likely to be spotted before he could get someplace where he could think about what to do next. He removed his cell phone from his coat pocket. Although it registered that he had service, his battery was dead. It had run down during the 2 days he'd left the phone on. He couldn't make a call. But since service had been restored, others could. That was to his disadvantage. Time to move. He stepped out from the cover of the trees and onto the road. The going was rough, but nothing compared with the difficulty of trekking through the woods. He ducked his head against the fierce wind that cut through his inadequate clothing. The glare was so intense he had to squint his eyes nearly shut in order to see at all. He concentrated on nothing except placing one foot in front of the other. He could favor neither his left nor his right side because both hurt equally. He tried not to think about Lily. Doing so made him second-guess his decision to leave her behind. He'd had no choice, really. He couldn't have brought her along. God damn it, why had she ventured into the shed and looked inside that box? He stopped in his tracks and paused to listen, hoping that his ears were deceiving him. Over the loud sobbing of his own breath and the howl of the wind, he picked up another sound. An approaching motorized vehicle. A snowmobile? No, not just one. Two at least, growing louder, coming closer. No, not closer, here. Chapter 31. The rotters created a cyclone of snow and ice pellets. Out of it materialized a man dressed in a black Nomex tactical suit and boots that looked like they meant business. Grit and determination could have been his middle names. He marched toward Begley and Wise, who were standing on the Fighting Cougars sideline at the 30-yard line. "Good morning, sir," he said to Begley, shouting over the helicopter's noise. "Collier," Begley said, shaking hands with him. Hoot knew Collier by reputation. He was a respected agent who'd undergone hostage rescue and tactical training at Quantico last year. It was rumored he'd applied for the Critical Incident Response Group. Only the best and baddest of the badasses got selected for the elite SIRG. Do you know Agent Wise? Only by sight. Hoot's hand was clasped by one wearing a black leather wrap-pelling glove with the fingers cut out to facilitate trigger pulling. It was the closest Hoot had ever come to such an article of clothing. Special Agent Wise has maps and topographical charts of the peak. Begley told him, "Thanks, sir, we've brought our own too. How many on board?" "2 men from my team plus the pilot. He's one of ours." The Bell helicopter belonged to the Charlotte PD. They'd used it before and Begley liked it. It was fast, maneuverable, safe. He knew it was a 7-place chopper, counting the pilot. He did the math. If they picked up Lily Martin and Tierney, there wouldn't be enough space for everyone on the return trip. Somebody would be left for later pickup, but it would be such a short trip. He didn't see a problem with that. Collier said, "I understand the mission is to pick up a female civilian and 1 hostile. We don't know that he's a hostile right now. This is a rescue mission only. We'll see what happens when we get there. Hoot and I are going." "No need, sir. We can communicate." "Negative," Begley said, even before he'd finished. "We're going." Everyone in the Bureau knew you didn't argue with an SAC, who would assume jurisdiction and command requisition helicopters and recruit assistance from other agencies and do whatever was necessary to complete a mission successfully and safely, answering only to headquarters if it failed. Collier looked at their overcoats and dress loafers. "We didn't bring any extra gear. We'll go as we are." "It's freezing, sir, and we're wasting time." Begley fixed him with a nutcracker. And Collier, for all his badassness, caved. "Right, sir. But be aware. These wind currents are tricky. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Thanks for the warning." Sidestepping Collier, Begley strode toward the helicopter. Hoot and Collier followed at a trot. Collier glanced over at Hoot, sizing him up and obviously finding him lacking. "I didn't know you'd had any training for what? This kind of mission." "I haven't." Hoot could lip-read the profanity that slipped past Collier's frown. Having an untrained man at his back was the quickest way for a SWAT officer to die in the performance of his duty. "None?" Hoot shook his head. "Then stay out of our way and don't fuck up. I don't plan to." "You scared? Shitless." Hoot shouted as he ducked under the whirling blades of Begley. Wes stopped again. Dutch, riding close on his tail, almost rear-ended him. "What the hell, Wes?" "I saw something, up ahead, dodging into the trees." Dutch scanned the forest. "Are you sure through there?" Wes pointed. "A deer, maybe. Not unless it was a 2-legged one." "It was a man, Dutch. I'm sure of it. Just as I rounded the bend, I saw him disappear into the trees, left of that boulder. Do you think it's Tierney? Show me the spot." They guided the snowmobiles toward the boulder. It had a frozen waterfall coming over the top of it. "I was right," Wes said, pointing. The footprints in the deep snow followed the road as far as the next switchback before disappearing around the bend. Here they veered sharply into the woods as though whoever had made the tracks had heard their approach and immediately sought cover in the trees. "It's got to be Tierney," Wes said, his breath gusting with excitement. "Who else could it be?" Dutch was prone to agree. Simultaneously, they cut the engines and climbed off the snowmobiles. They began removing their rifles from the soft-sided gun cases they'd been carrying on their backs. Although he'd checked his weapon thoroughly before they left, Dutch checked it again. It was loaded, ready. Wes was going about the same procedure, executing it like the skilled hunter he was. Dutch also checked his 9mm pistol and chambered a bullet. There was no doubt in his mind now that Tierney was their culprit. Wes had explained his personal interest in Millicent's disappearance case. Dutch really had never believed Scott capable of committing a felony. He suspected the boy, despite his brawn, was too gutless and insecure to pull off any crime, much less 5 kidnaps. All the same, Wes's explanation had relieved Dutch of any apprehension. Tierney was their man. If not, why had he run into the woods just now? He'd been marooned for 2 days. His resources would have been limited, and he was supposedly injured. Shouldn't he be running toward them, flagging them down, glad to see them, grateful that help had at last arrived? Why would he be avoiding rescue unless rescue also signified capture? Dutch was ready. He turned on the transmitter of the two-way radio. Have yours handy in case we lose each other in there. Wes patted down his pockets, then looked at Dutch with consternation. What, I think I left the thing. You're kidding. Wes took off his gloves and slapped his bare hands against all his pockets. I must have set it down either at Ritt's house or in the garage. I remember trying out the volume dial right after you gave it to me after that. Doesn't matter. Let's go, Wes went first, stepping off the road and scrambling up the steep embankment using the ice-covered boulder for support. He turned to give Dutch a hand up. Tierney's trail was clearly marked in the deep snow. Wes said he's not even trying to hide his tracks. He couldn't if he wanted to. Dutch looked at Wes and, for the first time in days, smiled. Are we lucky or what? They had the advantage of being fresh. Tierney was aware of this and redoubled his efforts to keep well ahead of them. He'd left the cabin over 2 hours ago. Except for that one brief rest, he'd been hiking in the worst possible conditions and was battling profound fatigue. He hadn't paused to identify the two men on the snowmobiles before dashing into the forest. He'd guessed who they were, and he'd been correct. They'd called out to him periodically, and he recognized their voices. Dutch Burton and Wes Hamer. Both of them were strong and athletic. He was also reasonably sure that in the last 48 hours neither had been struck by a car, suffered a brain concussion and a gash on the head, or sprained an ankle. Probably neither had made love most of last night either. Strength-wise, they definitely had the advantage over him, but they certainly didn't outsmart him. In fact, they weren't very bright at all. Good trackers would have kept their yaps shut, so as not to alert him to their position or distance from him. Despite their boasting of hunting skills, they had a lot to learn about stalking prey. Maybe they thought human prey responded differently to noise than animal prey. But make no mistake. Tierney, he thought to himself, you're prey. Any doubt of that had been dispelled by Wes's taunting catcalls and Dutch's dire threats, which echoed eerily through the snow-cushioned forest. Just as he had feared, they wanted Blue, dead or alive. He strongly suspected they favored the former, particularly Dutch Burton, who had shouted more than a few obscene attentions regarding him and Lily. Dutch wore a badge, but Tierney knew that wouldn't prevent him from blowing his heart out if given the chance. In addition to being a law enforcement officer sworn to uphold the law and protect an individual's civil rights, Dutch was a husband scorned whose ex-wife had spent 2 nights in isolation with another man. If he got Tierney in the crosshairs of his scope, he would pull the trigger and exult at doing so. They sensed that he was weakening, and that served to spur them on. He didn't stop to look back, but he could tell they were gaining on him. Sounds of their passage through the forest came ever closer. They had it easier than he did. He had to forge the trail. All they had to do was follow it. He considered taking cover and making a stand against them. He had the pistol and it was still loaded, missing only the bullet that Lily had fired at him. However, its respectable range was nothing compared with that of a rifle, and there were 2 of them. One could keep him under cover while the other sneaked around and flanked him. He was also afraid that if he stopped, he would never be able to get up again. His stamina was depleted. He'd thought it had been exhausted yesterday when he went after Lily's medication, but today he truly was on the verge of collapse. Only sheer willpower kept him on his feet, just as he had decided that in order to have any hope of survival, he must keep moving. He saw a branch near his head splinter. A millisecond later, he heard the crack of a gunshot. He dived into the snow and rolled behind a boulder. "Tierney, you might just as well give up," Dutch Burton shouted. He wasn't foolish enough to raise his head above the boulder in order to pinpoint their position, but he could sense them darting between the trees, moving nearer. One was advancing on his right, the other on his left. The important thing was, they were advancing. He was trapped. Now that he had stopped, he realized how much he hurt. Every cell in his body was screaming in agony. He was short-winded. He was hungry. "We know you're blue. The FBI nailed you with stuff they found in your cabin at the lodge." Tierney had already figured that out. It was circumstantial evidence, but all the justification a jealous ex-husband would need to take him out and worry later about the fallout over his breach of legal procedure. Tierney didn't dare speak and make himself an easier target. He hardly breathed. He heard nothing from them either. They had stopped moving. They must have decided to wait him out. For several minutes, the three shared the absolute quiet. A noise eventually broke the silence, and Tierney identified it as another snowmobile. The sound came from a distance, and because it had a million surfaces off, which to ricochet before reaching his ears, it was impossible to tell from what direction. Though they didn't speak, he sensed that Dutch and Wes were listening to it too. Had someone on foot come along and availed himself of one of their snowmobiles? Were they wondering how they were going to transport his dead body back to town if between them they had only one snowmobile? They would be stupid not to take advantage of the distracting noise. Never accuse them of being stupid. Above the diminishing buzz of the snowmobile, he heard the unmistakable sound of a twig snapping underfoot. One of them was closing in on his right, 30 yards away, maybe more, maybe less. Even a lousy marksman couldn't miss at that distance. A more subtle noise came from his left. A patch of snow falling with a soft plop onto the ground. Had the wind blown it down, or had one of them disturbed a lower branch and knocked it loose? He held his breath, listened. The snowmobile could no longer be heard. He couldn't even hear his own breathing. He'd covered his mouth with his scarf so the vapor of his breath wouldn't give away his position. Wherever they were, however far from his hiding place, they seemed content with their positions. They weren't moving. They could wait. Again they did, the three of them, silently waiting for someone to make a move. And then another sound rent the silence. The clatter-clap of helicopter blades. Cleary's police department sure as hell didn't have a chopper. It had to be from a state agency or the FBI. In any case, Dutch wasn't going to shoot him in cold blood in front of witnesses. Wes Hamer didn't count. He would back up his buddy, lie under oath in his defense no matter what, and vice versa. Till now, the forest had protected Tierney by providing good cover, but suddenly that advantage had shifted to Dutch. He could shoot now and explain later that Tierney had resisted arrest, leaving him no choice except to stop him with a bullet. He could attest that Tierney had charged them, forcing them to protect themselves. Either way, he'd be dead and they'd be vindicated. No, in order to survive Lily's trigger-happy ex, he must get into the open where he could be seen by whoever was in that chopper. Conjuring up a map of the peak in his mind, he mentally juxtaposed the two roads, the main one and the one on the western face. He'd been running away from the westernmost in the general direction of the other. But how far had he gone? How much farther would he have to run before he reached Mountain Laurel Road? Whatever the distance, could he make it with the strength he had left? He had to try. Dutch and Wes were stronger and better armed, but he had two distinct advantages: his innate sense of direction and his will to live before he could talk himself out of it. He came up onto his knees. His muscles, particularly the sprained ankle, protested even that. But he forced himself into a crouch and set off again, keeping as low as possible and trying not to give his movement away by disturbing branches or making noise. He hoped Dutch and Wes would waste time creeping toward the boulder in order to surprise him, only to be surprised themselves when they discovered he wasn't behind it. It was too much to wish for. "Dutch, on your left," he heard Wes shout. Tierney sprang to his feet and began running, or tried to. His legs churned through the snow that in places came almost to his waist. His arms thrashed through snow-shrouded brambles. He stumbled over hidden tree roots and undergrowth. Ice-encased branches whacked his face, but if the grunts and groans of those tracking him were any indication, they were having just as difficult a time as he. Tierney sensed the desperation that propelled their chase and knew his deduction had been correct. Dutch Burton wanted to dispatch him before another law enforcement agency's arrival prevented him from doing so. As before, the road found him almost before he found it. With little warning, he reached the edge of the embankment. Quick reflexes saved him from plunging down at this time. He sat on his butt and worked his way down. The sunlight was bright on the undisturbed ribbon of white. After the shadowed forest, he was momentarily blinded by the glare. Shading his eyes, he frantically searched the sky for a sign of the helicopter. It was so loud, one would have thought it was directly overhead, but he couldn't see it. Ben Tierney. Wes and Dutch had emerged from the woods and were standing on the edge of the embankment. 2 rifles were aimed at him. Their long, sleek barrels looked menacing in the harsh sunlight. Dutch had both eyes open, so did Wes. These guys knew how to shoot, how to hit, how to kill, like shooting fish in a barrel. He could almost hear his grandfather saying the adage as he raised his hands high above his head. He dropped the pistol and kicked it away. I'm unarmed. Perfect. He read the word on Dutch's jeering lips just before he squeezed the trigger. There's the cabin, sir. Collier spoke to Begley through his headset. Hoot had also been provided one as a courtesy. He was sure. Not because he had any strategic reason for being here. What do you know? They made it, Begley said, pointing out the snowmobile in front of the cabin. At least one of them did, addressing the pilot through the headset. He said, "Can you set this thing down? The clearing is small, sir. In this wind, it'll be difficult." Collier said, "Get us low enough, we'll use the ropes." But just as he suggested it, the chopper was broadsided by a gust of wind. Acting quickly, the pilot prevented the craft from being swatted to the ground. As the chopper swung around, Hoot felt his pager vibrate against his hip. He fished inside his coat and removed the pager from his belt. Perkins had punched in their code indicating urgency. Hoot dug out his cell phone and hit the auto dial he'd assigned to Perkins's number. "In here, I'm in here." Lily had been shouting since she'd first heard the approaching snowmobile. Knowing she couldn't possibly be heard above its noisome whine, she continued shouting anyway until it stopped. "In here?" she shouted into the sudden silence. Her eyes trained on the door, Mrs. Burton. She didn't bother correcting the name. "Yes, yes, I'm in here." The door was pushed open and a man swaddled in ski clothing rushed in. "Thank God you're all right." "Mr. Ritt," she exclaimed. He pushed back his fur-lined hood, removed his gloves, crouched down in front of her and looked at the handcuffs. "Dutch and Wes haven't been here?" "No. They were coming after you and Tierney. He's blue, as I think you must know. He said he heard it on the radio." "Who said?" "Tierney. So he knows they're after him." "Yes. Do you see the key for these things?" As he moved about the cabin searching for the key to the handcuffs, she asked how Tierney had come under suspicion. William Ritt gave her a rushed account of the 2 FBI agents coming into his drugstore the day before. "I'm not sure what kind of evidence they have on him, but it must be incriminating. They kicked into high gear when they learned you were trapped up here with him. A rescue party was organized, but there was an accident, and the road became hopelessly blocked. This morning I volunteered my snowmobiles. Wes and Dutch took off on them, but they left this behind. He took some sort of transmitter from one of his pockets. It's a 2-way radio. I heard Dutch say they'd need it to stay in contact with each other, so I followed, thinking I'd catch up with them." "But you didn't?" He shook his head. "Only the snowmobiles. They've been abandoned on the West Road. It looks like they set off foot." "Do you think they went after Tierney?" "Possibly. The only way he could get down the mountain is on foot. Both our cars." She shook her head with impatience. "It's too long a story. Dutch and Wes must have spotted him. He stopped his search for the handcuff key. I don't see it anywhere. He must have taken it with him. It's okay. Now that someone's here, I can stand it." "Did he hurt you?" "Not really, except for knocking me out this morning." She closed her eyes briefly, then said, "I found Millicent Gunn's body in our shed." "Oh gosh, how awful. I think she'd been dead for several days. The storm probably prevented Tierney from disposing of her body." She told him about striking Tierney with her car and returning to the cabin to wait out the blizzard. He was concerned about our survival, certainly. He seemed nice, non-threatening, but some things he said didn't add up. Like what? She gave him several examples of Tierney's half-truths. "I got suspicious and searched his backpack. I found these handcuffs and a length of blue ribbon." She motioned with her chin. There. William picked up the backpack and withdrew the blue velvet ribbon from one of the zippered compartments. This is definitely evidence against him. Indisputable evidence. So why did he leave it here? Before Lily could arrive at an answer to what was a very good question, her ears picked up a sound. Is that a helicopter? That was the FBI's plan. A tide of relief surged through her. She'd been glad to see William Ritt and to learn that Tierney's capture was imminent. But if he'd somehow managed to elude Dutch and Wes and return to the cabin, the pharmacist would have posed no threat to him. William moved to the door and stepped onto the porch, but even before he re-entered the cabin, Lily realized he'd reacted too slowly. They're circling away, he said, but they must have seen my snowmobile. They're probably looking for a place to set down. Thank God they're here. Amen. Do you realize how lucky you are to have escaped Blue? None of the others did. Millicent's death mask. She shuddered. It was terrible. I can imagine how awful it must have been for you, finding her body in the toolbox that way. She nodded. But I suppose it was a good thing that I discovered it. By now, Tierney has probably moved it. Maybe even buried it while I was unconscious. I should have known something wasn't right. He acted so touchy when I mentioned the axe to him after he went for the... She broke off abruptly. Went for the what? Wood, she replied hoarsely. He went for firewood. She tried to lick her lips, although her mouth had gone dry. Mr. Ritt? Yes. How? How did you know about the toolbox in the shed? Hoot? You'll have to shout, Perkins. We're in the chopper, you? What have you got? Tierney. The rest of it was lost as the pilot executed a pivot that pinned Hoot more securely to his seat while his stomach remained airborne. Say again, please, Hoot shouted. Finally made contact with Mrs. Lambert's mother. Affirmative. Brace yourself, Hoot asked Perkins to repeat his message 3 times until he was certain he'd heard it correctly. He ended the call with a terse thanks. Then, speaking into the headset and interrupting the tactical guy's discussion on how best to get on the ground, he addressed Begley. Sir, he shouted. Ben Tierney was not repeat, not Tory Lambert's abductor. Begley's head swiveled around. Hoot looked straight into the nutcracker. He's her father, Chapter 32. William Ralty remained unruffled. Pardon me? Lily's mouth was as dry as a husk. She had to push the words out. I told you I had found Millicent's body in the shed. I didn't say anything about the toolbox. How did you know there was a toolbox in the shed? His feigned misapprehension lasted only a moment longer. Then he shook his head with chagrin. It wasn't very clever of me to make that slip, but it was even less clever of you to bring it to my attention. She tried to swallow but couldn't. You know, Mrs. Burton or Ms. Martin or whatever you go by these days. You know what this means, don't you? His voice had changed as radically as his demeanor. There was nothing ingratiating about him now. You're Blue, yes? Although I'm not very fond of that silly nickname. The crack of a rifle shot surprised them. Both looked toward the door, although it was obvious that the sound had come from a distance. Several seconds later, William said, Only one shot. Dutch claims to be an excellent marksman. Seems he is. She sucked in a wheezing breath. Tierney, dead now. What a stroke of good luck. He took the transmitter from his pocket and turned it on. It squawked loudly. He lowered the volume. What are you doing? Lily asked. Who are you calling, Watch? I think you'll like this. Well, you won't actually like it, but you'll have to agree that it's brilliant. Bringing the transmitter to his mouth, he depressed the button on the side of it. Dutch, he shouted frantically. Can you hear me? He released the button and stared at her while he waited for a response. For several moments there was nothing but the hiss of amplified air. Then Dutch's voice filled the room. Who's this? He depressed the button. It's William. I heard a shot. Did you get Tierney? He broke off when Lily opened her mouth to scream. He must have been anticipating that she would try something like that because he acted swiftly, covering her mouth with his hand. Rit, where are you? Lily struggled to turn her head and free her mouth. When that didn't work, she tried biting his palm. He only pressed his hand more firmly against her mouth, holding her head against the wall beneath the bar, his fingers digging painfully into the soft tissue of her cheeks. He picked up the transmitter, depressed the button, and faked a sound that was half retch, half sob. "Dutch, I'm here in the cabin. Did you get Tierney?" Yeah, he's down. Is Lily all right?" For effect, he made his voice crack. "No, your wife is dead. Dead. Tierney killed her. Tierney was lying flat on his back." When he opened his eyes, the glare of sunlight reflecting off the snow caused a piercing pain to shoot out the backs of his eyeballs straight into a nerve center inside his brain. "Dutch, I'm here, in the cabin. Did you get Tierney?" "No, your wife is dead. Dead. Tierney killed her." The voice sounded tinny, unnatural. Where was it coming from? The son of a bitch murdered Lily. Dutch Burton's roar was loud enough to shake minor avalanches of snow from tree branches. "He's moving, Dutch!" Wes shouted. "You only winged him." Suddenly, Tierney remembered why he was lying flat on his back, why his shoulder hurt like hell. All the elements came together in a flash of clarity, the worst of them being that someone was claiming Lily was dead and he had killed her. Who would say something that categorically wrong? Only someone trying to protect himself. Christ, he had to get back to her. He struggled to sit up. A surge of nausea filled his throat, but he managed to swallow it. There was a shocking amount of blood on the snow. His face was bathed in a cold, clammy sweat, while his shoulder felt as if it had been branded. What seemed like a lifetime must have been only a few seconds. When he opened his eyes again and tested them against the glare, he saw Dutch Burton toss aside the transmitter of a two-way radio, which explained the origin of the tinny-voiced Dutch launched himself off the embankment, as though he were about to fly. He landed hard on the roadway, but that didn't slow him down. Tierney barely had time to raise his one useful arm before Dutch was on top of him, pounding him with his fists. "Listen, Dutch." Tierney was surprised by the raspy weakness of his own voice. He doubted Dutch could even hear it. In any case, he was in no mood to stop and listen. The police chief let fly with a right hook that caught Tierney in the cheekbone. He heard his skin split. His blood spattered Dutch's face. What the hell was wrong with his face anyway? Tierney deflected a second blow. "Lily, you killed her. God damn you. No, listen to me." But Dutch was beyond listening. His eyes were ablaze with unmitigated hatred. There was no doubt in Tierney's mind that if he couldn't defend himself, the crazed son of a bitch would kill him. Drawing from resources he had believed were used up, he began not only to defend himself against the attack, but to fight back. He had several grudges against Dutch Burton, and they fueled him with renewed strength. He managed to wedge his knee between himself and Dutch. He pushed with all his strength. Dutch rolled aside long enough for Tierney to reach for the pistol he had dropped earlier. But reflexively he reached with his right arm, which was hanging uselessly from the shoulder socket that had been shattered by the rifle bullet. He screamed in pain and struggled to stand up, then managed a few stumbling steps. Dutch grabbed him by his sprained ankle and yanked his foot out from under him. He went down like a sack of cement. Dutch flipped him over onto his back like a fish he was about to gut. Once again he was on top of him, this time with both hands wrapped around his throat, thumbs digging into his Adam's apple. Dutch's clenched teeth were smeared with blood, and Tierney was glad to see it. At least he'd landed a few awkward left-hand punches. "Did you fuck her?" Any compunction Tierney had had against fighting Dutch ended there. What kind of man who had just heard that his wife was dead asked that? He was more concerned about his own damn pride than he was about the fate of a woman he professed to love. "Did you?" he bellowed. "Dutch, the helicopter." Tierney heard Weshamer's warning shout as though from a great distance, but Dutch seemed not to have heard him at all, or if he did, he wasn't heeding him. Saliva, blood, and sweat dripped from his face onto Tierney's. The cerulean sky overhead was growing dark around the edges. Tierney blinked but couldn't get rid of the black dots that sprinkled his narrowing field of vision. He was going to die if he didn't do something, and now Dutch was straddling his waist, putting all his weight behind his hands. Tierney's right arm lay useless at his side. His left was almost as ineffectual. The feeble blows it was delivering didn't faze Dutch. Tierney took the only chance he had. Raising his knee, he paused to channel all his strength into his quadriceps, then slammed his knee into Burton's exposed crotch, hoping to catch him beneath his scrotum. Dutch howled. Immediately, his hands fell away from Tierney's neck. Tierney bowed his body and threw the other men off, then rolled on top of him, successfully reversing their positions. He pressed his left forearm across Dutch's throat like a crowbar. With more coordination than he believed he had in his right arm, he picked up his pistol and fired it at Wes Hamer, who was charging across the road toward them. The blast caused Wes to skid to a halt. Throw down the rifle, or the next shot counts. It was a weakly issued threat, but miraculously it worked. Wes dropped his rifle, but then Tierney realized that Wes wasn't afraid of him. It was the helicopter getting louder, coming closer, carrying witnesses. Who was that on the radio? He asked Wes in a breathless pant. Ritt? William Ritt. Pale, scrawny William Ritt, that weasel. Tierney would sort out the whys and wherefores later. Right now he bent back over Dutch, whose face looked like that of the villain in a slasher movie. A mix of blood and pus and blind fury. He jabbed the barrel of the pistol beneath Dutch's chin. I've got several good reasons to kill you. The first being that you hit Lily. The only reason I'm not going to hurt you is I promised her I wouldn't. Using the man's wide chest for leverage, he pushed himself to his feet, staggering in search of equilibrium. Raising his left hand, he pointed at the approaching helicopter. Either of you shoots me in the back, they're going to see it. Then, knowing he'd squandered a valuable 10 seconds on Lily's worthless ex, he clapped his right arm tightly against the side of his body and began a lurching run up the road in the direction of the cabin. As they were making tight spins around the cabin, one of Collier's men shouted, 11 o'clock! The pilot banked the chopper, and Begley saw what the SWAT officer had spotted: 3 men in the center of the narrow road. Until now, they'd been blocked from sight by a hairpin curve. The chopper swept the treetops toward them. Burton was lying on his back. Hamer was standing several yards away. Ben Tierney was leaving a wide trail of blood as he struggled up the incline, away from the other two. Collier slid open the door of the chopper and took up his position. I'll take the mover, he calmly said into the headset as he sighted Tierney in his scope. Hold fire, Begley barked. That's not our man. He's got a handgun. Not our man, Begley repeated. Begley looked from Tierney to Wes Hamer, who'd run over to Burton and knelt on one knee. Burton shoved him aside and sent him sprawling. Burton scrambled to his feet, then ran around in what appeared to be frantic circles, until he bent down and recovered a semi-automatic rifle lying in the snow. He fired a shot at Tierney without taking aim. Tierney never even slowed down. He kept running. Hit the PA, Begley ordered the pilot. Wes Hamer had regained his footing and started toward Burton again. Keep him out of the way! Begley issued the order to no one in particular, but one of the tactical officers fired several rounds at Hamer's feet. Sending up geysers of snow, Hamer came to a dead standstill and raised his hands high. Burton raised his rifle to his shoulder and put his eye to the scope, a practice move that took him possibly 2 seconds. Chief Burton, hold your fire. Begley's voice boomed out of the speaker and could be heard above the clatter of the rotors. Hold fire. He shouted again. Burton's head snapped up and around. Collier was sitting in the open doorway, his feet on the skid, his scope now trained on Burton. Begley was right behind him, leaning out the open door, testing the limits of his shoulder restraint. He could see Burton clearly and read by his expression that the police chief had been unaware of the chopper until that moment. Begley also read something else in the man's expression that made him ask Collier if he had a clean shot. Got him. Begley shouted, Burton, hold your fire. Tierney is not blue, he's not our man. But Burton didn't heed him. Instead, he aimed the rifle at Tierney's retreating back and peered through his scope again. Son of a bitch, is he deaf? Begley yelled. An innocent man was about to be blown to hell and back, and he would bear the responsibility for that for the rest of his life, in less time than it took him to process these thoughts, he said. One in the calf. Collier responded, firing instantly. Dutch Burton's left leg crumpled beneath him. Bagley could see the rage in his eyes as he swung the rifle up over his head and fired. Collier fell backward into the chopper. The bullet hadn't pierced his vest, but it had packed a painful punch. Burton fired again. The bullet missed Bagley by a hair. He heard the pilot swear elaborately as he swung the chopper around. Bagley felt the pull of his seatbelt against his middle and the counter-tug of gravity through the open door. "I lost my shot," he heard one of the others shout into the headset. The third tactical man had lost his balance when the chopper ascended sharply. He was clambering to regain a semi-stable firing position. Collier still lay stunned, half in, half out the door. Bagley was looking down into the bore of Burton's rifle. He shouted, "Don't shoot me, you motherfucker." Burton's face was a mask of agony and madness. "Fuck you!" Bagley saw the words form on Burton's lips a millisecond before the bullet pierced his forehead and the back of his skull disintegrated, spraying the snow behind him with a red mist. He fell backward, spread eagle, a snow angel with a red halo. Bagley whipped his head around to thank the expert marksman. Charlie Wise slowly lowered the sniper rifle from his shoulder and handed it back to Collier. Calmly, he replaced his eyeglasses. Bagley swallowed hard in order to push his heart back down into his chest where it belonged. "Nice shot, Hood." "Thank you, sir." William Ritt removed his hand from Lily's mouth, switched off the transmitter and set it aside. "I told you it was brilliant." "Why?" Lily asked on a filament of breath. "Why did I claim that Tierney had left you here dead? Isn't the answer obvious?" "No. Why did you kill them?" "Oh, that." William wrapped the ends of the ribbon around his hands and tested its strength with firm tugs. "I could blame my dysfunctional parents or low self-esteem, but those are such hackneyed excuses. Besides, I'm not insane. I kill them because I want to." She kept her features composed, but her mind was reeling. Was Tierney dead? Dutch had shot him, that she knew, but he'd said that Tierney was down. He hadn't said that he was dead. If he were alive, he would come back for her. She knew it. Until then, what could she do to help herself and keep William Ritt from killing her? She couldn't get away from him. For hours she had tried and failed to free her hands from the cuffs. To show fear would be to give him exactly what he wanted. Instinctually, she knew that he enjoyed killing. It gave him an identity, a standing in the community that he wouldn't otherwise have. He was Blue, the most feared, the most wanted. The persnickety, busybody pharmacist's alter ego was a lady killer. What a head trip that must be for him. He claimed to have low self-esteem, but she thought just the opposite. He had an inflated ego, believing himself intellectually superior. For 2 years he had outsmarted everybody, but thus far he'd been unable to brag about it. She would give him a chance to boast. Her only chance of surviving was to keep him talking until help. Please, God, let it be Tierney. Arrived? How did you choose your victims? That's one thing that's baffled investigators. The missing women seemed to have nothing in common. Me, he said, giving her a chilling smile. They had me in common. They were all looking at me when they died. Soon you'll have that in common with them, too. Don't give him the satisfaction of showing your fear. Besides you, what did they have in common? That's been the beauty of it. Criminal profilers look for patterns. With me, there isn't one. I killed all of them for different reasons, such as rejection, Tori Lambert. Long before her, there was another, a young woman at college. A girlfriend? No. I wanted her to be. But she laughed at me when I asked her for a date. She'd assumed I was a homosexual. Her teasing was cruel, I snapped. I guess that's an accurate word for what happened. She was laughing. I was trying to stop her. When I realized she was dead, I wasn't sorry, but naturally I feared being caught. I made it look like a mugging. Wallet and jewelry are in a keepsake box under my bed at home. To this day, that homicide is in the cold case file. No one ever suspected you? No one. I was so insignificant, you see. Still am in most minds. Merrily never suspected. He made a scornful sound. My sister has been too busy guarding her own dirty secret to pay much attention to me. I wish I had killed her when we were children. I thought about it once or twice, but never got around to it. He tested the strength of the ribbon again. I wonder where Tierney happened upon this. He was still kneeling in front of her, and even though he hadn't yet laid a hand on her, she was quaking with fear. How much longer could she keep him talking? Where was the helicopter? Where was Tierney? She refused to believe he was dead. You were telling me how you chose your victims. I understand why you killed the girl who laughed at you, but you didn't know Tori Lambert, did you? Not until that day. She'd ventured away from the group and was quite a distance off the trail. I spotted her walking along the western road near our old homestead where I happened to be working that day. I engaged her in conversation, listened to her tale of woe, dispensed advice, and then when I tried to comfort her, touch her, she wouldn't let me. Did you rape her? His eyes flashed angrily. I can get it up, have no doubt about that. If we had more time, I could prove it to you, Miss Martin. His reaction made Lily believe the opposite of his claim, but she wasn't foolish enough to contradict him. To her everlasting regret, Tori Lambert called me a weird little creep. He was breathing heavily with agitation, or possibly excitement, which was even more terrifying. Quietly, she said, her hair ribbon became your trademark. For lack of a better word, yes. You took it into Tennessee to throw off the trackers, correct? He frowned with chagrin. I didn't realize I'd crossed the state line. It all looks the same, but yes, I transported it out of the immediate area to throw off the trackers. Tell me about the other 4. Were they also random? No, they were definitely planned. How did you choose them? You have it reversed. They chose me. I don't understand. Carolyn Maddox's young son is diabetic. She couldn't afford his insulin, and she couldn't get health insurance. She came to me practically begging for help. You gave her the medications her son needed, along with comfort and encouragement. But nothing I said or did was ever enough to make her like me. Not that way. He said his implication plain. She had time to stop by the store to pick up her kid's medicine for free, but never enough time to see me alone. She made time for one of the guests at the motel where she cleaned, though. Oh, yes, she had time for him. I saw them together in his car right there in the parking lot pawing each other. It was disgusting. She didn't make it home that night. Her car with the ribbon in it had been found at the side of the road halfway between her apartment and the motel. Lily remembered that the motel guest had been questioned, then dropped as a suspect. The nurse? He sneered. Lorene, another story entirely. She was fat. I didn't like her, but I took pity. Call me a softy. I gave her free samples of every diet product to come along. She misinterpreted my kindness and made a pass. Her overtures were blatant and borderline vulgar. I couldn't imagine touching those revolting globs of flesh and was insulted by her assumption that I would want to. Well, you can figure out the rest. Before she asked, he told her about Betsy Calhoun, who according to him was popping antidepressants at the rate of 8 to 10 a day. When her prescription ran out and her doctor refused to refill it, she asked William for more. Where was the helicopter? Why hadn't it come back? I agreed to meet Mrs. Calhoun at the bank parking lot. It was really a mercy killing. I put her out of her misery, unlike all the others. She put up no resistance. Doped up as she was the easiest to kill, but Millicent was the most enjoyable. His narrow lips formed a cruel reptilian smile. Tell me about her. Was the helicopter transporting Tierney's body off the mountain? They would think they had blue. Rescuing her could wait. Millicent was a vain little slut, he said. She relied on me to supply her with contraceptives so she could fornicate to her heart's content, and then she was careless with them. Who did she come whining to when she got pregnant? Me. For years I'd been giving her diet pills and amphetamines to keep her from gaining weight, but she took my generosity for granted. She flirted and teased once. Just before closing, we were the only 2 people in the store. She came behind the counter and sidled up to me, rubbed herself against me, and asked if I had any flavored condoms. She said she was tired of the same old rubbery taste. Think about it, William, he said, imitating a girlish, taunting voice. Then she laughed and skipped away like she'd been awfully clever and cute. The last time I saw her, she wasn't laughing. He stared into near space for a moment, lost in his reverie right up to the end. It was all about her. She kept crying, saying, "Why are you doing this to me? I thought you liked me." As I was driving her up to the old house, I tried to explain that she was a horrible person, that she used people, hurt their feelings for no reason, played games with their emotions. I told her that she was destructive and therefore deserved to be destroyed. But, he sighed, I don't think she ever understood. He was reflective for a moment, then said, I was about to bury her when I received a call from an electrician that I'd been trying to get up to the house for months. He told me he was on his way. I had to stash her somewhere before he arrived. I knew you had sold this cabin, had overheard Dutch say you'd already cleaned out the shed. It was the closest and most convenient space I could think of on such short notice. I met with the electrician and walked him through the projects I needed him to do. By the time we finished, it was getting dark and I had to return to town. I decided Millicent could spend a day or two in your shed. I didn't get back up here before the storm moved in. Suddenly, they heard several more bursts of gunfire, no closer than before. Now I wonder what that signifies. William asked rhetorically. Lily wondered too. She groped her mind for another question that would keep William talking. Before she could form one, he asked one of his own. Is it true that you and Tierney met months ago? Last June, Dutch was right to be jealous, wasn't he? I can see it in your face every time I mention Tierney's name. You go all glassy-eyed and wistful. He glanced toward the rumpled blankets on the mattress in front of the fireplace. When his gaze came back to her, he frowned with contempt. Beautiful people. You always find each other, don't you? Never looking twice at the rest of us. I've never been unkind to you, but if you'd been stranded in this cabin with me, that bedding wouldn't stink of copulation. William, shut up. I'm talking. She shut up and let him talk. It's ironic and sort of romantically poetic the way it's going to end with both of you dead and everybody thinking that he killed you when actually he was your lover. See the twist? Isn't that rich? But one thing puzzles me. Why did he leave you here handcuffed? To keep me from trying to fight him or trying to run from him when I saw Millicent's body, she thought. Tierney hadn't wanted her to do something that would precipitate a fatal asthma attack. He'd made a desperate and time-effective move to guarantee she didn't. She understood that now. She understood a lot. She was in love with Tierney and had been since the day they met. Furthermore, she realized that he loved her. Softly, very close to tears, she said. He was trying to save my life. Unfortunately for you, he didn't try hard enough. Moving so quickly she couldn't react, he slipped the blue ribbon around her neck and pulled it taut. No, please. He smiled at her cruelly and pulled the ribbon even tighter. I'm certain you realize the futility of begging. I'll tell you what I told all of them. You're about to die. She tried to kick him, but he sat on her thighs, anchoring them to the floor while he increased the pressure of the ribbon. It won't take long. Your asthma will speed it along, but if you could please accommodate me by dying quickly, because I hear the helicopter returning. Indeed, Lily heard its approach, but it could still have been minutes away. The ribbon was biting painfully into the skin of her neck. Her fingers flexed and clenched as she struggled for breath. Body arched as her lungs sought air. Was this how she was doomed to die after all, unable to breathe? With no warning, no sound, nothing, Tierney bounded through the bedroom door. Before William Ritt had time to register his unexpected appearance, Tierney kicked him in the head. Chapter 33. The kick lifted Willem off the floor like a character in an animated cartoon. He landed 3 feet from Lily, rolled onto his back, and tried to sit up. The side of his head just above his ear was bleeding. He slapped his hand to it and gaped at Tierney as though he had come back from the dead. He did look like a survivor of the apocalypse. His right arm was hanging at an odd angle from his shoulder. His clothing on that side of his body was saturated with blood. His face was as gray as death except for a bleeding cut on his cheekbone. His eyes were sunken and darkly shadowed, and he never took them off William Ritt. He must have found an unlocked window in the bedroom, knowing that it would be a surprise attack if he came in that way. Lily? His voice was gravelly. He's blue. I figured. Keeping his eyes trained on William, he bent down and placed his pistol in her cuffed right hand. Got it? Yes. If he gets the best of me, kill him, without a moment's hesitation. He pulled the ribbon from Lily's neck. His gait was gawky and uneven, but he bore down on William, who had regained some of his wits and was trying to scramble away. Tierney reached down with only his left hand, grabbed a handful of William's parka and hauled him up, then let go just long enough to smash his fist, still holding the ribbon, into William's face. The blow spun the pharmacist around. He stumbled and landed hard face first against the wall, then practically bounced off it. Tierney covered the back of the man's head with his wide hand and slammed his face into the wall twice. He punched him once in the kidney, causing William to scream, then grabbed his shoulder and turned him around, stapling him to the wall with the fingers of his left hand around his neck. The ribbon was still entwined in Tierney's fingers. It trailed down William's chest. His face was a bleeding pulp. His eyes were wild with fright. Tierney said, "I ought to wrap this ribbon around your own fucking throat and choke you very slowly." His voice was weak. Blood was puddling around his feet. He paused to take a breath, but his grip on William Ritt remained inescapable. God knows I want to kill you. I want to tear your heart out with my bare hands. But I won't, because I don't want you to get off that lightly. You don't deserve a quick death. No, I want you to live a long time. I want you to rot in a cell for decades. I want you to stay locked away in anonymity, getting raped every day by bull queers who don't enjoy it until they see you bleed. That's what they do to child killers in prison, you know. And Torrey was only 15. 15, his voice cracked, and when you die, at what I hope is a ripe old age, you'll go straight to hell and burn for eternity, you miserable piece of shit. Tierney was barely able to stand. He was swaying on his feet when he opened his hand to release William's neck. The little man slid to the floor and slumped to one side. Tierney stood over him for a moment longer, then turned and started walking back toward Lily. "Tierney!" she cried. He spun around just as William uncapped a syringe, which he must have had secreted in a pocket of his parka, but it wasn't intended for Tierney. He jabbed the needle into his own neck. Tierney was on him in an instant. William was trying to depress the plunger and inject air into his vein. Tierney was writing to keep him from doing so. With his left hand, he caught William's wrist in what must have been a bone-snapping grip. The man cried out, not only in pain, but in frustration and outrage, because somehow Tierney had managed to pin his other hand to the floor with his knee. The cabin door burst open and crashed against the interior wall. FBI, don't anybody move. Two men dressed in full SWAT gear and black ski masks swept the room with their rifles, then trained them on Tierney and William. Dropped the weapon, ordered a stern-looking man who had entered behind the others. He was dressed in an ordinary overcoat, but Lily was so impressed by his authoritative air, it took her a moment to realize that he was addressing her. She opened her hand and let go of Tierney's pistol. It clattered onto the floor. Another agent who was younger and slimmer and wearing eyeglasses had a pistol aimed at the back of Tierney's head. "Release him, Mr. Tierney. He's got a syringe in his neck trying to kill himself." The intimidating gray-haired man strode over to them, bent down, took a moment to assess the situation, then unceremoniously yanked the syringe out of William's neck. "Cover him," he said to the man in the glasses. "He's blue," Lily said in a rush. "His name is William Ritt." "I know his name," the agent said. "He's the man you want, not Tierney. William Ritt is blue. How do you know?" he asked. "He told me. He was going to kill me." During this rapid exchange, Tierney had braced his left hand against the wall and used it for support as he stood up. The older agent took a large white handkerchief from his back pants pocket and wordlessly handed it to him. This might help with the bleeding. Tierney took the handkerchief and pressed it into his shoulder. "Thanks." "So," the agent nudged William with the toe of his shoe, but he was looking at Tierney when he said, "You finally found blue?" Tierney nodded. Lily looked from one to the other with confusion. The federal agent turned to her. "Ms. Martin, my apologies. Hoot, search Ritt for the key to those cuffs. He didn't handcuff her. I did." The older man looked at Tierney with surprise. The key is in my coat pocket. It's zipped. I'm not sure I can. Allow me. He unzipped the pocket Tierney indicated and withdrew the small key. I'm Special Agent in charge Begley. That's Special Agent Wise. He knelt in front of Lily and unlocked the handcuffs, then assisted her to stand, pleased to meet you. She pushed past him and rushed to Tierney, who was still holding himself up against the wall. Her hands moved over him, although inches away from actually touching him out of fear of hurting him more. Lord, Tierney, look at you! Did he hurt you? What? She looked up into his sunken eyes, then shook her head. No, but I did in the shed. Doesn't matter. I had to do it. I understand, I do. For several moments their attention was riveted on each other, but they simultaneously became aware of their audience. She addressed the senior agent. Tierney arrived just in time to stop William Ritt from killing me. Millicent Gunn's body is in the toolbox in the shed. I found it there this morning. She looked at Tierney. You found it the night you went for wood and searched for the axe. That's why you were so brusque. He nodded. To Begley, he said, like Lily says, I found the body night before last. I didn't touch it, so it's just as I found it, unless Ritt moved it when he got up here. I don't think he did, Lily told them. He came straight into the cabin. Where's this shed? Begley asked. She told him. William admitted to me that he killed Millicent and hid her body there temporarily. He confessed to boasted of the other killings as well. Get him out of here. At a nod from Begley, the two tactical officers seized William under the arms and dragged him face down toward the door. He hung limply between them as though he'd finally passed out from the beating Tierney had given him. Restrain him, put him in the chopper. Wait for me there. Yes, sir. Hoot? Sir? Call the nearest R.A. We need a crime scene unit up here ASAP. Remind them they'll need a chopper. Right, sir. Agent Wise got on his cell phone. Begley turned back to them. How's the shoulder, Mr. Tierney? Busted. I'm surprised you haven't gone into shock any minute now. Want to sit down? He shook his head. You'd never get me back up. We set the chopper down in the road about 50 yards from here, Begley said. Followed your blood trail the rest of the way up. Our pilot already radioed for a Care Flight helicopter to pick you up. It should be here momentarily. Thanks. Feel like talking may keep me from passing out. Begley grinned as though he understood that logic. Then his expression turned serious. I owe you an apology, Mr. Tierney. We didn't learn until minutes ago that you're Tory Lambert's father. Lily looked up at Tierney, speechless. Her mother and I divorced when Tory was an infant, he said, addressing his explanation to her rather than to the FBI agent. Her stepfather adopted her, gave her his name. But she was my daughter, which explains a lot, Begley said. Obviously, you didn't trust us or the local police to solve the case, so you've been doing your own sleuthing over the past 2 years. That's right. Begley harumphed and looked at Tierney wryly. Lily got the impression that had it been his daughter who was missing, he would have done the same. Whose handiwork is that in the kitchen? He was referring to the message she had scratched into the cabinet. It seemed he missed nothing. Mine, she said, for a time, I thought, with remorse. She motioned toward Tierney. Well, you weren't alone in that assumption, Begley said. Mr. Tierney, were you on to William Ritt? No, I thought it was Wes Hamer. Wes Hamer? I became acquainted with Millicent by shopping in her uncle's store, he said. She developed an attachment to me. A crush, Lily thought. This was during my trip here last fall. One night I returned to the lodge, and Millicent was there waiting on me. It made me uncomfortable. I didn't invite her inside my cabin, but she started unloading a very sordid story about her. Wes's son, a pregnancy, and a miscarriage. Lily had always thought Wes Hamer was a colossal jerk. According to Tierney's story, he was considerably worse than that. When she returned from the clinic for eating disorders, she wanted to get back together with Scott, but he would have nothing to do with her. She asked for my advice. He shook his head ruefully. I had my own agenda and sure as hell didn't want to get mixed up with anything like that. But then, When she was reported missing last week, well, I thought that maybe Wes had disposed of a problem and that his crony Dutch was covering for him. Turning to Lily, he said, "That's why I didn't tell you what I was doing. If I explained myself, I was afraid you'd feel honor-bound to tell Dutch, and he would protect his pal Wes. Even if Wes had turned out not to be blue, my cover would have been blown, and Dutch would have found a way to block my amateur efforts to find my daughter." "What were you doing on the mountain the day of the storm?" she asked. "I never gave up trying to find a trace of her on one of these hiking trails." "The day of the storm," I discovered. He paused, cleared his throat. "Graves, 4 of them and a fresh one dug for Millicent. The shovel used to dig it had been stashed in some underbrush." "The handcuffs? Those are mine." "You also bought a transponder?" Begley said. "For tracking purposes, I presume." He nodded, looking abashed. "I never got to use it, but obviously you did your homework." "Actually, that credit goes to Special Agent Wise," Begley said, indicating the other agent. He had ended his cell phone call to the RA. Whatever that was, he'd been listening to Tierney's story and now stepped forward. "I also owe you an apology, Mr. Tierney. On paper, you look like a viable suspect." "On paper, I suppose I would. Why were you looking at me in the first place?" "Your initials appeared several times in Millicent Gunn's diary. She indicated that you were nice to her." Tierney shrugged but didn't comment on that. "About the graves?" Begley prompted. "I tried not to disturb the area around them, hoping they would provide forensic evidence, whoever Blue turned out to be." Begley asked for directions. Tierney told them where they could find his car. They're about 150 yards north-northeast from where it's parked. It's a rugged climb, but obviously doable, even for a man carrying a body. "The ribbon?" Lily asked. It was still lying on the floor at their feet, stained with his blood as well as William Ritt's. "Just as I told you, I saw it fluttering on a branch. Ritt must have dropped it when he was digging the grave. I took it because I was afraid a valuable piece of evidence would blow away before I could lead somebody back up there." To Begley, he said, "I used latex gloves when handling the shovel. It's in the trunk of my car. Hopefully you'll lift Ritt's fingerprints off it." Lily saw that tears had glossed his eyes. "You'll at least find my daughter's remains." His voice had grown even more thready with the telling of his story. Considering how much blood he'd lost, Lily didn't know how he was remaining upright. She slid her arm around his waist. "Why don't you sit down at least?" He smiled down at her. "I'm okay. It was Dutch who shot you, wasn't it?" He looked into her face for a moment, then turned to Begley. "What about him and Wes Hamer?" Collier, one of the tactical team, stayed behind with them. Begley glanced at her uneasily, then asked Tierney, "Is it as Miss Martin says? Chief Burton shot you?" "I threw down my pistol," he said bitterly. "It didn't matter. He shot you, knowing you were unarmed." "That's partially my fault, Ms. Martin," Begley said in response to her dismay. "Chief Burton considered Mr. Tierney a dangerous criminal. I knew that." Tierney explained how he'd heard over her car radio that he was wanted for questioning. "When I saw Dutch and Wes Hamer, I figured they were a hunting party out to capture me, dead or alive." "He was also angry over the 2 of you being up here together," Begley said. "A bad combination of vigilantism and jealousy." "That's why I took off running when I saw them," Tierney said. "I hoped to contact you, the FBI, before they got to me. I figured I would have a better chance of explaining myself to you. I doubted I'd have the same luck with them, and I was right." He paused for breath. "But I couldn't outrun them. They caught up with me, shot me. Seconds later, I heard Ritt over the radio transmitter telling them he'd found Lily here in the cabin dead. I knew then that something was terribly wrong. I think you can piece together the rest." He slumped against the wall, handling him gently. Lily guided him down until he was sitting on the floor, his back against the wall. "I can't believe Dutch did this to you." Looking up at Begley, she said, "He'll have to face criminal charges, won't he?" "No, ma'am, he won't." She was about to ask why not, when suddenly she knew she could see the answer in Begley's sympathetic eyes and sense it in Agent Wise's averted gaze and hear it in Tierney's muttered curse. "I'm sorry, Ms. Martin," Begley said gently. "He gave us no choice. He shot one of my men. It would have been fatal except for his vest. Chief Burton tried to shoot Mr. Tierney in the back and would have shot me. We gave him repeated warnings. He persisted in order to save our own lives. You don't have to explain, she said, her voice soft and sorrowful. Tierney reached for her hand and clasped it. A cell phone rang. Agent Wise turned his back on them and answered the call as unobtrusively as possible. There was increased noise and a flurry of motion outside. Begley stepped onto the porch, then returned almost immediately. Care flight chopper is here, Mr. Tierney. Will I be able to go with him? I'm afraid not, Ms. Martin, he said. We'll need you in Cleary. She nodded, but reluctantly. I'll go back with the first group and oversee Ritt's incarceration. You'll stay here under Agent Wise's watch until the chopper can return for you. Today, Hoot has proved himself to be most capable, he said, almost tongue-in-cheek. Shouldn't be more than half an hour. I'm sure I'll be fine. A team of paramedics rushed inside, pushing a gurney. In a matter of minutes, Tierney had been strapped to it, hooked up to an IV, into which several bottles of solution were being dripped, and fitted with a nose cannula supplying him with oxygen. Despite the activity around him, he didn't let go of Lily's hand and never took his eyes off hers, nor did hers stray from his. She followed the gurney as far as the porch, where she was forced to release his hand. The sun had sunk below the tree line to the west, creating a false twilight. Already the absence of sunlight had caused the temperature to drop dramatically. Hugging herself for warmth, she remained there, staring after Tierney until the helicopter lifted off. Where's he being taken? She asked Begley, who was ushering her back inside. Asheville. He's lost so much blood. He seems tough enough. He'll be all right. He touched her arm for reassurance. She smiled at him. He smiled back, sir. They turned in unison to face Agent Wise. What is it, Hoot? They found Scott Hamer. When word reached Dora, she was still with Marilee. They'd remained together all day, bolstering each other through the hours that Scott was unaccounted for. Dora had cell phone numbers for only a few of Scott's friends, but word quickly spread that his mother was anxious to speak to him. None of the friends Dora reached had heard from him. Her attempts to reach Wes on his cell phone met with no success. Either his service hadn't yet been restored or he was ignoring her calls. The two women waited, their distress mounting. It was Officer Harris who finally found Scott. He's on his way to the hospital. He refused to tell Dora any more than that over the telephone. When she and Marilee reached the emergency room, they were almost afraid to hear what the admitting nurse had to tell them. Well acquainted with the Hamer family, the nurse was reluctant to be the messenger of bad news. The doctor wanted to speak with you directly, Mrs. Hamer. I'll get him, she said, and disappeared through a set of double doors. It was a full 10 minutes before a young man in a lab coat emerged. To Dora, he looked very young. He divided a look between them. Mrs. Hamer? I'm Mrs. Hamer, Dr. Davison. He shook her hand, which felt cold and clammy in his. Apparently Scott was climbing the rope in the high school gymnasium, lost his grip, and fell. He was alone, no one there to spot him. He hadn't put a mat under him either, so he landed hard. We're trying to get him stabilized so he can be transported to a major hospital. Dora would have collapsed with relief had not Marilee been supporting her. But he's alive? Oh, yes. Forgive me, I thought you knew that much. His injuries aren't life-threatening. His vitals are good. But I don't want to minimize the extent of the damage. Both his legs are broken in several places. He's being x-rayed now to check for internal injuries. I don't think we'll find any, but that's routine when the pelvic bones are involved. There appears to be no spinal or head injury, that kind of drop. He was lucky. He paused to let all that sink in before continuing. Excuse me, Mrs. Hamer, but I need to ask, has he been taking steroids? He's been given steroids. They may have contributed to his injuries and will make his recovery harder. Steroids strengthen muscles, but not the tendons and ligaments that connect them. They actually become weaker from the additional stress placed on them. I'm afraid Scott's in for a rough time, but he's alive. Yeah, he's alive. But we need to get him to a hospital that has a trauma unit. Unfortunately, the roads are still icy, and another patient who's had a major blood loss got first dibs on the care flight. Did they capture Mr. Tierney? I don't know his name, the doctor replied to Marilee's question. All I know is that they captured Blue and it was bloodied. So it may be a couple hours before Scott can be transferred. In the meantime, we'll keep him as comfortable as possible and monitor him closely. Can we see him as soon as he's out of X-ray? He hesitated, then said, I saw him play football last season. He had a lot of talent. You may want to start preparing him for a disappointment. A half hour later, the nurse came to usher Dora into the ICU. Dora extended her hand to Marilee. Come with me. I can't, she said, her voice husky with emotion. He'll need you. No, he won't. She smiled through her tears. He did, but he won't anymore. Tell him. She paused, then shook her head sadly. Never mind. I think it's best if you don't tell him anything. Dora searched the other woman's eyes, then gave a slow nod. You're a remarkably unselfish person, and an incredibly brave woman. She hugged Marilee quickly, then rushed through the double doors. He'd been given painkillers intravenously, so he was groggy, but he knew where he was. As she approached the bed, he smiled wanly and whispered, Hi, Mom. Dora clasped his hand and didn't even try to stem her tears. Hi, my legs are fucked up really bad, aren't they? Yes, really bad. Scott closed his eyes and expelled a deep sigh through a faint smile. Thank God. Epilogue. Ms. Martin. Mr. Tierney is here. Lily's assistant knew who Ben Tierney was from all the media coverage of the events that had taken place in North Carolina 3 months ago. Although William Ritt's capture had been the focus of the stories, there had been a lot of speculation around the smart water cooler about what had transpired inside that cabin for the 2 days that she and Tierney had been isolated. No one on staff had had the temerity to ask, especially since there had been no further contact between her and Tierney. Until yesterday, he had called and asked for an appointment this morning. Lily knew that word of the upcoming meeting had spread through the offices like wildfire this morning. Everyone was on red alert and vying to catch the first glimpse of him. Her assistant's nonchalance was faked. It was impossible for Lily to fake it. Her voice sounded nothing like her own when she said, Please send him in. Heart thumping, she stared at the door. He opened it and walked in, closing it behind him. He was dressed in slacks and a sports jacket. She'd never seen him in anything other than kayaking shorts and the jeans, sweater, and coat he'd been wearing in the cabin. Well, and nothing. Hello, Lily. Hello. I'm glad you had the time available today. I make it a point to have a follow-up visit with every man with whom I'm trapped in a mountain cabin for 48 hours during a blizzard. He was a little thinner, a little paler, but the smile was endearingly familiar as he took the chair facing her desk and gave her an unhurried once-over. When his eyes reconnected with hers, he said, You look great. Then why did you let 94 days go by before contacting me? That was what her mind was screaming. What she said was, How's your shoulder brand new? They had to replace the old with a plastic one, reputably durable, virtually indestructible. Does it bother you? Not too bad. You say that about every injury. He held her gaze for a moment, then said quietly, Some hurt more than others. She turned her head aside to avoid the magnetism of his blue gaze. Countless times she had asked herself what she would say and do when she saw him again, if she did. Well, she knew she would see him at least once more. She had to. But after that, she didn't know what to expect. She had scripted several ways she would play this scene, ranging from cool detachment to passionate abandon. Now she couldn't remember a single clever line from any of the imagined scenarios. I suppose you had to have physical therapy for it. I was in a rehab hospital for several weeks. The inactivity must have been maddening for you. It was. But I was so much better off than most of the patients there. Scott Hamer, for one. Yes, I heard about his accident. It wasn't an accident. Her surprise must have shown. He and I had some heart-to-heart talks in the hospital. He told me he let go of the rope on purpose. Why? She listened with increasing dismay as he told her about the steroids Wes had been giving Scott. That, in addition to sleeping with his girlfriend, she remarked, shaking her head. Wes Hamer is a despicable human being. I agree. They're keeping the scandal with Millicent under wraps. Not to protect Wes, but to spare her parents. Why add to their pain? He deserves public censure, but I understand that reasoning. The scuttlebutt is that he's been humbled not only by Scott's accident, but also by what happened on the mountain. He was only following Dutch's lead. Not exactly, Lily, according to Scott. Wes admitted to egging Dutch on to come after me. What did Wes care? For a time, he feared that Scott might be blue. Scott, he had motive. At least Wes thought so. Wes tapped into Dutch's jealousy of us and talked him into doing what he wanted to do all along. Get me for being with you. It was an easy sale for Wes, but it wound up getting his best friend killed. He'll carry the guilt of that to his grave. Why does she stay with him, I wonder? Mrs. Hamer. After she learned about the steroids, Scott says she was ready to leave him. Wes begged her to stay. He professes to be a different man, turned over a new leaf. To demonstrate his change of heart, he's even quit coaching, started selling sporting goods for Millicent's uncle. He's not that reformed, Tierney said with distaste. What about Scott? What's in his future? He's still in a wheelchair, but once he's completely healed, he wants to continue his education as planned. But no athletics. No. He won't be playing any more competitive sports, and he couldn't be happier about it. He must have been a terribly unhappy young man to go to such extremes to get out from under Wes's thumb. He's still unhappy, Tierney said, frowning thoughtfully. Scott bared his soul to me about a lot of stuff. He's relieved that he doesn't have to perform athletically, but there's something else he's holding back. He says it's too personal to confide, that he's not ready to share it yet. I had a lot of time to observe him while we were in the hospital together. He reads classics mostly. He sits and stares into space for hours at a time. He's an extremely sad young man. Perhaps over Millicent? He regrets what happened to her, of course, but after she and Wes, he let the rest remain unspoken. Something else or someone else has broken his heart. Maybe one of these days he'll feel comfortable enough to talk about it. He promised to stay in touch. I'm sure he appreciates your friendship. He's a good kid. After a short silence, she said, I'm sure you know that William Ritt pleaded guilty to all the charges. Tierney's lips formed a harsh line. 5 consecutive life sentences. That's still too good for him. I couldn't agree more. At least he saved the taxpayers the cost of a trial. He was never liked, she said, by anyone. In my own experience, the chummier he tried to get, the more off-putting he was. Now even his own sister has abandoned him. I don't know Marilee well, but she was always pleasant to me. Can you imagine how mortified she must be? I sent her a card of encouragement, but it came back unopened. I heard she's moved away from Cleary and left no forwarding address. Probably best, he said. Probably. Having exhausted those topics, they grew quiet. She was aware of him staring at her. She kept her gaze fixed on the stack of mail on her desk. In anticipation of his arrival, she'd been unable to concentrate on it. Finally, when she could stand the tension no longer, she looked at him. Lily, I didn't call you before now because I didn't ask, but you deserve an explanation. She got up and walked to the window. The worst storm of the past 100 years had marked the end of winter. Spring had arrived and was edging towards summer. 20 stories below, Atlanta's streets were basking in the sunshine of a mild afternoon. You switched hospitals, Tierney. You instructed the FBI office in Charlotte not to give anyone, including me, any information on how to contact you. I got the message. Obviously you didn't. It wasn't that I didn't want to see you, wasn't it? No. Then what? You had to bury Dutch, he said. And I had to exhume Tori. Her peak deflating, Lily turned to face him. Forgive me, I haven't told you yet how sorry I am about her. Thank you. Finding out what happened to her was both a relief and a finality. Good on the one hand, terrible on the other. She almost went to him then, but she didn't. I'd like you to tell me about Tori, if you feel like talking about it. It's not a pretty story, but you need to hear it. She motioned for him to go ahead. He took a deep breath. Tori was only a few months old when I went on an extended trip to Africa. I was under contract to cover the continent for a travel magazine. What was supposed to take a few weeks turned into months, many months. I missed Thanksgiving, Christmas, lots of things. In my absence, Paula, Tori's mother, met and fell in love with another man. When I finally came home, she slapped the divorce papers on me before I had unpacked. Paula and her husband-to-be wanted me to abdicate all parental rights to Tori, saying that he'd spent more time with her than I had. At the time, I talked myself into believing that it was the right and decent thing to do. Lambert loved Paula. He treated Tori as his own. I figured it would be better for my daughter if I simply bowed out and let them have their life without any interference from me. At the time, Lily said quietly, "That's a crucial qualifying phrase." "Right." He stood up and moved to a wall where some of the magazine's more notable issues had been framed for display. He looked at them individually, but Lily didn't think he was actually reading the copy or taking in the cover photos. They never stopped me from seeing her. In fact, they encouraged it. But the visits were always awkward. We didn't know each other. I was a stranger the poor kid was forced to see now and then. I would enter stage left, say an appropriate line or two, exit stage right, disappear into the wings for another year or so. This was my daughter's life, and I played a walk-on role in it. As years went by, I didn't do even that. The visits became more infrequent. He moved to another cover, studied it. I was on the Amazon when word reached me that she was missing. She had disappeared without a trace and was believed to have been kidnapped. It took me 2 weeks to get back to civilization and return to the States. I hadn't seen her for years. I'd been notified as a courtesy, nothing more. Paula was surprised when I showed up on their doorstep in Nashville, which in itself says a lot about me and my priorities, doesn't it? But rather than comfort her and do whatever I could to make the situation easier for her and Lambert, I acted like a jackass. I had the gall to criticize them for not staying longer in Cleary and insisting that the search continue. Winter had set in. It wasn't feasible that they keep hundreds of people combing that mountain, but I refused to accept that there was nothing more to be done than hope that Tori would turn up somewhere, someday. I couldn't settle for her picture on a milk carton and a plea for information. He turned around to face her. Lambert tossed me out of his house, and I don't blame him. I checked into a hotel, and in that impersonal room where nothing except a duffel bag of clothes belonged to me, I suddenly realized that I was utterly alone. Paula and her husband had each other to lean on, cry with, cling to for support. I didn't have anybody, and I was the reason why. It occurred to me that I had given away the only other person on the planet who shared my blood. That's when I came face to face with what a selfish bastard I'd been. Giving up Tori hadn't been a sacrifice. That's what I'd told myself, but it wasn't true. It had been self-serving, not some grand gesture of self-denial for my child's sake. I'd wanted to globetrot. I'd wanted freedom to pack up and leave without having to take my family into consideration. In that empty hotel room, I saw myself for what I was, or at least for what I'd been. It was time to make restitution. That night, I resolved to learn what happened to Tori or die trying. That was one responsibility I would not shirk. It would be the last thing I ever did for my child, the only thing I ever did for her. By the time he finished, his voice was rough with emotion. "I saw it through to the end, Lily. I had to crawl out of my hospital bed, but I was there when the forensic specialists conducted the exhumations. I was with Paula when our daughter's remains were positively identified. We held a small memorial service and a proper burial for her in Nashville." He turned away from his inspection of the magazine covers and looked at her. His eyes were misty. "I had to put closure on all that before I could come to you. Do you understand?" She nodded, too, emotional to speak. "After hearing it, you may not want to have anything to do with me, but I hope you will. Do you think?" "What?" "That day we kayaked the river. Do you think you sensed in me the same kind of emptiness and loss you were feeling? I'd lost Amy. You'd lost Tori. Did you recognize a kindred spirit? Something like that?" "I'm certain of it," he said. "Oh, wait, are you wondering if that's what attracted me to you? The only thing that attracted me, was it? What do you think?" The intensity of his stare was like a caress. It answered the question for her. She shook her head. "No. I think we both knew when we said goodbye that day that it wasn't an ending, only a postponement. The time we've spent together can be counted in hours," he said. "But I feel like we know each other better than most couples ever do. Are we a couple, Tierney?" He came to her then and cupped her face between his hands, tilting it up to within inches of his. God, I hope so. His eyes lighted on every feature of her face before they settled on her mouth. Want me? She whispered. You have no idea. Then he lowered his head and kissed her. His tongue slipped between her lips, gently at first, but instantly the kiss turned wet and hot, infinitely sexy, brimming with evocative promise. Movement of his right arm was still limited, but he curved his left one around her, and with a move she remembered well from their first kiss, he placed his hand on the small of her back and drew her up flush against him. They kissed for endless minutes, never breaking contact. When they finally broke apart, he smoothed her hair away from her face, no longer afraid of me, only afraid that you'll disappear from my life again. Then you've got nothing to be afraid of. What he Clarence, leave, You couldn't have done what you did giving up more than 2 years of your life and nearly dying for Tori's sake if you didn't love her. But she died without knowing it. I don't think so. She knew. He looked skeptical, but she could tell that he desperately wanted to believe it. Paula told me she read all my articles, kept all the magazines in her room and wouldn't throw any of them away. Lily folded her hands around his head. She knew you loved her. If I had it to do over again, I'd make sure of it. I'd tell her every day I'd do it differently. I'd do it right. Lily hugged him tightly, laying her head on his chest so he wouldn't see her secret smile. Today was theirs alone. There would be time enough tomorrow to tell him that, although he had lost one child on the mountain, he had created another. Already he had been granted a second chance to do it right. Table of contents. Demerare, chill factor.